Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は398日目です。It is day 398, fourth day in the cycle. So, pretty much going over what we already learned. Plus one. I think that's the Wednesday thing. Let's get right into it. It's going to be pretty short today, hopefully. Okay.
Jibaku.
What a way to start off the day.
Akubi.
Bakabakashi.
Naraken. Jigen.
Yudoufu.
Tofu. Norikaeru.
Koshinryo.
Bakugeki.
Bakushou.
Dako.
Choukou. Zenchou.
Idenshi. Zuke.
Fumikomu. Shussho.
Meiji Ishin.
Oops.
貿易会社。舞踏会。辛抱。
辛抱。一般的。
頼る。食う。飛ぶ。 全般的維持する
おい、おう。おい、oh, what? Oh, I keep typing the wrong thing.
及ぼす
Oyopos.
償う抱くくし
し
戻す
戻す
廃止する
弁償
弁償button choke. Oh boy. Drawing a blank. What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Kushi yaki.
Heck.
わずか こす 第一弾
いる
バカらしい
Oh.
依頼人および
お見舞い
Oops.
縄張り
Nawabari. Hmm.
Taigai.
Taigai.
Amanogawa.
Amanogawa.
Kyukan
Yukan. Oh,
指摘する 患者
Kanja.
患う
Wazirau.
伸ばす 沖縄 爆発 爆弾
Egg. Uh,
頼み
All right. What does tomorrow look like? This one is definitely a push, right? All right, 7. That's our second lesson day. All right, let's go over the. Right. Alrighty. So. Shoot. Demand. Yoro. Then regards. Then. Nin. Pregnant. Jin. Pregnant. she did or do fun edition soul play music fun company e join e win yaku contrary boku book interior full cluster matsuka handle matsuka yoku press yaku select full draw fun pray show title show board yo yuru loose kaku unsign do bribe zo presence o escape on send back and he's up knee. All right, that's a wrap for our WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, feel free to follow along, look up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, share, discuss, keep each other motivated. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Right, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. We're gonna switch right on over to Bunpro now. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. Minasan okaenasai. 今日は38日目です。Wednesday 38. Gonna hop right into our lessons now. Our usual routine. Okay. We. Okay. 禁止。禁止。近所. This one's kind of weak, actually. Okay, 近所. Hi guy. Oyasumi. 高校生. 例. 茶. 作. 買う. 幼児. No, 幼児. That one might be a little rough. Piano. Okay. Sentaku. Oh, actually, this might be the new vocabulary word for our WaniKani session soon, because we just got taku. Well, actually, it makes sense. Sentaku. Zentaku. Zentaku. Oh no, sentaku. Sentaku, yep. 小学生。小学生。小学生。ripe? 熟。熟。Or no, wait. That's not right. Juku, different Juku. That looks like Juku, but the bottom is changed out actually. That is a Juku, but this is cram school. I don't recall this. So look for a moment. Yep, okay. That was actually new. Juku. It does look like a Juku though, the top. Alright. Knife. Knife. Sa. Hayashi. Hayashi. Koichi. Okay. Koichi. Wine. Alright. Let's go through again. Something whose length or amount is insufficient in relation to other things within the same group. Opposite of high. Sufficient. Right. Then we wanna okay. For the act of something to be ceased via a rule being put into place against it. Okay. Like prohibiting, forbidden, inhibition, banned. And then we want to look at right. So inchi. Area which can be considered as one specific location and everything close to it, often used to identify a district or specific set of streets. Right. Neighborhood, vicinity. Injo. Injo. Countries or any place located across the ocean. Right, Kaigai. Or Kaigai. 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 Any period of time that is used to recover or take a break from a specific task. All day, day off, sleep, good night. Yasumi. Oh, yasumi. They use honorific. Right. Oh, yasumi. Someone who is in the process of receiving their final level of education before university. Right. 高校生 高校生 Okay. The Japanese word to refer to the absence of any number in either the positive or the negative. That's an interesting way to describe it. We got re. Re can be represented in two different ways. In this case, they use the script way. Okay. The other way would be on the bottom here. A drink that is made from the infusion of leaves and water may be enjoyed either hot or cold. Right, cha. Sometimes I add an extra stroke in this. That's weird. For a plant to produce flowers or for those flowers to open. Right. Bloom to rise up. Oh, interesting. Breaking waves. So right. Saku. Oh, I missed a stroke there. Okay. To have a domestic animal under your care, right? Oh. Okay. Some specific tasks which needs to be completed or is scheduled to be completed, usually small tasks. So then and stuff, things matter. So yoji. A classical instrument that has many keys and is usually played in a seated position. Okay. Piano. Yaku, you watched back your stream the last time we chatted. You had really good insights despite your uncouth chats. Thanks for that. Okay. You're always welcome. The available options from among several things, or the determination of one of them as being singled out. The availability option amongst it. Okay, I see. Selection. So what is that? Sentaku. Sentaku is okay. A person that is currently receiving their first 6 years of education. Okay. All right. So, 小学生 An institution established for the purpose of facilitating extra after-school study for those that need it. This is our new one. So, juku. Juku, which uses the shrine. Blade. Dirt. Okay. A sharp utensil primarily used for cutting or slicing. Knife. A type of plant that grows in tufts and covers the surface of the ground. Sa. A grouping of trees that is smaller than a forest and usually stands in a single bunch. Okay. Hayashi. Not that you asked, but you've ended up getting the train back home for this weekend. Only spent 2 days at uni. Oh, okay. But you ended up getting the train back home for this weekend. Interesting. Was it unplanned, or what do you got going on this weekend? Person who instructs people in how to do something, often sports. And then an alcoholic drink based on the fermentation of grapes. Right, wine. Okay. Alright, let's do our stuff here. What? Short. That's how you do it?
母は身長が低い。
Okay. Interesting.
ここで話すのは禁止です。
ここは私の近所です。
ここは海外だ。
仕事のお休みを取る。
私は高校生です。
テストで0点を取る。
Yikes.
この茶はとてもおいしい。
花が咲く。
猫を2匹飼う。
用事をする。
ピアノを弾く。
僕にはそれを選択する勇気がないです。
私の息子は小学生です。
塾に行く。
Oops.
このナイフは彼のものです。
この草は緑色です。
この林は広いです。
あのコーチは怖いです。
夜にワインを飲む。
Okay. Alright. Let's look at our reviews. 157. We're gonna crunch like 100 of them or so because we want to also wrap our P5X 3.2 thing. It was unplanned. When you got to uni, you realized that you had forgotten some things, but it was mainly to rectify a wrong. Your granddad is one of the only orrery makers left in the UK, and he's writing a book about it, right? You mentioned that. For that book, he wanted to include some CAD drawings from 20 years ago, but the files came up as corrupted, so he asked you a while ago to help him be able to view the files, but you ended up forgetting about it. Oh, okay. Well, that is certainly one reason to go back. Alrighty. Let's see what we have.
ここの温泉は世界で有名です。
A word that indicates that something is useful or simply used as an expression to show surprise. So surprised.
その地震は本当に大きかった。
あなたは科学が好きですか？
Or test score. Oh,
テストの点数が下がる。
娘。角にはホコリがよくたまるでしょう。母。そうよ。
僕は紫が大好きです。
今朝は大雨だったので電車が遅れた。
Oh no.
おじいちゃんがおばあちゃんに、ばあさん、一緒に散歩に行きませんか？
From time to time.
医師、時々運動をした方がいいですよ。
Not that strong. Yeah. Money disappeared from my wallet. Is BattleNet down for me? I don't know. I don't keep logging in. I can click on it, see what happens. No. It's not. Disappear. You know the character, but the ending is kind of weak. It's the ending to the verb that is throwing me off, right? Or is it stop? What would you disagree from this short?
I think I...
I mean, it's an argument for its argument's sake. It's a cyclic argument. He has to use a belief system to argue against a belief system. But I have no problems with the idea that it's a belief system. You can't fully understand something within the system that you're participating in. But it's very similar to him. He makes the same argument on a belief system to argue against another belief system. So whether it permanently destroys something, he can't make an argument for that because he's making an argument within the argument. Like, what I mean is, in order for his thing to be correct, he would have to be outside the system. But since we're all observers in the participation of our own understanding, you can't ever prove nor disprove it. So yes, in a way, you could say, colloquially, he can permanently disprove something, and if it's true, then it means that it is understandable, which disproves his argument. So it's kind of like, right, if you need a belief system in order to make something understandable, it requires that same belief system to make the thing there he's talking about understandable, which makes it a belief system. So at which point do you disagree with his axiom? There's no disagreement. He simply did not show anything. He stated what there is truth. There are things as truth. Truth is understandable, and the understanding is good. There is such thing as good. Well, there isn't. There is and there isn't. Right? Because you have to believe in it. So you still require the belief system, which makes it, which he's arguing is not or is understandable. In order to do that, you need a belief system to make it that way. Like, his argument is predicated on a belief system. So his belief is that science is a belief system. So in a way, that makes it permanently, I don't know, however he was vindicating it, right? However it's vindicating it, but he's using the same act, the same thing to vindicate it. It's not based on evidence. In order for things to be understandable, you have to understand the nature of his belief in order to contradict and refute the belief, the understanding. So to me, it's true and not true at the same time because there's no proof denying it or proving it. And that's the whole point. So if you want to define science as a way of trying to understand truth, the first axiom is only an intelligible statement given a set of belief systems. Yes. Like, in order for him to say those things, the things he knows have to be understandable, which is not true, right? So, like, what I mean is, he believes he can permanently refute the axioms because they're predicated on beliefs, and beliefs are not necessarily the same as understanding, right? Because the whole act of science is that it requires understanding, but he believes that. So it's not evidence, which would require science to make him irrefutably, permanently dismantle the belief of science. So it would require evidence and proof and science to do so. Or he could suggest that belief is the system of understanding. So in either way, it's taking one belief system to disprove another belief system. I'm not disagreeing with him because you can't fully understand the thing you're participating in. You know what I mean? Like, if you are a participant, at least that's what I think. That's personally my opinion. If you are a participant in a system that you are trying to understand, you cannot fully comprehend it, right? However, what he's trying to dismantle is that it's fallacious to want to do that or to understand something. Well, no one said anything about 100% understanding. It's always a proportion of 100%. Because the thing you're trying to do is you're trying to observe 100% of the system you participate in. So I totally agree with him. His argument, he's trying to make an argument though, that it is a proof, a permanent proof that doesn't make sense, right? It's not true, like, or whatever. And that he's making an argument based on proof and logic with his belief system. So it's the same. He has a cyclic argument, in my opinion. His argument also refutes his arguments for proving something, because his argument is based on logic, right? And logic is what the science is. Like, science is predicated on logic. So I think it's a little bit like, yeah, we all, you know, humans live and die. Go, okay, well, if you don't believe in death and you believe in an afterlife, then okay, so you need the prior assumption of understanding to even state that truth exists. Yeah, given what you said, how do you get anywhere understanding the idea of truth? The idea of truth is, I mean, like, that's what he was talking about, right? What is truth and what is not. Well, if you're given what I've said, then I accept that there are things we believe in, and then things that we see and observe. That's it. Right? The idea is, I don't disagree with him that the things we don't know, it operates on a belief system. And then the things we do know are observational and logical. So the truth, in order for me to agree with him and disagree with him at the same time, is both. That's the idea of believing in things when you don't know, and believing in things that you do know. And this is the truth. The truth is that there are things you don't know, and then there are things you do know, of which all of them requires a sense of belief. That belief is truth. Alright, so I have no qualms with agreeing with him and disagreeing with him at the same time. He was trying to make an argument that there is a right and a wrong. And it was phrased in a way that he was like trying to phrase himself as an antagonist towards another belief system. But belief is involved in integrating both things you know and things you don't know. So what we don't know is what we strive to know. They're not separate things. But doesn't knowing something assume there is truth, so you can't begin to tackle truth with that argument? But doesn't knowing something assume there is truth? No, it doesn't. Doesn't believing you know something is truth. Like, you believe you know something. That is true. You kind of just cut out one of the major reasons for his argument. But the thing is, what you're trying to do is you're trying to separate, in my opinion, how would you define belief? Believing knowing something is true. And then you're gonna ask me, so then what is knowing? Knowing is being able to believe that something is true. I'm not. I'm making. You're trying to ask me. So how would I rectify this situation? And my hand wavy suggestion is that they're both related. So you know things, and therefore you believe it's true. If you believe you know something, then it can be true. They're together. Oftentimes what the argument you're kind of making is you believe belief is not the same as knowing. Because what you want to know is truth and not necessarily true. Or in other words, not true. How is it logically sound to define belief as believing something is true? You've used the word in definition. I didn't. I said belief is knowing something is true. Please stop changing my words. And then I said knowing is believing something is true. So don't misconstrue me. When you quoted me, believing something is true, belief is not believing something is true. Belief is knowing something is true. I'm using your words. You said know and belief. These two things are two separate things that are related to each other. Whether they are the same or not, you can use your imagination. But I did not say believing something is true is the definition of belief. I said knowing something is true is belief. When you believe something, you know it to be true. That's how I would make an exception to that. But if you believe that, so you're being cynical, in my opinion, by inferring that you cannot define belief because it cannot be true. That's what you're trying to refer. I think that's what you're implying. Belief cannot be true, or it has a chance. It has a chance, like a belief can be true and untrue. And then knowing is always true. Well, that's the argument that you're trying to make, because if science acts on a belief system, like there's a part of science that has a belief system, then it can't possibly know things, like know everything, right? Because to know something, it's always true, because you equivocate knowing as true, and then belief as something that can be true or untrue. And that's a fair argument. I'm not making an argument that science knows something that's always true. It's what at least I feel he is trying to insist. Science requires belief in order to know that's always true. The very fundamental is the belief is that science can know everything in order to make things always true. And I already said to me that when you're a participant in a system, both science can know things and not know things. So they can, effectively, there are true things and potential of untrue things, because it will consistently be incomplete. So how do I know that? And so what's the difference between belief and know? They're related to each other. If you have a belief system, quote unquote, or a system trying to know things, you believe that you are able to know everything. But since I participate in the idea that if you're in a system, you can know certain things that may be always true, and then you have to believe that there are things that you can't know or do know as true. Now, in order for science to rectify this situation, there is a combination of believing and observing that makes things always true, which is what you're prescribing to. For myself, I don't quite think of science in that way. I believe science believes they can try to know most things, right? Most things. But they also accept the idea that you probably can't know everything. So therefore, it requires a belief system to believe that. It would take someone outside of the system to know everything about the system that's being observed. So in this way, I agree with him and don't agree with him at the same time, because he didn't suggest both. He suggests that science, and much like other science, is different. They believe, or they don't believe, they know that they can explain all things, right, through observation and stuff. And I like, that's not true in my opinion. Science believe that they can try to know everything, but they can't know everything in the system that they're participating in. So they must act in a belief system that it can be achieved. And that, how is that any different from the belief of this statement? It really isn't. I don't really disagree with him or agree with him. He believes that it's not possible to know everything. So therefore, it requires belief to refute that science believes in that. And that's kind of like the idea. You're a participant in the system that you participate in. So if I had to glean something, I guess the idea is, the thing you're trying to imply is that you wish you knew things as truth, as opposed to understanding that there are going to be truths and non-truths, right? Or maybe like partial truths. The idea is zeros and ones, right? Zeros and ones. There are going to be things that are untrue, and there are things that are going to be true. And it would be wonderful if it's possible that we would know these things as zeros and ones. And I maybe in a way never accepted this premise in the first place. I don't think I've ever accepted this premise where there is something that is zeros and ones. I believe, right? I believe that science tries to ascertain what is considered true at the moment, which requires a belief that the current truth stays true at the based on the evidence. So what I mean is that what is true now, for example, like the understanding of gravity, whether it is true in a state of permanence, because that's what I feel you're most comfortable with. You want it to be true, as in it's 100% of the time. But rarely have I ever said that, for me personally, that science would say comfortably that anything is 100% certain. It's certain to a degree. It could be certain to a degree that makes you believe it is true at all times. So that's kind of how I interpret science most of the time. So I kind of agree with him. Does it permanently invalidates like science is whatever he was trying to dismantle? It's obviously a YouTube short, so it's cut out of context of what the overall motivations are behind it. I don't think that changed my scope of science, nor do that change the scope of religion. So a lot of times the argument, I'm gonna assume the argument is the idea of secular thought and religion, right? Religion and secular. It was never said that secular and religion has separation of belief and truth. Or in this case, the word that you're focusing on is the word know. So the difference between belief and know is that belief can be untrue. And truth is always with knowing. So if you know something to be true, then is it true? I don't think there's anything where a participant in a system that they're trying to observe is ever this. So instead of going into his axiomatically, just like, I don't agree with his, like, maybe that's the disagreement. I don't agree with his axiom, his assumption, or his belief that that's what science is construed as, and that's fair. Like, I don't represent the scientific community. For myself, this word science means that we are trying to ascertain what is true at the moment, right? Knowing that we believe it's incomplete at all times, in my opinion. If there's any absolute, is the idea that there is a relative certainty that something is true, not the absolute certainty that it is true. And that's why I had no problems like, I don't think that's a new thing to me. Like, I don't think what he said shattered my reality of science. I think I had always believed that to be the case. So whenever, like, people talk about the true appreciation of science, right? One of the true, let's just say the true appreciation, which, by the way, appreciation involves, it requires a belief system. In order to appreciate the truth, you believe it's true. Like, I don't, like, if you think that absolute truth comes before belief, I'm not entirely sure if I make that argument. I don't know how I would make this argument. Not largely because the human response would be that in order for something to be true, it would also mean that you believe it's true. Like, these things are these things are intertwined with each other. So trying to separate them, in my opinion, is maybe that's what the short, you're trying to interpret the short as trying to suggest. And I don't think he does. And I don't think I do either. I don't disagree with him. Belief and truths, knowing and believing are so connected with each other, right? Obviously, maybe you could say something like, if you were an observer of someone else's reality, right? Like, say you're outside, you're like subhuman, and you don't occupy a system, you occupy an outside system, and then you're investigating the reality. This is where science comes in, by the way. So in order for science to get closer to truths, in my opinion, truths is that they observe realities that are not their realities. So like you have for example, you have a model organism, right? And this model organism has a controlled space. But this controlled space is the human operates outside of this controlled space. So they can observe the totality, or arguably that's what the argument is. They can observe the totality of this model organism's 100%, but really it's more like as close to 100% as possible. So then everything has predictability within this modeled system. That's used a lot differently currently online. Yeah, I know. Forget it. But you know what I mean, right? Like the science is they understand a system and they try to get as close to 100% as possible. But they are observing a system where they themselves do not participate in. So you're hoping that when you look at a part of the system, you can understand everything about it. And how do you understand everything about it? You can change it, right? And it has a predictable outcome. So that's kind of where science is. Now, is it logical to think that you need this to know something, right? Then by the logic of this, it's imperative to understand that it would be illogical to assume that humans can understand the system around them entirely. They can try their best, but this would execute, so it would contradict the necessity to know something. You have to be outside of a system. So what is the closest thing to that is humans observing other humans, and you're hoping that that system is outside of each other. So you're hoping that you're in a system that is outside of the system you're observing. And that is the closest thing, in my opinion. This is human experimentation. Or another one would be clinical trials. That's the closest thing. But the thing about clinical trials is that not all the variables are controlled, right? You can't control a person's life after they enter the clinical trials, right? So like some things are uncontrolled. They just simply are uncontrolled. And what do? You use in my opinion, a belief system in order to say, well, the things not controlled are not statistically significant. This is where confounding factors are ruled out. For example, like a twin study. When you do a twin study, you're hoping that the twins are in this system, and then all the things that are uncontrollable, they're not statistically significant because they're believed to be the same. That's kind of how I feel about the closest thing you can get to like understanding the system that you participate in. So you're hoping that outside of human experimentation, which is a big no-no, right? Like putting humans in a bubble, and then the thing is, remember that the controlled system is only a part of the larger system, right? So that means like even if you put humans in a bubble and experiment on them, for example, theoretically, right? As much respect to past events as possible, like psychology and whatnot. If you put them in, you have to remember that you still only know a part of the system, right? because the controlled system that you have is based on your existing knowledge, and that's incomplete until you try to put them all together. So at some point it gets closer and closer to completion. The idea is that is where some people believe science can get to, where you take like physics, for example. We talked about physics quite a lot, and then we can weave in all of the other sciences. With enough knowledge, you're hoping that you can piece together the entire system, and then when you reproduce the system, you put it back together, right? Put it all back together, it would get closer and closer to the truth. And that's kind of how I interpret science. So, like, the idea is, the belief is that you can collect parts of the knowledge. They can test various parts, and then you can reassemble all of them in a controlled, isolated system. So a closed system, which is a word that people use, closed and open system. An open system is, you are in it. You are in the system you are observing, right? So in order for science, in my opinion, to know something, the ideal case is to be in a controlled, closed system, of which is based on all the parts of the knowledge, because when you observe controlled, closed systems, you get parts of the knowledge. So when you collect all the knowledge, you can reassemble it in a closed system and hope that it is 100% true, or approximately 100% true. Is it truly a closed system given the nature of trying to use science to understand? I don't actually think so. I don't think it can ever be closed. It would require something else, right? It would require being not a participant, but it can get close to. That's the idea. When you keep saying the word truly, that's where you and I will never meet. If you consistently keep thinking that truth is zeros and ones, it's not zeros and ones. There are truths and there are beliefs. There are parts that can be confirmed to be true, and there are parts that can't. When you're constantly saying truly, you're saying overall, like at all times, which I can't agree with, or like I'm not the person to be talking to, because overall you can never be 100% certain. And I don't think, as a scientist, or like, I'm not a scientist anymore, right? But I guess I exercise scientific thought. I don't think this was ever true to begin with. Like, the whole truly thing, I don't believe in 100%. That might make people uncomfortable. I mean, I think there are people who there's a lot of pride in saying that this is achievable, right? Which is a belief system, by the way. When you think something is achievable, it's a belief until it actually happens, right? So like, maybe you can say certain truths, right? There are certain truths that people believe are true, or maybe they know it's true. So here are things that people know are true. Death, right? And the whole idea of death is how you segregate a religion from science. That's one of the hottest topics about science and religion. One of the separations is death. Death is finality. It is something that is considered as a 100% truth. Death. And then that's how you segregate religion from science. Like, I honestly, either way, I don't know what evidence is to know that death is final. Like, you've asked me this couple of questions. It ties back to your insinuations or your implications whenever you ask me, like, do you believe death is final? And then you talked about the thing where, like, if someone didn't die, like, they recover from like a non-living state, then it's not considered final. And like, well, final is not final. I don't know how final is, because it requires a belief system in order to know what is final. Like, if you are not aware of your own existence anymore, is that the final truth? Well, you could argue in a scientific way, it would be true at all times, because the person is no longer aware they are alive, right? They have the incapacity to know they are alive anymore, which is what's considered as death. Sure. And then I made the belief argument, the religious, I guess you could call it the religious argument, that there is metaphysics, right? A metaphysics argument where it's like, well, is it death if there is legacy, right? Like someone's book, or I don't know, someone's memories, etc. I don't know. I operate in both, despite not practicing. I think these type of categorizations require that you view it as zeros and ones. Right. Zeros and ones. In fact, I feel like that short that you were using, it tries to categorize them. And I'm okay with that. I think it provides clarity for people who want clarity, right? I want to make this clear as a disclaimer, so that people don't assume or presume what I believe. My answer oftentimes is both, or all of the above. And ironically, or maybe contradictorily, it's largely because I believe truths are tantamount, or like, maybe like is also similar to belief, where they go hand in hand. So the disclaimer is that you can believe what someone else believes and accept what they believe, while at the same time refute them, because the belief is that truths are negotiable. If truths weren't negotiable and you believe there are universal truths, then those truths would be held and be 100%. There are very few things in human history that is 100% other than things that have come to pass. So if you want catharsis, like catharsis in truths, past is true. And that's kind of the thing that science relies on. It relies on past. Come to pass, I think it's the phrase, come to pass. Yeah, sure. That's semantics, but right. The truth is the past. So anything that's happened in the past, and you might be thinking like, well, what if time isn't linear and it's a loop? Like, well, then we're just screwed with truths, aren't we? And that's like, and you're thinking like, wait, people think time is a loop as opposed to a linear line? It's like, well, yeah, it could be possible. The idea is that there are, truths are as certain as they can be, not because we operate in time. So how do you know that time isn't a loop? You don't. So there are still arguments. Like, one truth is time is linear. This is one truth that you have to operate in because of science. It's like, how do you operate outside of time? I don't know. Is it truly a system? Yeah. Is it truly a closed system given the value? You've been clipping to go back over this comment. You have had some massive misunderstanding, but I think I understand now. That's fair. Like, I don't think they're separate things. Largely because I'm not sure if it's achievable. So I want to believe it's achievable. Here's one thing. Maybe this is what I feel would be a human condition. The human condition is that it requires humans to believe things in order for things to be true. One of the human conditions, like you stepped into one of my human conditions that I believe, because I believe things and therefore they're true, or things are true in order to allow me to believe them. Like they're not separated. Would you agree that even though the past is an objective truth, it's inapplicable when trying to use that due to memories or even perceptual results of the past is from true? And I'm not saying this is a critique as what you say. No, it's not. I already made the argument that I don't know if time is loop. And I didn't say that was my opinion. My opinions are always when I say it's my opinion. This can still be true. I didn't say the past is objective truth. I believe people think one of the major objective truths is that death is final and time is linear. Those are things that you would believe. You are the person I'm referring to, along with other people. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. I have not separated from the opinion that there are things that I believe in, and there are things that are held true by me and other people. So, yes, I could appreciate that maybe time is not linear, and I can appreciate that time is linear. It is with belief that I can appreciate these things. Is your opinion that the past is the closest to truth we can get? Probably, maybe, honestly. That's an interesting thing. Like, since, like, when it comes to truth, right, you get closest to 99%, right? So if you're making it a competition, right, you're asking someone who operates on a number line to determine if they can understand the 0.01%, the outliers, and the answer is I don't know. Like, if you want a real answer, like an honest answer, I don't know. However, if you want an answer based on observing people in the past, which again, it operates in time, if we assume time is linear, then it would require that you assume time is linear in order to accept the premise that the past is the closest thing to absolute truth. Right? It's constantly sounding like it's a cyclic argument. Largely because, to me, the truth is I don't know. I don't know. It requires to understand the system you exist in order to understand a property of it. It's kind of like understanding the origins of something, which is something you ask a lot. The origins of things. How do you know what's the beginning, right? Like, how you know what's the beginning? 0 and 1s. Can't know. Can't know. Can't know without a belief system. Since you are in the system, since the system includes all of this, you can't know. So the closest answer is that I don't know. So whenever you're talking about like, oh, what do you think is the beginning of the universe? Like, how do you know the beginning of the universe? It's like, well, we could extrapolate all these things. You can make an argument because here's the past, right? Here's the extreme case. This is what I mean by forcing a projection, right? If I made the argument that the past is the closest thing to the truth, when pushed to the extreme, how do you know the origin of things? If you're wondering like, oh, the origin of things, you're talking about the universe, aren't you? No, I'm also talking about the egg or the chicken. You can make an argument. So you can make an argument that you can use the past to know the absolute truth. The one thing you're assuming is that the chicken or the egg question is that it is in a closed system of which you can prove that something came first. So in order to make an argument that the egg came before the chicken, right? The egg comes before the chicken. You can start with an egg and then it develops into a chicken in a system that you designed, and therefore that proves that the egg came before the chicken. Right? Now, does it prove it when you include the system yourself in the system? Now, when you're in the system that you're observing, that's an open system to you, like to the person who's observing. So now it's no longer a closed system, it's an open system. That means you can't know. Like, you can't know whether the chicken or the egg came first. Unless, like, you saw it come about. If you saw it come about, then it would be this system. It would be a closed system you're looking at. Like, for example, a new species, like, you made a new species. Like, you constructed a new egg. The existence of a new species. Then you know, in this closed system, you know how it started. Like, you, the person who made the system, knows everything that's in the system. So say you take an egg and you categorically change it into your species, like the species you have created, then you know everything of its existence. It's coming into existence. So then you are observing a closed system. It's a closed system you made. Right? But the moment you include yourself in it, then it's an open system. And you can't answer zeros and ones, in my opinion. I think it's illogical to think that you can answer zeros and ones. Yeah, like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Yes, it would be a good simile of this. If you can't observe yourself in something and know, like, it's either like the totality of the information is not observable, but you can if it's in a closed system of which you can observe everything. But I would say Heisenberg uncertainty principle is a good analogy, right? I'm not sure if it's one-to-one because I don't know enough about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle other than it's like defining definition. And so even pushing you to state absolutes when you clearly state that it's not what you believe. Yeah, I don't believe in absolute. You sometimes get caught up on a sentence or a partial argument you bring up. Yeah, most of it is like, for example, science produce truths of closed systems. They also produce partial truths of open systems. But those open systems, the reason why it's a partial truth is because when you're in an open system, it's partially true. Right? Regardless of, as you go towards the extremes, you don't know those things. Now, one of the truest things that happen in scientific thought is if you can analyze enough closed systems, like say here's the number line, right? And you're trying to analyze a phenomenon, 0 or 1s, right? 0 or 1 phenomenon. You can learn something in one closed system, learn another, and what you're hoping for is as you're gaining enough overlaps, you can reassemble the closed system and have a good estimate of the open system, the totality of the open system. So theoretically, or like scientifically in a way, if you can make an argument, when you understand something that overlaps with something else, like this, you hope that you can assemble the whole thing again, right? And that's kind of how this is my opinion. That's kind of how I imagine science. This is the principle of constructing truths in science, where you take closed systems, you analyze parts of the closed systems, then you reassembled it into a larger system, and you hope that it mirrors the larger system. And this is where we talked about physics and chemistry and biology. Emergence. Emergence is a human condition. The whole idea of thinking that you can have multiple closed systems, evaluate all of them, and then assemble them back up. Like for example, you can take any form of division, physics into chemistry, for example. Or then you can flip it around and say chemistry into biology. Emergence is one of the antagonistic human conditions to an open system. Yeah, so the answer came down, like, for me to comfortably say, is it's a combination of belief and truth, largely because emergence answers the question about open systems. Like, how can we not observe everything if we're inside the system we're participating in? Because of emergence. How can you account for what happens when you observe all these closed systems and you put them back together and you're like, what the heck? Why did it just suddenly become unpredictable? Right? Or it becomes spurious. And humans are the last frontier, right? When it comes to biology. So whenever you have like E. coli, Cerevisiae, and like the Drosophila, right? All the model organisms, and you study them and you try to translate them into a larger system, it becomes, I don't know, things happen. But there is a relative, right? A relative predictability. So you can 90%, 80%, 40%, that you can relatively gauge its likelihood. And that gives you a relative completion of the open system. It's always a partial truth of the system that you participate in, or in this case, what I'm referring to as an open system. Closed system, you can get very close to 100%, if not acceptably 100%. because the idea is you understand everything that exists in it. And even then, it's a very difficult argument to make when you're unable to replicate it. But the idea is one day maybe it can. Like, for example, AI, right? AI, you would agree, would be one of the, if you wanted a closed system in which it represents like maybe some form of parallel subhuman, right? Subhuman categorization, you would think that then if humans created a machine learning algorithm, that it would have a closed system with predictable outputs. And we come back to what you're studying right now. The thing you're studying, your field of study is this. And yet it still creates spurious outputs. Like, what's happening? What happened? Despite AI having a closed system, right, through coding and scripting, there was a part of the open system, right? What's the part of the open system? The human data. The totality of human behavior is part of an open system that you infuse into a closed system, and now it's weird. Because we're part of the system now. Immediately, the reason why humans, despite constructing AI, we are part of an open system. So inherently, despite AI being a closed system, humans are imparting an openness into it. So all the things that are spurious is coming from the open system that we exist in. Like, we don't understand everything that prompts human behavior. So when you create something, it inherits some of that openness. And much like you were making an agreement, so then how do we do science? If humans do science, you could make the same logical argument that since humans are doing science, then the stuff they are doing are inherently open. Yes, that is why I still believe that most things, despite it's coming through a human lens, it's part of the human condition. Humans conduct science. So we go back to the original short, which is imparting that I don't think, in my opinion, he was making an argument that people state. Like, what I mean is, he made an argument for a statement that he could refute, in my opinion. But I don't think that statement existed for me, personally. He's refuting something that is a moot point, because I don't see the difference between the statement he's making about refuting, because I believe it refutes his statement too. The whole idea of arguing against a system of truths is that I don't think those systems exist, being the very thing that allows him to refute that in the first place. So like, it sounds, so this is my, maybe I'm gonna be as respectful as I can. It sounds like someone trying to sound profound, but it's not profound to me. You know, like, for example, what is that statement? You know how you can appear clever by making a problem and then solving it yourself, right? I could sound intelligent if I created a problem and therefore I can solve that problem. If I created my own problem in order to refute the problem, to sound like I'm saying something, that's what I mean by a cyclic argument. So whenever someone tells me, like, you know, hey, so This is a common critique of Jordan Peterson's arguments. Yeah, so oftentimes, and I'm not saying it's bad or good, sometimes this stuff can keep someone like constantly thinking, right? I do this myself. You know, humans create cyclic arguments to challenge themselves a lot of times, right? You have to be cyclic in order to challenge your own beliefs and whatnot. So I'm not saying cyclic arguments is inherently bad. The thing is, for myself, when I'm looking at that clip, I'm like, I don't understand what he's refuting. Because from my perspective, it would be illogical to think that way about science. It's so difficult for me to separate belief and truths when talking about science, because what does 99% mean? It's a combination of belief and truths. You verify the outcome because it's in the past. You've done and performed something and you observed it, right? However, it doesn't say that it is true. It say that you believe based on past instances, or like what is true, and then you believe the rest to be true because it's close enough. Like, the whole idea of this number is saying, no, you know this. That doesn't mean it's true 100% of the time. So his argument was that science is believing that it's always true, like it can achieve truthfulness, and I'm not entirely sure if there's an argument there. So it sounds cool, it sounds neat. I'm not entirely sure if that changes my perspective on life or university. I don't think it changed anything, honestly. It's a moot argument for me personally. I don't represent the scientific community again. I think that AI is just one step detached from the same problem humans have, leading to an open system. Exactly. Yep. Does using parts of the system the more accurately you measure X momentum, the less accurately you can measure its position, vice versa. Oh, that's for the Heisenberg uncertainty. Yeah. Does using the part of the system to try and accurately assemble the whole system always fail due to emergent properties? You're addressing the emergent. I have no idea. It would be really wonderful. Like, hear me out. It would be really wonderful to talk to an expert, maybe in a very, very specific field, right, Procol? It would be really wonderful to find an expert who only investigates a very closed system, like super specialized closed system. We're talking about maybe like measuring the mass of, I don't know, water, and then ask them, right? It asks them if through the measurement of all this mass, they could ascertain the emergent properties that are to happen. Like, I don't know how this is gonna work, but it would be a privilege to talk to someone who has this experience where they measured so many things of a phenomenon that is bigger than it. Say like they measured hydrogen atoms and oxygen atoms so much that, or like however, like observed it so much that they are able to reassemble the emergent properties of water or some crazy thing like that. I don't know. I've rarely ever thought that, okay, I understand that, for example, we were talking about viruses the other time. I understand that I could analyze this part in a specific state, but that means that whatever I analyze is not the state that it is naturally in. The closest thing I can ever get is to try to continuously get closer to that natural state, whatever that state is. But regardless, it's gonna constantly be incomplete. So rarely have I ever done research in which I'm like, oh, okay, I'm basically mirroring the, what is it? Physiological is the word that people would use, or scientists would use, like a physiological state. Your model organism is placed in a physiological state, and that everything, but the thing you put in is not physiological. Like you're testing that. So it's crazy for me to think, like I keep having a cyclic argument, like, okay, well, I engineered this thing and I placed it in a physiological state, so therefore does it reflect the same thing that would happen? And I'm like, I haven't really done that before. Most of the time science, at least the science that I do, there's a delta. You are changing something, and you're placing everything else in the same thing in order to see a difference. The physiological state is the control, the thing that you're observing, right? And you're hoping the thing that you're observing is in a controlled environment, in a controlled, closed environment, right? They're kind of synonymous with each other when you're thinking about the environment. In a closed system, you're hoping you're observing a closed system, but you're not. Or I haven't ever participated in a laboratory experiment in which it's in a closed system. There are so many things that I don't know about the system. Like, okay, this is what happens. And I'm like, okay, but I can't even characterize whatever is physiological. There's too many unknowns. So what you do is you try to cancel them out by using control experiments, right? That's what the control is. The control is being used as a negative, right? And that's kind of the problem here. And then let's read the rest. I think that AI is just one step. Yeah, we did that. How do you invent or create a closed system if the system is created from an inherently open system? I don't know. I can't. This is the problem here. And I guess I inadvertently answered that question. I don't know. Like, it's an inevitable problem for me. Like, maybe I'm too stupid for this, or like I'm inexperienced, or I have a belief system that's contrary to this. But every time I go and say, okay, I have a controlled experiment, this would constitute as the negation. This is the control is often close to the null. It's the null hypothesis, right? What happens in the null is used to understand a delta you made. So in order to not try to make a closed system, so I didn't use a closed system. In biology, you don't use closed systems. You use a control to theoretically create and remove the part that you have to close off. So the idea is you create a delta and you make it relative to the control. The control is to remove the open variables, right? So like if you ran at a pace of 1 mile per hour, and then tomorrow you run at a pace of 2 miles per hour, relatively speaking, you're assuming everything that's open is the same. And that's why in science, in my opinion, a controlled experiment is absolutely necessary, because you don't understand the rest of the open system. And even then, when you're trying to control all the open variables, it will make your results come up with 99%, as far as down to like negative things. So whenever someone says, I understand data, right? My data says if I do A, B happens. Therefore, it's proof. That's absolutely bonkers. Like, what? What does that mean? Like, what's your control? Because if you don't have any control, whatever this is, it doesn't mean anything to me. Like, the validity of doing something and confirming that it happens is asinine. It's absolutely asinine without control. That's kind of like saying like, oh, you're not going to pre-select, or like you decide to pre-select everything, right? Like, hey, data shows that eating meat, which by the way is still a contentious thing. Eating meat, especially red meat, reduces longevity, right? Says who? Says what? Says what are your controls? Because the last time I checked, the moment you control for pre-selection, you realize that this correlation is weakened. Like, there are people who live very long eating meat. Statistically, even if you do even if you try to pre-select against it, that's what happens with control statements, right? Like, when someone asks, oh, I heard this was unhealthy. Okay, what are your control environments? Right? What are your conditions? Because without understanding what the conditions are and what your relatives are, you have no control over what is open in your analyses. Like, even the data, the collection, when you do meta-analyses, right? When you know, those like summary articles where you take all the articles and then you try to create a meta-analysis of all the data, right? Like, there are hundreds of experiments on the effect of creatine, which is something that we talked about briefly on creatine. When you do a meta-analysis, you have to control statistically for the controls, as in you have to rule out that all the all the data, the things you can't control, which are the open parts, basically the conditions, you have to argue that they are negligible, as in they don't statistically take away from your meta-analyses. So for example, one experiment only used women, the other experiment only used trained subjects, the other experiment uses trained subjects and untrained subjects as two cohorts. One experiment is operated in Japan, one experiment is operated in the United States. All those things are part of the open system, because when you're doing a meta-analysis, you have no control over that part. So every single time someone tells me like, oh, my method is better, right? My method is better, or this is the best method. It's like, what's your control? That's one of the fundamental pillars of science. In order to science, in my opinion, is ever concerned about the open system, how open their system is, because you have the control for all of those things. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, experiments are easy, you basically test a variable. It's like, that's not the hard part. That is the easy part. To me, the easiest part of an experiment is the part that people think is the hardest. It's not. The hardest part is to control for everything you don't know. And that sucks. It ruined, we talk about science, about producing results, but people don't highlight that this is the running joke, by the way, 95% of the time it's a failure because of controls, because of open. Only 5% of the actual data, and I'm going to argue even less, is what you see. What you see is published. When someone says, oh yeah, eating red meat is unhealthy, less than 5% of the results, because the other 95% is pathetic controls or just inability to know, and it sucks That's why science is unrewarding in its most right. It's also thankless, which is something that Valentine equated to like his job, but it is also thankless because you don't see it. You don't ever see how much the very nature of our first comment today was. There is belief that the control is sufficient. You understand enough about the system so that you can cancel it out. You can say, well, it's relatively the same. And yet, since humans create duplicates, right? You know, a lot of times, a lot of people say, oh, you have to duplicate the results. You have to reproduce the results. That alone, some people would say, oh, that's a hard task to do. It's like, yeah, now that is really hard. It's actually much harder than doing one experiment, testing one variable. Now imagine what I just said about control. Now this is where it sucks even more. Why do we duplicate and reproduce the data over and over again? Because a lot of times the control environments, the factors that we control for, they don't stay the same. What's one of the most fundamental things about duplication and reproduction? Repetition. So whenever you have like a person conduct one experiment and then on a different day they conduct another experiment, the control environment is relatively the same. They're trying to make it the same, but you can't possibly try to do everything simultaneously at the same time. You are getting closer and closer to controlling the environment. But to observe and stuff, time is a thing, right? You being human is a thing. You operate on the system. So yeah, science is incredibly inherently subject to saying, well, it's close enough. It is the closest thing we can get, right? And that's kind of what I mean. And I think this is incredibly underappreciated. And the inundation of the internet's data undermines what it is to know that something is true versus something that you believe is true. And honestly, there are so many truths now online that whenever someone jokes about, oh, you know, the world of fake news is here, or we're in the post-fake news world where there are, if you believe it to be true, it becomes true. And I'm like, yeah, that's a funny meme, but at the same time, it's baked into the things that people believe are true. Science. I'm like, I don't think this was like science is against this. Like personally, I don't think the principles of science is against this, which is believe is true. When you say something is 99% true, that is what you believe is true, because there's no 100%. There's rarely ever 100%. In fact, one could only hope. Hope is another form of belief. Only hope that what you observe 95% of the time even holds up to 95% of the time. Like, and it's 95, and in order to create confidence, the more control you have, the more confident your data that you said 95% of the time is reliable. And this is like why science is, in my opinion, incredibly underappreciated. It's ironic that we're having this discussion because the very nature of why science is underappreciated is due to, in my opinion, the misinterpretation. And that's why I feel like that short might have been taken out of context, because the very nature of science, what makes it difficult is the existence of that argument that he made. I don't think science would be that scrutinizing and that rigorous if they truly believe what he was arguing against, which I don't think it's true. It's a moot point. I do not believe scientists at any time, like those who are rigorous, who constantly control for environments and do null hypothesis testing, I don't think the best of science believes the argument he is arguing against. So like there's no reason to have that argument. It's not profound, in my opinion, with all due respect to him, right? I think it's interesting. It's a good thought experiment to think that, yeah, ideally you can refute idealism very easily, right? If something is ideal, if you paint your opponent as an idealist, it is often easy to sound smart, in my opinion. And that's creating an easy target. And personally, you know, as an ad, I know that Procol mentioned that he had to go in a couple minutes, so he'll just watch back. It is like I've said this time and time again. When someone presents an argument to me, right, like as an idealistic statement, they use an idealistic statement and they argue against me, it is not, to me personally, is not to me impressive for me to counter argue it. Because if you have an idealist, like someone who's presenting an ideal case or arguing for an ideal case, you can easily refute it to quote, sound smart. And in this case, I don't want to like put Procol on the spot, but when someone tries to like get me to say 0 or 1, right? 0 or 1, it's fairly easy to break apart because this is idealistic. If you saying it's true or false, so it breaks down because open system. Yes and no. And not that it's not worth it. This is valuable. Being able to idolize things create clarity, and so I'm not saying these are bad things. They are also not impressive, right? So that's where we are right now, where I believe that I believe that so a lot of these things, when you have interviews and stuff, it kind of rubs me the wrong way. Like me personally, I can't really appreciate it. Where when someone paints their opponent, the thing that they're trying to tackle, as an idealistic argument, and then they break it down and say, ha, see, I can break down an idealistic statement. And I'm like, yeah, most people can. Because it's idealistic. When you think of things like idealistically, it's easy to break down. All you have to do is present a case that it is not 0 and 1. These are two things. These are two states. So when you say like, oh, tell me something that is false, tell me something that is true, and then I will refute it. It's like, well, you all you need is like the thing you need, the likelihood. It's not universal, but the likelihood is you can come up with an infinite number of permutations between 0 and 1. That would make it not 0 and not 1. There's an infinite number of points between 0 and 1. And this is to make it a little bit more clarity, because clarity is something that the internet loves. 0 and 1s, right? If you have 0 and 1s, to me, this is the state that I'm constantly in when I'm talking to people. And it's good. So from a behavioral standpoint, having 0s and 1s provide clarity. So in a time when you spend a lot of time without clarity, zeros and ones really help with, you know, emotional truths and whatnot. And then when you're healthy, oftentimes it's like, you know, 0.00001 to 0.99999 and everything in between. And that's kind of where it's humorous, because this is not science. Like, to me, I'm so baffled by what he's trying to argue, and it makes me want to watch the whole video or the interview, because this is science. However, so what happened here? If this is not science, what is it? This is lay science. Or in other words, this is popular opinion. This is net speak, in my opinion, right? And it's healthy. It's healthy because when you're online and you're looking for answers and you're trying to find clarity in things, you want something like this. It's part of the human condition. You want clarity when you're asking questions and wanting answers. But inherently, when it comes to professionalism, like things that are operating in science, it's this. And it doesn't have to be science, by the way. It's anything you specialize in. This is part of the human condition. If you're a specialist, you're operating in here. If you're a generalist, like you're outside of the discipline you're looking at, then it's this. And that's what I'm doing this very moment. I'm using syllogistic logic, right? I used the, or maybe I talked about the human condition, for example. I'm not a philosopher. So the moment a philosopher comes at me, they're going to accuse me, which I would accept, because they're going to accuse me for sounding like zeros and ones. And then they would argue that it's more like this. And I agree with you. That is the human condition, right? I speak like zeros and ones about things that I don't have nuance over. And then that's the idea behind the statistics of science. I personally think that short, just the short, not the whole thing, because I don't know, that short is a zeros and ones moment about some person who might have nuance over it. When I watch the whole thing, that still have limited information because I don't know the person's life. But I would argue that in this case, there's a high likelihood that that person was speaking from a psychological and a philosophical point of view, not from a science point of view. When I think of science, I think of this, which is what I maybe is the most likely thing that I disagree with, in that what is inferred in that short. But I don't know the full context of what he was trying to argue. So that's kind of where we sit on that part. Anyways, now we have to get going here. You've got to go. Yeah, so you came back. Okay. Yeah. So we answered the rest. Like, I kind of try to throw in everything that we talked about before, like creatine and health, nutrition, and whatnot, and then threw in a little bit of my regular spice, which is like talking about net speak and generalizations and stuff. But yeah, I really it's good, I suppose. I don't understand. I didn't get too much out of the short other than that sounds fair. I think the one thing that was geared towards you that was new, Procall, now that you're back, is I don't want to discourage you from doing zeros and ones. I don't think it's bad or good. It's not, like, it's neither bad or good. The idea is that to me, it's not impressive. Like, I'm talking about myself. It's not impressive to poke holes in zeros and ones, and that's kind of what he did. And for me, that's my normal internet interaction. So whenever someone says like, oh, you are very good at breaking things down and explaining topics, you know, that someone had, but my first thought is it might seem that way, but generally speaking, when you're presented with a 0 and 1, it can sound very impressive if what you're talking about is everything between 0 and 1, the rest of it. So whenever someone asks like, oh, do you think Bunpro is the best app, right? The best app for Japanese grammar, right? So this person specifically had some keywords, and instead of saying it's the best, I would tell you as much about the other 0.99. So we would talk about Tae Kim's, even though I have very limited experience with Tae Kim's Tofugu site, right? We're making this about language learning now. Tofugu, right? We have the Genki textbook, the Mina Nihongo series of books. All of this stuff, when you talk about this stuff, it might seem impressive to someone who specifically only knows this. So they wanted to hear confirmation, right? Affirmation. Whenever someone comes on Twitch and say, when I'm playing Like a Dragon later on this month, right? Kiwami 3, someone could come by and say, yo, isn't RGG the best? And immediately what I would do is I would talk about everything else, right? Because I would say yes or no to this, and that's it. That's all they want. If I say yes, then that's all they're going to get. If I say yes, however, hear me out, there are all these other things, then you immediately start to sound impressive in a way because it includes other information. However, what I'm trying to say meta that is, when someone thinks about a lot of other things in a lot of other conditions, it is not impressive, as in it's not hard to do that, because these are two states, and then you have everything in between. And that's why when I watched that clip of him making a permanent refuting of defining science as an ideal situation in which he refutes it with his null, that's one state against another state. It makes it very uncomplicated. It uncomplicates things. It makes it easy to understand, clarify to understand, and in my opinion, an effective way to appear impressive, but really not significantly difficult to execute. So when you paint your opponent as 0s and 1s, it can be easy to refute them and appear impressive online. Because in my opinion, most people weigh online agreements and disagreements and stuff as 0s and 1s. 0s and 1s is the vast majority of interactions online. Largely because we have a lot of info, but not a lot of expertise. This includes me, by the way. This includes myself. In any way, when I'm interpreting info, it's usually closer to 0s and 1s than it is an expert. So when you hear two experts like attack each other or critique each other, then it becomes very not this. But based on that clip and that interview, I would have to guess it was an interview and the host was simply listening to what he had to say. And to me, for myself, when you're trying to deliberately make your opponent ideal, it's what the first thing that I come to mind is like, well, I just happen to work in science in the past, and I can tell you, in my opinion, that if it was that simple, yeah, I think, logically speaking, science is narrow-minded. I don't think science is that narrow-minded. So, like, hey, my favorite, like, here's an example of language learning. Duolingo sucks. I use this all the time. Duolingo sucks, right? And then how do they prove that? Well, Duolingo doesn't have X, where X is in Y, and that's the thing they support. That can sound impressive online, but it tells me that this person did not do their homework, personally. Or there are other alternatives. They did their homework, but they want it to be attractive for NetSpeak. So if they did do their homework, I think it's a disservice to their experience. They not only do this, to me, is opportunistic. And if I had to personally have an opinion of my own, when I look at this and they present this and they do not go into their experience, then this is either their inexperience or they want to appeal to NetSpeak, which is opportunistic. Those are the two. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it's highly likely that this is the case. They are either inexperienced or they prefer to be opportunistic. And I don't particularly resonate with either of those things. So when someone says something like, oh yeah, you should listen to this guy, they tell you a lot of things. Like, they tell you a lot of things. What does that mean? I look at the video and they basically say, here's the top 10 reasons you should do this. And I'm like, no thank you. It's not that clear. Like, if I was truly looking for advice about something that I can't solve, it wouldn't be that easy. At least personally. That sounds like a little bit of an arrogant, humble brag or something, but I don't solve easy problems. I solve hard problems, or problems that I think are very hard. So when someone comes along and say, hey, your problem, it's easy to solve. Here's the first, follow these 10 steps and your problem will go away. It's like, if I were looking for a solution to this problem, it would not be your video. Your video is for people who are having problems with solving a problem. And you're treating me like an idiot by saying, this is the easiest way to solve your complex problem that you're looking for, right? Now, other people may believe that they don't have time or they don't care about their problems. That's perfectly fine. So they can have easy problems for other people to solve because they prefer that they don't waste time on solving easy problems. That's fair. What's easy to me doesn't mean it's easy to the other person. But for myself, that is like idealistic thinking. Like, if you think that every problem is easy, then you believe that every easy video will solve your problems. I rarely ever think about that. So most of my problems that I would look on the internet to solve, most of them are hard problems. Because solving easy problems sound like a hoot and a half, actually. Like, I enjoy solving problems. So usually when I'm looking for info, I'm looking for info about the nuances of the easy problem. Not the obvious things. Like, obvious things, I don't learn anything from that. Like, how do you learn Japanese? Study Japanese. It's like, how do you do that? Oh, come up with a consistent schedule. It's like, no kidding coming over consistent schedule. It's like, how do you do that? The video would end there. Like, that's kind of like the whole thing about top 10 things. Um, first lesson: learn from your mistakes. No kidding. Absolutely no kidding. Learn from your mistakes. Really. Practice listening. You don't say that one of the top 10 things to learn Japanese is to practice listening. That's what I mean. This to me can appear impressive to someone who has an idealistic depiction of the thing they're inexperienced in, or just doesn't care that much. And that's perfectly fine, because we all choose how we spend our time. I just don't prefer doing it this way. So I want to say that when someone tells me that I'm being impressively analytical or impressively you know, when Procall, you and I have these interactions every once in a while where you think that sometimes you would say like, oh, I'm just being humble. I really do believe I'm not doing very much. Like, and that's not because I don't appreciate your compliments and whatnot, like your indirect compliments. Is like, imposter syndrome is a really big thing in my life. And oftentimes when I think about doing impressive things, like for example, when I said I said that I was relatively educated, you know, the recent one, relatively educated, was the word I was saying, and then you said, well, that certainly is a humble brag. It's like, well, no, and yes, the complicated nature is that educated is not a 0 and 1 state, right? And then I try to make a counter argument where like, well, some people think of it as a 0 and 1 state. So I'm either educated or not educated. And I'm not educated if I don't know the thing the person cares about. That's how the internet works. So I'm well aware that the internet is binary. When I come in, like for example, someone called me an idiot before and stupid for not understanding how deck builders work. Because what they observed is I read something, so I read a card and I messed up the text. It said 50% and I read it as a different percentage. And this person called me an idiot. Like, hey, look, that's stupid. It's written in the card. Like, you're dumb. I'm like, okay. See, that's what the internet does. Like, it doesn't matter about the continuum of one's knowledge or experience. It's about that one instant. At one instant, I think there was a recent one. Oh, Mika did this 2 days ago. I was talking about the anime Frien to a new person named Mr. And she comes in and she says, whoa, wow, you mention Frien all the time. Like, you really love mentioning Frien every opportunity you have. It's like, do you understand what it means to say every time? Do you know how many times I talk about anime and manga between the things? And she's like, well, you mentioned it like 2 days ago. It's like, this is the thing we're referring to. And it's like, oh, well, you mentioned it to me 2 months ago. She probably like controlled F and looked at our discussions like, yeah, 2 months ago. And I'm like, yeah, and I also talked to Procall about it 6 months ago, and it's been 4 instances. Do you know how many times, how many opportunities exist in 6 months and 2 months time? And that means that I talk about it every time. That's asinine. And that's what I mean by the internet speak. Like, one instance gets to be paved by everything else. So when you make a mistake, it doesn't matter that 99% of the time you don't make a mistake. Or like when someone comes in and says, oh, hey, you got this wrong. You should study N5 stuff. I'm like, what do you mean? I made an error. And then I corrected the error. It's like, but you forgot this, so it obviously means you don't know any of the N5 stuff. Like, that's asinine. That is an incredible leap of logic. but that's how you operate. It's easier to operate in zeros and ones than everything in between. Does someone calling you stupid flare out your imposter syndrome? No, not really. It makes me want to tackle how they construed as stupid. Because ultimately, I want to know what they mean by stupid. Like, what do they mean by stupid? If I understand why they mean by stupid, then it helps me mitigate the imposter syndrome. So, to do something unimpressive, you could kind of argue to do something unimpressive can maybe help with my imposter syndrome. So how does that work? So whenever someone like person X say I always do something every time, right? When someone says, oh, I do this every time, then I would verify that. It's like, well, I did this 5 times in the last year, right? And if they can confirm that, which they did through their behavior, then I feel it keeps my imposter syndrome at bay, right? It tells me that the thing I know is at least true between the person who's calling me stupid and the person and what my definition of stupid and their definition of stupid is. So like if someone says they think I'm stupid because I made one mistake that they saw today, and that's how they define stupid, then I'm okay with that, right? Because it fits their definition. I don't have to attack them and their character or anything like that, because in the future, when they make a mistake, I hope that I hope that they're not calling themselves stupid. But for myself, I can rest assured that if their definition of stupid is making one mistake at any one time, that's fair enough. I fit their definition. You're going to look and listen to whatever else you say, but thank you for coming. Very thought-provoking as also. Best wishes for all your future endeavors. All right, Procol. Take care. I think this is a pretty good stop. Like, this is a pretty good stopping point. It happens. We have plenty of time. I accrue examples like these all the time, so plenty of time to discuss these things. Maybe one last statement is feeling disappointed, excited, triggered and stuff is a healthy thing, in my opinion. Also, I don't know, I've strictly stuck to this will be my last one, but I'm used to being you're used to the branching conversations we have when one of us brings up a topic. Yeah. I mean, nowadays it's an inside joke, right? This will be the last thing we say. Fast forward like 7 hours later, it's like maybe this will still be the last thing we say. And let's not talk about finales, right? We're never talking about finales. Don't worry about it. Like, it's practically a joke now, right? You're saying this will be our last conversation. It will 99.9% of the time, it will not be our last conversation. Like, in every possible way, right? You know what I mean? Like, there's always a probability that we might have a conversation next, like right now, or a conversation tomorrow, the day after, until it's truly final. But since we don't really operate, at least in my opinion, I don't typically focus on what happens in the beginning or the end of something, because they only happen once in a lifetime, maybe, if at all that. It's pretty much a fun joke. Yeah, we both seem to have the same definition of the last, yeah. So that's one thing that I want to communicate today. If there's anything before you leave, Procol, that like Peterson clip highlights exactly how final things are. And I don't think things are zeros and ones. I think the beauty, right? The beauty is not zeros and ones. This represents, such a small portion. The beauty is here. This is where beauty is. That's what life is, right? That's where science is, honestly. Like, most of the thing is, this is where science is. This is where all of our universe and stuff is. When you continue to spend time on zeros and ones, it can provide clarity. However, that's not what people share. Like, when you talk to someone else, if you start viewing everything in zeros and ones, it gets very dull and you run out of things to talk about, right? So we'll probably continue this cycle of conversation in the future. We're always talking about the thoughtfulness. This is the thoughtfulness. And that's why I really, if I had a critique about that short, it does Peterson a disservice. That cut does a disservice. It cuts out everything in between. So that, I mean, it fills itself. A lot of times shorts are unremarkable, and yeah, it's easier to say from your end, but you generally believe all of our conversation before. Yeah. So to me, I think one of the things that Peterson was wonderful about, like, you know, like, I hope they continue to be, and I wish for him the best of luck and recovery and whatnot, is that that's what happened. That very nature of a YouTube short and social media, right? Social media did him a disservice, in my opinion. It did him a disservice. The portrayal of him being idealistic and contradictory demeaned and debased his ability to do everything in the middle. So, and it's for net speak, it's for algorithm, it's for efficiency. And I think most people nowadays, when they talk about their aptitude and whatnot, they debase themselves. In my opinion, I know I'm painting some victim blaming here a little bit, but they debase themselves by reducing all of their arguments and their discussions, or quote unquote discussions, into statements, basically. How much have you seen of Peterson's content, just out of curiosity? I get thrown Peterson stuff a lot, and every once in a while I just delist don't recommend a channel, and then another channel will repost his stuff. What I mean is, I encounter his things because the nature of the stuff I watch will bring him up again. So every once in a while I would, like, you know, wait till it comes back around. Every year something is served to me by people who talk about rhetoric, right? Because I talk in rhetorics too, like the meaning of this, the meaning of that. In fact, the most recent Hank Green thing, his vlog, he just sold his company. It was titled, he sold his company for $0. I'll let you use your imagination what that means, but it's very rhetoric. Like, there's a lot of rhetoric in it about value systems and whatnot, and that could still proc, like, I don't know, a Tyson video, like DeGrasse Tyson, you know, like Neil stuff. Algorithms, when you have rhetoric and conversations and whatnot, will prompt Jordan Peterson's things, regardless of how old it is or how current it is, right? So it does happen quite often. And now I know who he is, though. Like, I actually see his face and I know who the name is. I saw him before, but now I have a name to the face because other people mention his name a lot, along with your other ones. Like, whenever you mention name, sometimes I might not recognize their name, but I probably seen their content. The algorithm does what the algorithm wants. All right, let's move along here. I think we're gonna do 50 exercises and then move to HanziHero, because I do have to finish my P5X coverage today. Kind of running out of days and choices. Disappear. I'm still trying to figure out what the disappear is. To cease entirely. I wanted to say it could have been cut, but or maybe to end? No. Is it? No. That's to cut. We could stop. No. Money. It could be. No. 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 Yeru? No. No. Yeru? Yeru.
財布からお金が消える。
Let's write something for this. Okay, hang on. That's to like to vanish or go out, something like that.
この建物の階段は古いです。
あなたにお子さんはいますか？
Oh, powered by engine. Oh no. To shift one position, yeah. Oh, to move.
車はエンジンの力で動きます。
彼と私は深い関係にある。
あの財布が欲しいです。
あなたは警察官ですか？
What?
妻が夫に卵を1パック買ってきてください。
Yeah, you gotta get some rest because you got nowhere with recovering your granddad's files. Oh, and your dad got back from his ski trip, if you remember. Yeah, yep, the ski trip. They're going around your dad's to try and combine your nerve powers to figure out, oh, is your dad technologically inclined? I feel like I'm... That's very sweet. That, like, your dad, like you and your parents, like at least, you know, one of your parents have a common thing. I don't share anything with my parents. Is he what inclined? Oh, like technologically inclined. Like there's something about my relationship with me and my parents. We basically don't share anything. And I always wondered, obviously it's not too late to do so. So when my mother retires, I would love to like have the attempt or time to try to share some experience. My parents and I, it's kind of one of those things about immigration. Your children, me and my sister, live entirely different lives from our parents, so it can create like a impasse a lot of times. Extremely, he said that at 14 he took an extreme love of coding. Well, there you go. That sounds wonderful. Like it is something that I find incredibly romantic. Maybe a little bit rose-colored goggles or the grass is greener situation, When I hear, you know, other people have this connection with their parents, it's interesting. The thing that I have connect with my parents aren't really grounded in that type of thing. It's more like duty, tolerance, stoicism, like expectations, scrutiny, the stuff that's not necessarily tangible, right? It's not quite tangible in a way. So you don't have like everyday interactions where like, oh yeah, let's go in. The closest thing I have possibly is like go to Costco with my parents. That's probably the closest thing. Like go to Costco. Which
鉛筆の先は細いです。
I mentioned this because 2 days ago I did actually go to Costco with my father. And do you know how long it took to go to Costco? 9 minutes. Not 10, 9 minutes. We went in. He went straight back to the back produce section, like the fresh section. He looked at all the cuts of fish, right? And the moment he stopped to look at the cut of fish, I immediately darted to look for kimchi, like kimchi. And I'm like, oh, okay, so that's what they have for kimchi. He somehow found me immediately, like after he spent like 5 minutes, and we both left right after that. That's it. He bought one slab of fish, and I looked at the selection, and we were out. That's something we share, basically. Like my father and I, like I am my father's son, so so to speak. So we both have this like incredibly exacting behavior response. My mother, on the other hand, if like that's you know where it gets that whole stereotyping behavior, then the trip would be like lots of nagging and complaining and talking about prices and what to get and meandering, you know, the very nature of the stereotypes online when you portray like a female, like Asian, for example, often the Asian persuasion. You would go into Costco, and instead of buying one item, it would be like 30 items, and like 10 of the items would be the things they taste tested during the Costco. And my father would do the same, right? And when it's me and my father, it's like the times doesn't last very long. And that's the whole nature. You don't know if you'll ever be as good as him as coding. Oh, interesting. But he has said that your uni coding is already getting out of his reach. Dang. Well, that one must be a very lovely sight for him, or a great feeling, in my opinion. If you know, I'm projecting a little bit. But he's being humble as he's never tried to learn Python. He's a whiz at JavaScript. Oh, Java. Still relevant today. You got your mom to understand print statements in Python? Oh, nice. Good print. Yeah. Your mom had an incredible laughing fit today when I said that me and dad enjoys coding. She just finds it ridiculous. Yeah. Like, I think those are very treasured things, like, to be happy about. Like, if we're in a car, right? If we're driving, my father and I would say nothing. And like 90% of the time, it would be something my mother is saying. Like, that's it. Like, we would drive on a corner and she would notice like, oh, the grass is greener on that same house that she drives by on a daily basis. And then it would be the discussion for the next 90% of the trip. Right. And my father and I would say quite literally nothing. I'm genuinely not kidding when I say that I speak when I plan to speak most of the time. I prepare when speaking is required, but generally speaking, like, I don't want to give people the false impression that if you see me in IRL, that I suddenly I behave differently, I'm not beating around the bush. I do behave differently when it's appropriate. When I'm in real life, I don't want to be. I'm not I'm not here. I'm not there for intervention. I don't stick my nose where things don't belong, and I do wait for people to initiate. And if they are in need of help, I would initiate in a different way, right? It represents its conditions, and I think it's very important to keep that in mind, largely because a large majority of people believe that life is always 100% on and off, zeros and ones when it comes to interacting. And that's what makes IRL different from the internet. But at the same time, in order to appreciate that, one would actually have to behave differently IRL and the internet. And that's what I actually do. But when someone says, like, I don't understand why IRL can't be the same as online, it's like, well, do you behave like it's the same? Because it can. That can happen. The idea is I don't know how to do that because personally I don't, and that's why I'm healthy, right? Like with my things, I believe in reality things operate differently. So like if you're wondering, oh man, Maku must be catatonic if he goes to Costco in like 5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Like, oh, wouldn't he just like go into every store and ramble about every single thing? It's like, no, I wouldn't. That would make me very non-functional in IRL situations. So no, I don't spend 6 hours talking about whether I should or should not buy that bottle of kimchi because I have an existential crisis with spending money on food. It's like I buy it and I leave. It's stream is for the sake of discussion, and I often say this time and time again, of course, to remind everyone, like, I come on here to stream and discuss. If I were coming on here just to study, I wouldn't stream at all, because the most pragmatic way to study is not to have side-loaded discussions with people. So that's kind of, I stick by the words that I mentioned, you know. That's how you stay happy. You don't perpetuate cognitive dissonance with your actions and behaviors over and over again. You can still use it every once in a while to see like your problems or what the extent of your tolerance is.
ここに青い糸があります。
Generally, too much of that can erode one's like contentment with life, I suppose.
先月の父の日には手紙で感謝を伝えました。
I had this very discussion yesterday with someone. Which happy are we talking about here? Being content in one's life, that still describes happy. Long lasting. Okay, that's long lasting. That's an important key. Because the long lasting one is whoops.
あなたは幸せですか?
Also, did I hydrate when it? Yeah, I did. Hydrated more than one. It will stop raining? Huh. Oh, okay.
雨が上がる。
Right. Let up. In a sense. The rain will let up is how I would say that in order to remember agaru. もちろんね. Whoops.
もちろんその意見には賛成です。
彼の横に座る。
ママ友との会話。 今
What
年
time?
は息子の受験があるんです。
It's a different arrive. Oh, it's not. Just
荷
kidding.
物が来ます。
Maybe save the proper answer for another time, but if you drink too much water and your cells are swelling, is consuming salt a good way to balance it out? Yeah. Outside of like the sheer volume of other things, yeah. Salt's good. Yeah. No complete answer, but osmotic pressure, right? Osmotic pressure is how water is taken in, right? And that's also how water flows out. And obviously this is very general, but you're constantly thinking about osmotic pressure when it comes to water in and water out. So if salt environment goes up, water comes out. If water goes up, right, water goes in, right? The whole idea is osmotic pressure. And salt is the classical way of saying eat something that will affect the osmotic pressure of your exterior of your cells. Now, there's also the consideration of volume, which I'm not entirely sure how that works with the things, but typically that's a fairly nice rule of thought to have. The reason why I'm saying about the swelling thing is the volume causes cell swelling. However, there's also a situation where all your salt gets drawn out of your, like, you can have like salt deficiency, like from the osmotic pressure. So they're two separate things, but they kind of go hand in hand. Your cells swelling up from the intake of water, but there's also a dilution of your salt. So consuming salts can operate, and this is not for like professional advice, but can affect two things: the salt concentrations, which is necessary for human function as well, like your signaling, conduction, and all that, as well as the literal volume. The literal volume can more or less do detriments. It's kind of like the whole idea of your brain swelling and it's pressing against your, like, your skull and whatnot. That type of thing can happen due to swelling. So volume itself can cause damage, necrotic damage, but also salt related conduction, right? Which is a lot more extreme a lot of times, but it's still an effect. So when you're like low on salts, right? When you sweat a lot, the fatigue might not necessarily simply come from hydration. It's also coming from salt deficiency, from losing the salt. So both, it would likely do a bit of both. You also wonder whether drinking water when you're drunk is useless due to alcohol being a diuretic, but apparently diuretic doesn't just make water pass through without being used. Yeah, it doesn't. That is correct. Yeah. It has other things, right? It carries other things. Like, the most would have things to do with like your salt levels and your other bodily functions other than specifically the water itself. You know, personally, if you're feeling like really You know, the diuretic is because of the flushing of nutrients and things as well. So when you're like inherently when you're aggressively removing water from your system, which is the diuretic, it comes with all the nutrients and all the circulating molecules and minerals that is part of the water system too. Is salt the most important electrolyte to consume the morning after a night out drinking? That's a good question. I don't know, but it is certainly the most accessible. Yeah, I think electrolytes are the most accessible. So that's nice, right? You could say most important would also mean like adherence, right? Adherence and accessibility. You're asking for a friend. I think a lot of times whenever we think about best or like most important, we kind of think about best or like efficaciousness, right? And I think for me, this is not nutritional advice, obviously. Best or efficacious, I often think about, can you do it? Like, how often can you do it? Having like Gatorade lying around and like sports drinks or like drinks that are meant with like they have like salt or they technically have unnecessary salt, like excess salt and stuff, because a lot of people drink without being like in that form of dehydration and whatnot. Adherence to accessibility is really high. So I would argue that because of that, having something like a electrolyte solution is something that is all going to be easily adherent and easily accessible. Like sometimes even the best kind of treatment and diet and materials, if you have poor adherence and poor accessibility, it's irrelevant how effective it is. You don't form a habit of recovering. So oftentimes leaving a bottle of Gatorade around, or even though you don't drink Gatorade habitually, they last like for a really long time. That type of stuff is really wonderful to keep. Like my parents, sometimes my mother like my parents are older, so they have a lot of GI related things, so they could experience diarrhea, for example, like upset stomach, like that type of thing, and it can expel a lot of water out of them very quickly. So we typically have like 2 or 3 bottles on the table. They're just sitting there, and it would be like electrolyte solutions or Gatorade or something. And typically like Gatorade, a bottle of Gatorade or whatnot, and that is usually what you go for. You try to replenish the salt and the water, because excess water loss carries pretty much all the other stuff. That's why I mentioned osmotic pressure, right? Osmotic pressure is the salt concentration. It's a salt concentration. So the salt carries the water. I know it's awkward to say that because most people think it's the water that carries the salt, but it's the salt concentration that facilitates the direction of the water in your body, right? It's osmotic pressure. And this is a fun chemistry. It's like a fun first year chemistry thing for people who like go into like a liberal arts college and they have to take a science course, and one of them is recommended that they would take chemistry and or biology or something like that. At least one half semester of biology and half semester of chemistry, but not in science. The understanding of osmotic pressure is counterintuitive for most people, because it is the salt concentration that drives the direction of water, not the water that carries the salt. So therefore it's the direction of water, it's the direction of concentration of salt. It's with respect to the salt concentration. That means that water and the salt gets carried at the same time. They don't like suddenly separate from each other. There's no filter or something like that. Well, there is, but that's a little complicated. You've heard body is incredible at recovering from one-offs, even extreme ones, and that is its consistent use that our body struggles. Yeah. And rarely ever underestimate how robust the body is. Is it the salt concentration relative to water concentration, meaning it goes both ways? It's salt concentration relative to salt concentration. That's salt con here, salt con here. It is both of these are relative to water because the salt concentration is dependent on water. So like if the concentration is high here, water flows this way. It's the relative salt concentrations. You have salt concentration inside the cell and outside the cell. That's why osmotic pressure is counterintuitive. You're measuring the relative salt concentrations between the inside and the outside. What is the wall diagram? Oh, this is the membrane, the cell membrane. I use the double layer just to represent the membrane most of the time. But the idea is you're going because of the relative salt concentrations. Water travels towards higher concentration of salt. Now, how that works in the body requires context. So it requires context to know when you consume more salt or something, how does that pull in the direction? And that to me is a little bit murky, so I don't want to go into that because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it wrong, or like I'm gonna get it mixed up because you have to like, how does it go from, you know, your gut, right? Or not your gut, but like maybe like your kidneys, right? Your kidneys, and then it has to go over one barrier, and then that's your blood, you know, your blood supply or something, and then in the cells it goes through another membrane, like which side has the higher concentration, which side doesn't when you congest. I'm not going to go into that because I actually am unsure what happens in the dynamics. The result is that when you take in electrolytes, it helps hydrate your body because it has a effect on the places that it affects to cause water to enter into your system across the barrier. So how does which direction it is, probably want to ask like a nutritionist or someone who does that, because I really did not think those things through at all. This is where I do zeros and ones, right? Zeros and ones. When you ingest electrolytes, your water hydration goes up. That's my zeros and ones moment. All the stuff in between, it's murky at best. Murky at best. Colder. Whoops.
絨毯の床よりフローリングの床の方が冷たい。
Yeah, osmotic pressure is cool. Doing experiments outside is really cool. Like here's one, you know, baby powder. Oh, or talcum powder is that the word? Yeah, talcum. Right? Talcum powder? Something like that. Talcum powder, it has a high absorption because it lacks quote-unquote water. And also maybe like it might be hydrophilic. There's also hydrophilicity and hydrophobicity as well. But the idea is some object that has a very high concentration of itself, whether it is hydrophilic or hydrophobic, then it would absorb water. right? It could be a high concentration of something hydrophobic, and that's a different story. But if you have a high concentration of a hydrophilic compound, that would also mean that it also has a low concentration of water. And when you expose it to water, if it's both hydrophilic or it lacks water, like high surface area and whatnot, it can accommodate water very rapidly. But most of the time, it's more like, let's say you have a solution. Let's say you have a beaker, right? And you have a selective, like a filter in between. A filter in between, and it filters everything. You have a concentration of like, I don't know, 0.5 molar salt over here. And then you have a 1 molar salt over here. And if they're not permeable to each other, right? They can't not permeable. And you put in like a specific volume of water, you'll notice that the water will probably be higher over here. I think that's how that works. Don't quote me on this. But the idea is that water will go towards the higher concentration side in order to equilibrate its stuff. So like, oh, I shouldn't say 1 mole, but like, let's just say 1 gram, because it's a little different. The mole would be a concentration, so like say 0.5 grams. And then what happens is the molarity will equalize. As in, this level will raise up to a point where it would equalize their molarity, which it was mole. So that's like how much in a volume, like moles per volume. So that's kind of how osmotic pressure works, where if you're gonna have something that's permeable to the solution, their concentrations will equilibrate with each other, and that could affect it if the salt avocado. Wait, why are you saying avocado? Oh, is that? Wait, can you explain the avocado thing? I'm trying to see where the avocado thing is. Constant. Oh, I see. Oh, Avogadro's. Oh, avocado. Okay, I got you. Yes, avocado. Yes. I never thought of it that way. Wait, are you trying to say Avogadro's and then you accidentally said avocado, or are you making a funny joke? Because I think that's pretty funny to remember Avogadro's number, like the conversion constant for molarity and like moles, grams and moles. Avocado is pretty funny, if that was your intent.
この民家の戸は古くて小さいです。
I lend? Oh.
友達に鉛筆を貸す。
Oops.
あなたのお姉さんが気をつけてって言っていました。
It was a thing in your school for GCSEs? Okay, and you think it started because someone misheard the name? Oh, that's cute. Avocado is great. Avocado wasn't very trendy when I was growing up, so it didn't quite catch. But now it's a great way to remember his name. Honestly, I don't even know how to spell Avogadros. Avogadros or avocado. Good. What was my acronym for life in school? There's an acronym for life?
熱があるときはお風呂に入らない方がいい。
生徒、寒いのでエアコンのスイッチを切ってもいいですか？
What? Oh, I keep typing.
進路指導の先生。あなたは看護師を目指した方がいいよ。
My eye is double actuating. Which important are we talking about? Oh no, requires special attention. Wait. I feel like maybe it's like oh. Oh no, that's something else. Or
あなたにとって大事なものは何ですか？
私の好きな色は黄色やオレンジ、ピンク。
let's use the Oh god, 早い。
若者は風邪からの回復が早い。
はい。
この酒は強いです。
男性、あなたには彼氏がいますか？女性、はい、います。
Information in case it's it's usually when A and B are logically connected, it often implies that A is the reason to cause the B. Okay. So
彼に殴られた、それに蹴られた。
okay. I see. We're getting a little bit better at that. Oh, wait.
あなたは去年何歳でしたか？
Every time I type send I thought I had
親が子供に、
okay.
絶対に警察に嘘をつくな。
Something else. It's like Shumi, but it's me. It's a different me. Oh, it's Kyomi. Kyomi.
母、あなたは何に興味があるの？娘。
In that direction.
交番はそちらです。
And I look up, as in like up. Okay.
顔を上げてくれますか？
Oops.
生徒、 僕はいい子じゃないので宿題をやりませんでした。
By the way, it's like 心で And then this
趣味
is
を仕事にするのは良いアイデアじゃない。
兄弟と図書館へ勉強をしに行く。
あの町は汚い。
まだ宿題をしていないので寝ません。
Alright, we did 50. That's all time we have. Oh, we have our, you know, our Ruden Tuen discussions. Oh, does this actually lead straight to the... Yeah, it does. Neat! They do these announcements. I'll probably do that in a bit. Alright, folks. We had one, right? One that is kind of on my radar right now. And that is Kieru. And Kieru... I think it's this one, Kieru. Disappear. And let's go look. Double check. Oh no! Oh, wrong. Yeah. That is not the one. That is not the right character. What was my drawing? And then Ru. I don't know how you forgot to say, I saw this guy on TikTok who's always streaming when you're scrolling TikTok. He reminds me of you from what you watch, but he's got an English accent? What the heck? Oh, wait. You sure he's not Australian? Oh, but he's always streaming. That guy's not a streamer, though. He does stream sometimes, but he doesn't stream all the time. English accent person. Interesting. Wonder who it is. I know a couple people who are Australian who may sound like me, but I guess it depends on what you mean by, or how, or like he reminds me, like in what way. Because there are actually people, yeah, you're sure he's a small streamer like you in terms of you, so I doubt you would. Oh, okay. Because there are people that do exactly what I do, but honestly more professionally and more fine-tuned, and so like they do sometimes stream as well, but they're streaming to demonstrate this. So there's legitimately a guy who does this professionally, but they also stream to capture a live study session. But they're not streamers. They simply do social experiments where they would stream to demonstrate the execution of their theories. I do the opposite, obviously. I stream for the sake of being the principal thing, and then maybe I will write something and produce something as coherent. There are quite a few of those people, and for whatever reason, coincidentally, they happen to all be Australians. They happen to be Asian, by the way. So like what I mean is reminding you of like that person reminding you, they also happen to also be Asian, but I haven't come across someone who's American who like speaks with an American accent. Most of them are either English, Aussie. They're usually English or Aussie at this point. Coincidentally, I think the vast majority of like Hank and John are the most American of the Americans that I know, and they don't even do this stuff. A lot of the self-help stuff and like the learning and strategy stuff, people they aren't American speaking that I'm aware of. You can't remember his name on TikTok. It's been on the tip of your tongue for minutes. Yeah, I also, you said you're scrolling through TikTok. I don't know anyone from TikTok because I don't have a TikTok account. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, but I don't have anything TikTok related. So the chances of me knowing this person, period, would be non-existent since I don't interact with TikTok. Unless that person double posts their content on YouTube. That is one very large exception. Despite being small, I think small could be less of a factor. Yeah, I use YouTube Shorts because it kind of just covers both. And that's not because I'm not interested in TikTok. Trust me, I suppose this is a trust me bro situation. I'm interested when I'm motivated to be interested. However, social media, it's not like people are coming at me and say like, hey, how do I access and understand social media's impact on my own behavior and quality of life? I'm like, I don't have to do that. You probably have plenty of information at your hands. So the interest comes from me being able to contribute, right? So when someone when the motivation that I typically talk about when someone says like, why don't you do this? It's like, I'm not properly motivated to do it. It's like, what do you mean by properly motivated? Aren't you like interested in everything? It's like, yes, but the most predominant reason why I'm motivated is because I have something I can do to offer to help someone. That's the main motivation. That's motivation beyond my own motivations. I have enough in my life. I don't need to add more to it. Like, what I mean is, I don't need to add more social media to my life. It is only motivated through the idea of being able to transform it in a way with another person that I would ever contemplate about adding more things that are extraneous to my life. Which is like being aware that there are other people who stream on TikTok. That doesn't necessarily enrich my life. But it would be interesting to see this particular person that reminds that we share similarities with. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. And if that person like breaks out and gets really famous or something, that would be kind of an interesting social experiment. Because genuinely speaking, if anyone reminds me of me, would be someone that would not be discovered by me. You see what I mean about that, Procall? Do you find this a little poetically comical in a way? Like, I don't seek me, so I don't find people like me. But serendipitously, if they're famous enough or they're influencing enough, it's usually because of their differences that I come across them. So like I talk about John and Hank Green a lot, but it is the differences that are most notable about why we are different. And that's how I came across them. I came across them because they were different from me. But generally speaking, if I ever cross paths with myself, it would be probably because they're helping the same common interest. But generally speaking, my personality would make me unlikely to know someone like me. So to go in a roundabout way of explaining, if you ever come across someone who is like me or like someone who reminds you of me, it's fairly safe to assume I probably don't know that person, because the statistics is that people, at least if I can understand myself well enough, this is a little bit of a prove me wrong situation. You could challenge me at any time to prove me wrong. But generally, I don't go around bumping into me. If there are people that are genuinely like me out there, the odds are that I would not cross paths with them, because the most common place to cross paths is that if that person is very much like me, we would coincidentally be helping the same cause, and because of the same cause, there's a chance we might cross paths. But if I know myself well enough, most of my characteristics make me not want to interact with myself. Like, I genuinely do believe that. I don't like talking to myself. Like, if I wanted to be really serious, whenever someone says like, oh yeah, I'm self-deprecating, I hate myself or something, I learn to come to terms with myself. So in that way, I don't want people to be like me. That's kind of like the whole point of this. I want people to be like you. I want you to be successful in your own way. I want you to have the abilities to find that. Now, the abilities could be similar, but the personality and all that stuff, like meeting me sounds like a disaster. Why do you think you look for the differences over the similarities for celebrities? Because I don't have qualities that would make me a celebrity. That's like I'm not saying that I'm unlucky and lucky. I'm saying that I chose to do things that are not sharing those similarities of people. Like, what makes John and Hank possible for me to come across them is the differences. And one of the differences could be fortune. It could be serendipity, as well as the difference between us. Because the personalities that are required to be me requires that they don't seek those things. So they would need luck and fortunateness, or even have specific abilities that make them more likely to be known. That's kind of like trying to understand myself well. Like, it is, if someone is a small streamer who has a little lick of care, and most of the things they do are out of passion, and like they are not depressed, and they have like a lot of accolades to their name, but no one knows about them, that's getting closer to why I mean by I don't look for it. It's probably likely the case that the differences is what makes them popular and whatnot, because a lot of the choices that I make, they're not conducive to having wide influence. So if they become popular, it would be interesting to study them, because if they were like me and suddenly they made changes, it would be interesting to see how that manifests. Generally speaking, like Hank and John mentioned this sometimes, it is through their act of passion that they might have drawn a lot of attentions, but it's also those things that they do that I don't do. Like, as much as I want to write a book, I also have an incredible fear of it, and that's a similarity I kind of share with John Green. But John Green wrote those books. He did do those things. He was able to. I was not able to. Or not able to yet. And like Hank did companies, and like he did things that brought him in line with all the new things he have to deal with. So do you try and seek the qualities celebrities have, or is it more of a general approach of trying to get the differences between you and others? Similarities and differences, both. The idea is to inform myself of what ifs, right? What ifs, what I can do, ideas. Ideas are ideas. They have to be outside of myself. So, but they have to be in the context of the similarities. So it is only being able to understand the similarities that you understand the differences, and vice versa. It's not because they're separate things. Like, so in order to appreciate the differences between like what Hank and John does from my capacity to do quote unquote similar things, is that it is understanding how I'm able to probably be able to do those similar things that the differences shine. You more meant was a celebrity an actual desire for you, or just an example? You said the word celebrity. I said like having popularity or having presence. So you can be influential and not be a celebrity. So there's no actual desire to be a celebrity. Celebrity is a very particular thing. Being lucky and being noticed, that's not celebrity. That's like producing legacy. So legacy is not just an example. It pays pretty much most things in later life. So legacy is very important. So it's not just an example. It is one of the human conditions, building legacy. Being a celebrity is an example of a legacy, but I don't consider, and I don't know John and Hank consider themselves that way. But they do talk about it. They do talk about how others may perceive them as celebrities from time to time. They do talk about it pretty in a funny situation where they would say like, yeah, not for me, but it was fun while it lasted, or like they appreciate it when it happens, but they certainly do not see it as celebrity things. Influence it comes with pros and cons, and they were able to manage it. Yeah, being influential is good. It allows you to have a greater impact, right? Feel the impact of things. Whether that'll happen in the future, I don't know. I'm not particularly striving to be influential. That is not the primary driver of understanding people's differences and similarities. Understanding differences and similarities, comparing and contrasting, is the main goal. So it just happens that whatever I currently do does not make one very influential in this landscape. Like streaming, if you have chosen streaming, being influential requires qualities that I do not exercise. Not that I can't do them or I don't know what they are. It's good to know what they are for the very reason of comparing and contrasting. So like I know what they are because I've seen them. Whether I act on them is what separates, in my opinion, is what I believe separates between me and someone who's very influential. So it would be interesting to know how someone gets there, because obviously I can't really tell if no one demonstrates it. Like Hank and John Green started somewhere. Most people started by not being influential. They had to become influential at some point in their lives. And since I'm not a personal friend of theirs, or I don't know them in any capacity on a personal level, it's interesting to see how when they're there, what they do with it. We might have a different discussion in the future, maybe another 10 years when it might be different. Who knows? The landscape might change. I think ultimately, though, to be incredibly realistic, I myself would have to be noticeably different, changing up things noticeably to really have influence. Like influence comes from building things and creating things that have some part of your imagery. I would say that's a very conservative statement about having influence, right? You would require something that creates influence. This is me being the most potentially influential that I can ever be in my entire life. Like, if I continue to do what I thought I was going to do, that also had a potential for influence. Hank and John actually talked about these things. I know I raised their name a lot because they talk about the same things. Like, the thoughts are very similar. However, what they're being able to do is the idea of increasing your influential potential while keeping true to your major motivations. And one of the greatest motivations that I enjoy about watching Hank and John Green talk about their things is that they're not necessarily doing it for clout. Do you think if your personality was more aggressive and less calm, for lack of better words, do you think it would gain more than you lose? If so, to what extent your personality changing would be ideal if you were in a game designing your character? Oh, like a hypothetical? You don't have to be aggressive and less calm. You can choose contexts that elicit more attention, which is what Hank does very effectively. Like, I'm very politically, you can say calm, right? Calm is also meaning safe. Safe is also another way to stay calm. How does one stay calm more often is to also be relatively agreeable. However, Hank and John, the things that make them incredibly influential are not necessarily the things that are agreeable. They're more things that are, I guess you could say, aggressive in their context. So like John's campaign for tuberculosis, TB treatment, and then Hank's campaign for highly accessible, curated information. Those are very influential. They're very important in the state of things. Learning Japanese while in a very niche community, like the people that I talk about, they would say, oh yeah, learning Japanese is very important and trendy. It's like a drop in the bucket, right? Talking about climate change, that doesn't elicit more skills from me, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't need more skills to change the content. If I talk about climate change, I talk about immigration policy and enforcement. That's what the internet predicates on. I don't have to develop new skills to be able to analyze and talk about that. So that's where I resonate with like Hank Green and John Green. The ability to analyze and converse is still there. That the intellectual pursuit of understanding and negotiating is still there. The content is where they chose carefully, I would say, quite carefully, but they also chose to take up that mantle, which is great. Like, if I keep talking about science, that's not necessarily going to raise like crazy things. It's the nature of that science. So if I start talking about like diet fads or misinformation in fitness and nutrition, then that would create influence, because the influence is affected by its impact factor. My skills, I wouldn't need to develop new skills for that. I simply pick up the content that is necessary. Like, for example, I'm a commentator. I constantly refer to myself as a commentator. So I can commentate on controversial things. If you're wondering, what are my evidence for this? It's not like I chose any content that's controversial. I do have controversial content relative to my control. What is my control? Language learning is my control. right? And even within language learning, what is my control? My first control is actually Duolingo. And if you're wondering, how did Duolingo compare to the less controversial things like WaniKani? Duolingo is like 10x that. Like, even relatively speaking, it's the internet is driven by content, not the execution of a skill. It's not like my skill changed dramatically between Duolingo and WaniKani. I didn't actually get smarter or become more skilled at something. It was the subject matter of Duolingo. And then if I say Duolingo like 60 more times in this video itself, it might actually end up on the algorithm more than constantly saying Bunpro, because you're transcribed. Most of the stuff you say are transcribed now on YouTube. So like the videos that I mention specific things, like when we talk about specific things, very specific topics that we talk about, those videos get more views. Even though they're like 8 hours long, they get more views than the videos that I simply do not talk about. So because now we have machine learning, right? Machine learning picks up transcripts. Transcripts can be served to the things. So if you keep dropping bombs like immigration, prejudice, racism, if you keep dropping those bombs with a very specific proper noun or something, then you'll get more influence. Your things become more potential for influence. There's others, like for example, I played over 15 RGG games, but one video on one day in Neverwinter gets more views than almost the entire collection of RGG games. And we're not even talking about, I'm not talking about like millions of views versus like 100,000 of views. We're talking about like hundreds of views versus 1 view or 5 views or 10 views. The collection of my Neverwinter videos, which I don't particularly say very much different from the other times. Like I talk about a lot of controversial topics, even then, like a lot of controversial topics during RGG games, because RGG games are about organized crime. It's about depiction of a romanticized yakuza lifestyle of past in Japan, right? There's violence in it and all of that stuff. It still pales in comparison to doing something that have inherently controversial people in it, people who are interested in that type of thing. So I do have very notable statistical data. You agree? You feel like it's fairly easy to gauge whether someone is doing it right due to genuine intent to share information versus someone conveying information to gain something other than the satisfaction of knowing the information you share has been learned by others. Yeah. Has the promo bot shown up yet? I haven't seen it in a while. The promo bot? Oh, if they show up, then I would just... You shouldn't be able to see anything. Like, I've automatically filtered them out a bit ago. I still mention it if it shows up. And it's been a while, actually. It's been a while since the promo bot showed up on a daily basis. It's more like on a every 3 or 4 day basis now. So Twitch... I gotta thank Twitch, because Twitch is maybe something changed. Who knows? I joke about it all the time. Like I would make a comment under my undertones like, oh, hey, 1 second, I gotta ban this bot. One day, Twitch, one day. That's what I say now, like from time to time. But I haven't seen it in some time now. Not that it means that Twitch did something about it, but I would like, my wishful thinking is that Twitch did do something about it. Not that it changes much. It's okay. All right, I'm gonna move on to HanziHero for now. So, all right, guys, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. I know we're somewhat. We'll catch up once we're not trying to finish P5X stuff. This week we're basically just negotiating this number or this month we're basically negotiating this number until we complete our other projects. There are quite a lot of them this month. All right, so if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by and talk about things. Much like this session, it was interesting. We get to push the boundaries of our understanding and discussion, and it's always priority number one. Discussion and like conversation. All of this other stuff is negotiable because it's one of the flavors. Language learning is the context of the purpose of, I guess, whatever I'm trying to build here, and it will continue to be that way until next time. For those who are interested in Bunpro, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back with HanziHero. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。 今天是第391天 It's day 391. All right, a couple things. This number is increasing, but we're kind of being a little bit more flexible lately, on account of this year. WaniKani, HanziHero, they're kind of on like a semi-optional flex thing, and then Bunpro is trying to be alleviating the review thing. It's honestly, it doesn't really matter how big the number gets. If this says 3,000 one day, we could probably just plow through them too. Like, there's no upper limit. So right now, lately, I think I've gotten into the consistent routine of interacting with 4 or 5 people throughout the week, and it's giving me some ideas on how to work in a lot of things. Kind of have this romantic secret behind the scenes negotiations on what to do in the future. Anyways, we got 2 things from yesterday. There's Hoang. That last stroke did it in. Right, Hoang, which is poor. Did a little mental gymnastics, did a mnemonic change a bit. Did I incorporate any other mnemonic things? Not really. So it's Kirby using his body as a mobile device, storage device again. I feel like that's gonna be a running meme for Kirby mnemonics. And then we have Jing. I actually wrote Jing incorrectly yesterday. We got the bamboo, right? And then we got the nighttime thing, the moon thing. But I wrote saber. And I really was supposed to write power. Or strength. And that's where we modified the mnemonic for tendon. About the power. Strength. That's where we're going with. Today we're gonna do like maybe 50 reviews or so in order for us to cover up Persona, the P5X, wrap up the P5X stuff. Because there's also still a few other things before the big February 12th rolls around. More gaming. More gaming. Man, it's unreal. Less than 5 days to go before playing Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides. I still remember like about 2.5 years ago, I was saying like, dude, playing this, I'm like, oh, okay. But there's Kiwami 2, Kiwami 3 might happen. And then when I was playing like a Dragon 7, I'm going to be saying all of this again on the 12th in retrospect. I was like, hey, they animated the orphanage over and over again, and they kept teasing all these kids and all the kids growing up and whatnot. I'm like, there's got to be character models for this at this point. Less than 5 days to realize it. I still have like a big plug. If it happens in Like a Dragon 9, I'm just gonna like, we might as well just make a lottery ticket or something. That's unrelated to this. Let's get into our lessons. It's actually related to this. If someone's asking, wait, why do you keep bringing up Like a Dragon? Like a Dragon games. Like a Dragon games are dubbed in Chinese. So, and they speak specifically Mandarin, right? 普通话. And that's kind of one of the motivations behind this language learning bit.
So it's where the origins of Why Now, Like a Dragon games. Okay, we got Shu Niao. Shu Niao doesn't make any sense to me. But it's a hub knob, alright? Knob can be taken out of context, so let's just think of it as a hub.
枢纽、
Shu Niao.
堡垒、
Baole. Fort and ramparts. Give you a fortress.
堡垒、
Baole. Okay.
灵魂、
Ling Huan. Spirit and soul. Okay. Or spirit.
灵魂、筹措、
筹措. Toe is kind of weak. Right. A chip and then tuo to arrange. So arrange chips to raise. Like a money, raise money. Arranging chips, like money chips. So to make arrangements, you could raise money, right? Okay. This one might be tough.
筹措、癌症、
Aizheng, cancer disease. Cancer disease.
癌症、
Alright.
枢纽、灵魂、堡垒、癌症、筹措、
Okay. Next 5.
口腔、
Hoang. Oh, that's an oral cavity, alright. Not like a cavity inside your mouth. Oh, that's kind of funny. Not like the cavity inside your mouth, but the cavity of the mouth. We do have cavity as in like a cavity in your teeth. That cavity. But this is the oral cavity itself. Not oral cavity as in cavity that is of characteristic of the mouth. That's kind of, I haven't ever thought about it that way. The idea of a cavity until now. Interesting.
口腔、
Chung.
筹码、
Choma. I guess. What type of a bargaining chip? Okay. Choma. And this one might be tough.
筹码、纽带、
Niu Dai. Niu Dai. How did Niu work? A knob and then a sash? I can kind of see it. Like a knob as in like a knot, like the bud part. So like when you're tying a like a knot or link. Interesting.
纽带、肝癌、
Ga gan oh no. Ga nai. No. Gan ai. Right. Gotta remember the liver. I don't want to get started on body parts.
肝癌、鬼魂、
Wei Hun. Ghosts plus soul or spirit, which is still ghosts. Oops. What? Is it actually? Oh, I keep adding an A. Okay.
鬼魂，口腔，鬼魂，纽带，甘来，筹码，
Alright.
胸腔，
Chongqiang, the chest cavity. Okay. I wonder what part is the chest cavity. Like, where is the cavity part? I always thought of chest as just maybe it's referring to like where your heart and your lungs are.
"胸腔，城堡，
Oops. Changbao Castle makes sense. The city fort, which is a castle.
城堡，兰花，
Lanhua, orchid flower, which orchid
兰花，
Hua is like a designator.
狼，
Lang. Oh, hey, we finally got corridor. Oh, roll, right. Legolas is inside the chapel, in a corridor that's between two hills. He is building an elvish shack made of shiny copper. A priest waits outside the corridor, eager to explore the corridors of the shack when it is finished. Oh, passage between two hills. Interesting. Alright. Does that look like a long? It does look like a long. As in good? No. Bright? Good? Bright? Oh no, I can't tell. Oh, it's young man. Dang it. Liang is good and Lang is bright. Is Lang the other way around? Where's Lang? The heck is Lang? Okay, young man. Wait. It's like, it has sun in it. It's a sun one. But I don't think it has hills in it. Oh, it has the silver. Okay. Or it has the... What is this thing called? Oh, copper. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm okay with this. It's fine. Oh, art gallery, so yeah. How long? Go long. Right?
狼，疫，
Yee, epidemic. I guess there's sickness involved. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house where there is an epidemic going on. He hides in the bathroom, but the deadly virus, which spreads in the form of snot missiles, come crashing through the window. To keep away the epidemic, Yoshi throws the spotted eggs at each of the snot missiles as they come in through the bathroom window. House? Alright. There isn't much here that says it's Iggy, so let's give it a go. Oh, interesting. Miao. An epidemic seedling. Or is that description or seedling? Okay, it's seedling. 1E. Alright.
E 胸腔 狼
My eyes are doing weird things right now.
兰花 E 城堡
Okay. Next 5.
文
When? Okay, there is a when. Or pattern. You know, this kind of reminds me of Ge. Some weird ways. Walter White is inside the infirmary where he is working as a nurse. Right now, he is helping a giant, one of their patients, by making them a suitable large pair of patient clothes. He weaves a pattern that resembles the giant itself into the silk clothes. The giant who likes the pattern grunts appreciatively. Not quite filling in the Walter White stuff. He's helping the giant because the giant is one of his accomplices. And the pattern of silk for the giant is to help for carrying illicit things. It's fine. Wen. Zhiwen. Oh. Oh. Zhouwen. I'm guessing Zhou has something to do with skin.
文
Whoops.
明
Ming? Chirp? Yeah, that does look like chirp. It's bird in mouth. Mickey is inside the English Manor where he has found a luxurious rare pet bird that the rich kids own that is standing on the carpet in front of him. It keeps on chirping a sound every time it opens its mouth, seeming to mock the fact that Mickey is a mouse with no money, which is annoying Mickey. Mickey runs after the chirping as it continues to chirp and fly around. The rich kid stands next while pointing and laughing at, kind of starting to sound like Charlie Brown. We can do a gymnastic pivot, it's fine. Ming. So maybe Mickey is more like going along with it. Like tweeting and chirping back. That's something that Mickey would do. We'll
明
adjust that in our heads.
玉
Yeah. It does look like a U because of the cricket for encounter. U is encounter, which has a stretch. Or where is it? Or is this a stretch? No, a road. Sorry, a road. U. Alright, residence. Yugi is in the bathroom of the house where he has set up a residence for his pet cricket in the bathroom. The cricket lives in a repurposed doll house. Or container. It still works. Yugi even has a sign that says cricket container residence at the top of the house. Okay. We'll modify the cricket to be like something special from his like shadow realm or something.
玉 班
Ban. That can be a bun. Although that would be the left side. And then it's combined with a page. Promulgate. What the? Promulgate. Put into effect by official proclamation. Interesting. Promote or made widely known. Okay. Promulgate, huh? Proclaim. Bart Simpson is in front of the pawn shop where he's holding a sword and promulgating a new law of the land. He reads the promulgated law that is on the page, which bans anyone from wearing fins inside any establishments, such as a pawn shop. I mean, it still works with the section of paper. Or could make it more about Bart Simpson, where like collecting, demanding something. We'll see how well that works. What? Banjiang. What the Banjiang? Oh. Bunpro. The piece of paper.
斑墨
More. That does look like a more for nobody, which then ties with alone, which is nice. Mario is in the bathroom of the office building all by his lonely self. The bathroom, in fact, the entire building is empty. He sits on the floor. Oh, this one too much mental gymnastics. So Mario is in the bathroom of the office building where he is enjoying his time alone. Where he is fixing the usual plumbing problem. Although there is a suspicious container that he discovered that has a miniature, that's a miniature coffin in it. Does kind of make sense since he is working in the bathroom, a funeral business. Maybe something like that. Okay, lonely. That one's kind of a tough one.
墨
But we do have other reinforcements for loneliness.
文
Excuse me. What? I don't know where he is right now.
玉 墨 明 斑
Okay. All right. And we're gonna try to do as many as we can, given the limited time.
雀
This is certain, but authentic is fine too. Also certain. All good. Oh.
记 报
Okay. Okay. Oh, 省意。
渣子
这些渣子还能做成肥料。
辖区
辖区内有许多学校。
Heck! We just went for it and it failed.
路手工
手工皂很受欢迎。
谈盾赎回
家人成功赎回了被劫持的人质。
磋商
我与一位专家磋商了。
这些
这些东西好重。
Heck. Alright. Hold up. The fins and the No, it's not that one. That one's complicated. Is it like... Okay. Not quite sure at the moment.
洗涤剂
你用太多洗涤剂了。
竣工
这座大楼已经竣工了。
Or it's just complete. Complete is fine. Or ended.
审议
法院正在审议这起案件。
涮
Okay. I don't see where the mouth comes from. Yeah, that's a problem.
鹅
Uh-oh. Spool of thread. Chuling. Ling is gonna be a problem. Brent. We gotta make it about questing instead. I think that would be okay.
迭起
争吵迭起，邻居不得安宁。
You know, this could be... Not.
.粤语
他会说粤语和普通话。
朱红
这扇门是朱红色的。
踹 贪污
贪污是一种严重的犯罪行为。
森 抡 苍蝇
我讨厌苍蝇。
贪婪，
贪婪的人不会满足。
租赁，
他把房间租赁给学生。
签署，
我们签署了合同。
刘德华，
我喜欢刘德华的歌曲。
落后，
不学习就会落后。
火钳，
火钳是生火时必须的工具。
币，
Huh. Is it probably ding ding? There's only one other possibility.
宗，刘邦，
刘邦出身农民，但成为一代皇帝。
Dang, I really thought that was it. Okay.
澳门，
澳门是一个有趣的城市。
苍白，
他的脸色看起来很苍白。
No idea, still.
驱逐，
军队驱逐了敌人。
波兰，
我有一个朋友住在波兰。
尿，
how does it get to the Misty Peaks? Oh. This needs help. Oh, it is Chung. Oh, it's for flaunting. Petition. I messed up the petition. Dang. I think this is gonna be a pass. Screwed up petition. And so I separated them, but it should have been petition all along. A drop of radical. A little disappointing.
悲 飒
What the heck is the idea about? Oh.
死刑
他们反对死刑。
澳洲
他们计划去澳洲度假。
资 许 宣
What? Oh, that's Chung. Petition. Petition. Petition.
绑
Alright, so what happened here? Container. We could say it's a container, right? Did I change this up? I don't think I did. Could be a guy. Okay. Yeah, so the container containing the wire fences. Oh, the fins was on the fence. I don't know how I'm gonna like the fins. I think the fins kind of threw me off. Jai is not good in the vocabulary because it doesn't deal with knockoff in a way. I think that's gonna be a pass for now.
Fun
In the world.
Zhai
Gotta imagine it. Here, wait. Okay. Hmm. The heck? Like a sun season, so Hoang. Prosperous, right? Okay. Okay. What do we have here? Qiao?
俏丽
那位女孩看起来很俏丽。
驱动
动力驱动汽车前进。
Or drive. Drive is fine. Like J so Jing. Jing Xiang. Jing.
涌出
水从管子里涌出，
Or like gush out, that's fine too. Uh-oh. That doesn't tie in anything. It could be anyone. Hmm.
间
No, it's not dislike though.
梳理
我今天早上没有梳理头发。
Oh, dai na do. No.
"麦芒"
夏天时，田里的麦芒变得金黄。
旺季
酒店在旺季时房价会上涨。
What? It's not dai? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good.
炖
What is going on? Did I type? Oh, I typed Jung. Oh man, it is Jing. Too many problems there.
嫌弃
他因为失败而被老板嫌弃。
Oh, shoulder, that's fine. Right on, yeah, fair enough. Hmm.
续 克隆
科学家成功克隆了一只羊。
追溯
污染源头被追溯到一家工厂。
I don't know what the clown alone. Like, what? Who's messing with the clown? Yeah, I really thought it was Oh, that's the standard clown. Okay. I think that's fine. It's okay. I just have to separate it with the other clowns. Let's just quickly go over this. Right, so we have the, yep. And then we have the twist. Twist is the, okay. Right. Whoops. My mouse double actuates sometimes. Okay.
B 脚印，
雪地上地脚印，
You what, mate? Oh no, what? Heck. What is this object that you consume? Not that. It's definitely eggplant. I'm more bypassing it. It's connected to coconut, right? And then the power of the mouth. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna adjust anymore. Oh, whoops. Typo. Oh. I typed the wrong thing.
糖霜，
蛋糕上有很多糖霜，
Not 糖霜. Not sting? Oh, frosty is not the same as frosting. I see. That's okay.
橙，
Okay.
丑，
What? Okay.
欧元，
英国不使用欧元，
茄子，
我喜欢吃茄子，
房子，
你有房子吗？
A house.
木材，
这些木材已经腐朽了，
Same difference, honestly.
剑， 竞争，
Oh, 胶卷.
勇，
What did I type? Type yeah. Cool.
须，
She. Not quite, but bend. Yeah, it's fine.
细雨，
物渐渐变成了细雨，
The heck? Huh. Hmm. 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 Oh no, that's not Jiao. Nope, that's not Yun either.
胡
Ji. Hmm. Hmm.
浓厚
我喜欢浓厚的汤。
I guess thick is fine too. What is wrong with that one?
赏
Definitely block. Oh, cool. Fine. Hard road. Because I thought it was yen. No, yen has the crown. Oh, like Lien? Excessive years? Yeah. This like no, I don't know what that is.
连年
连年征战。
阻力
Okay.
压力
我的手不能承受压力。
袖珍
这是一个袖珍计算机。
餐具，
请摆放餐具。
飞跃，
我们需要一个飞跃的进步。
This is not like 父亲 okay. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I can't unsee broom. That's fine.
星，周，
Heck. Ian.
彩绘玻璃，
彩绘玻璃上的图案描述了历史故事。
No. Is it? No.
猜想，
我猜想那是一个好计划。
揭示，
科学家揭示了这个现。
父亲，哼，
Oh no. It is to some extent. A notch. Okay. This is kind of weak.
变， 新词，
你爸爸看起来很严肃，其实新词。
Oh, it's not caterpillar, it's butterfly. What the? Oh.
方向舵，荒，
Oh no, that's a basket.
军舰，
军舰停泊在港口，
屏障，
这个屏障非常有效。
I kind of want to say it's a
换，
and it's not illusion, but it's very close. I mean, they're all related. What else could we use? It's all of the above. Unreal. It deals with all of them.
描绘
电影描绘了战争的残酷。
I really thought that was Jiao. Oh no. Oh, Gao. Yeah, Gao. Gao's. Gao. Wrong side.
纸
Alright, we're at 100. That's where we're gonna pause for today. Make up for our yappy time. And then we covered the things from yesterday. That's good. And then we'll catch up as we go. The next couple of days. When we try to get more sleep. Yesterday was Saturday, right? Alright, so let's go over these. When ye an lang ye mo ming刚癌症口腔胸腔枢纽灵魂堡垒纽带兰花城堡筹措鬼魂筹码all right Walter White in the infirmary taking care of a giant by fashioning a pattern out of silk. Right. A giant has one of his accomplices. Okay. Yugi, bathroom, house. Found a special cricket. Maybe from like a past life. Where he's made a special container in the bathroom to allow the cricket's residence for any clues to his adventures. Suppose. We have R. Simpson, front of pawn shop, up to his schemes. He's promulgating sections of his page of his proclamation. Had everyone gives him, I don't know, gives him candy money, any of his spare change. Up to no good. Right. Link in the chapel. Helping out the local priests create a corridor that branches between the hills with a shack, I guess a copper shack, made to bridge to different communities. We got Yoshi, bathroom, running to the bathroom, being chased by none other than Snock rockets, Snock missiles, trying to spread an epidemic. What has Yoshi got himself into? Or what has Mario got himself into, I suppose. Look at Mario. We have Mario in the bathroom of the office. Working by his lonesome. Of course, this is no ordinary building. It's a funeral building with special containers of coffins everywhere. Kind of unnerving. Typical arrangement for Mario, I suppose. And we have Mickey, who's in the English manor, being treated to the sight of a special bird. Oops. How does bird work? I only thought it was this way. I think it's special bird kept chirping a beautiful wonder sound, and Mickey obliges by chirping back, right? I'm not sure if I gotten the bird thing down. Pretty sure it's more like this way. Yeah, okay. That feels better. Alright. We got Ling, which was a little disappointing, honestly. Ling for rent. There are some other ones. Jay was a little hit and miss today. Jay is...
Chase. There's also Lian. Continuous or successive. Also had Gao. Oh no, Gao. Like accuse. Ching was a little disappointing. Relative. Fu Qing. Wang was a little disappointing too. Prosperous. Chu was disappointing as well. Block. Chang was disappointing. Flaunt or flaunting. Jai was probably one of the first disappointing ones today. Stockade. That's a good mix of the characters that stopped on. But Ling requires an update. Trying to use my recall as quick as possible. Ling. Okay. The link is in the bathroom of infirmary, where he is on a quest to help out injured Slender Man. He is to take the shellfish the Slender Man gives him and convert it and exchange it at the infirmary
counter for some medical thread. Full of thread. Let's see, to rent out, some spool of magical metal thread to create some medical bandages, healing bandages for the Slender Man, for his injuries. Right. And it's Huo is what we're looking for, and then Chu is a mix-up, which Chu was blended with Ling, right? Maybe I can integrate commodity and Chu into it. Commodity. Takes the shellfish that someone gave him. Order to rent various commodities from the medical counter. One of which were the commodities needed to make magical healing bandages out of spools of magical thread to create. Yeah. All right. Good enough. Good enough. All right, folks. That's a wrap for my HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're more than welcome to come on by and yap. We kind of did a little yapping earlier today, and that kind of set us back a little bit. So we're gonna vary our review sessions for this month in order to make time for other things to make it more manageable, right? You're more than welcome to do so, or hang out when we're doing other things. So until next time, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Right, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back to wrap up our P5X 3.2 update. Thank you.
セ
アトラス
P スタジオブラック
Alright, folks, welcome back. It is our third day, our third session with the 3.2 updates. We went through yesterday the new side story. We're gonna call them sub stories, and it was dealing with Shirai. And Shirai largely deal with a deep cut about journalism nowadays. It's kind of like a modern deep cut on journalism, the expression of opinions, and then how to express opinions. Kind of more so even in line with Japanese culture in a way, because reading the room and public opinions deal with a need for agreeability while also expressing one's own personal opinions, right? And it's definitely, in my opinion, in the context of, in my opinion, in the context of the Japanese culture, I would imagine that is even more startlingly contrast, because on here side, on the other side of the larger pond, the Pacific Ocean, opinionated piece, op-eds and whatnot, it's a 0 and a 1 situation where if you set the precedence that you're giving off your just your opinions and opinions of your own, and you're not holding any back, that can be seen as being genuine, right? And setting a precedence for that is seen as a respectful thing, and being agreeable can be seen as something that is half-truths and platitudes and whatnot. Right, been there, done that. In my opinion, it's both. Being able to do that appropriately in both cases. And her story definitely makes a very modern commentary on the state of modern journalism. There's commentary and op-eds, and then there are information gathering and objectivity. Information gathering would be what she started with, and then she started balancing between expressing her opinion and not, right? And the whole idea of unbiased record keeping, that is something to be very debatable. But when it comes to expressing opinions and you're collecting information on opinions, one can report people's general thoughts, right? Oh, it's on the record in the past that lots of people gave this arcade bad reviews. That is the facts. You do not change it in any way. It's reporting. That was one of those mainstays of journalism, right? You investigatively record and dig for all the information, and that information stays as is. Whether you provide a commentary or an interpretation of it, that is your opinion, right? Now, what Shirai discovered is she likes to incorporate her own opinions, and strongly so. So that then becomes an op-ed, and she ended up starting a blog, which blogs are appropriately an opportune moment, and it draws, you know, having opinions, draw criticisms, and the like, and being able to understand that there are people that are going to support you, and then there are people that don't. That's what spending a life in a medium that deals with opinions do, much like what I'm doing now, right? So that's kind of interesting. I've already shared my opinions on the gacha experience, and we're gonna engage in the gacha experience again at the end of the stream, probably, because it does look like we're gonna hit the threshold for the 50-50 on the weapon, and I might as well just go all in at this point, and then at the expense of like the future thing. Anyways, we want to after all that, we did our metaverse things. So we did our path of Chemda, the area before, right? The area 7, which allowed us more stuff, but that wasn't, I got lost, so that wasn't the thing that leads to the water tower. Turns out I just completely missed the water tower altogether. So now we started the water tower, which has an interesting little thing about different floors, so that's cute. And we're gonna go back and try to complete the water tower now. Now, where are we in this floor? I think we were over here, right? Yes. Oh boy, I hope the floor is still set.
今日はどこに行くんだ早くしろ
Anyways, yeah, I hope this floor is still set. Well, that door just disappeared. Okay. Oh, stop. Come on. Don't do this. Okay. Alright. Wait, there's a chest over here. I completely missed. Okay.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある
Alright.
ほうこれは悪くない
You know what? I typically enjoy the Persona commentary, because largely Persona games are written in a topical way that deals with commentary on contemporary life. Like, pretty much most of the P5X stuff is modern commentary.
宝箱があるみたいだよ
And not soon. You know, actually, Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides are going to be like more of an old hat thing. That'll be interesting. Why are you here? Oh. Can you chill for a moment, please? Wait, where's the thingy about? Okay. Open up!
この辺りに
And
宝
then
箱があるみた
we
い
get to watch the memories for the setup to Violet's parallel. So these are memory shards, and memory shards come with every new arc, every new what are the Crossroads of Fate arc. So right here we have a bunch of memories that we're collecting to see the parallel things for P5, right? Violet is the next Crossroad of Fate thing. And then there's one last guy, Goro, later down the road.
ついたわね
Oh, they're coffers. You don't even know how to give a wallop. Don't even.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある
Wait, why is there a chest? I guess that's above. Alright, so oh, there's another path. Alright.
宝箱があるみたいだよ
Oh no. That's on a different floor. Yeah, I like this thing where the map is, so it's got to be below me probably. So hold up. Did you people come in and yet talking about the new Arknight? Oh, yeah. It's fine. What you do with it?
ここ宝箱取ってないの
I
ある
heard it did mediocre. New Arknights thing. Wait, is this now a safe room? Yeah, it's now a safe room. Okay, so basically, this map is of different floors. So this entire tower has the same layouts, but some of the rooms are different because they're stacked on top of each other. We've been in this room before? Yeah. How's that happen? Did we get turned around? Yeah, now the room is different. So wait, isn't the layout here different from what we saw earlier? You're right. So this room is different. Can't say for certain, but yeah, the rooms... It appears my sense of unease was not mistaken. This area is far more complex and expansive than the map indicate. Yeah, so the rooms are just like stacked on top of each other and they have different permutations. What are you guys talking about? We're working in a big group. Oh, group projects. Okay. Alright. Okay. Nothing, just looked into it and it seems like a base management game. Oh. Fair enough. That sounds like a good extension from Arknight's tower defense structure. Unless you're talking about Arknights. I don't know how the game relates to that. Interesting. Why are you gonna play another game for a couple weeks and then drop it like a bad habit? Offers.
貴重なものかもしれん。
よかったね。
I also read that Ashes of Creation failed to take off, and then there was a controversy, and then basically another Concord happened. But it's not really the same as Concord. It's more like a startup, a Kickstarter situation,
これは
making out with funds and then bailing on things. Yeah, Ashes of Creation. I didn't see it coming. I thought they were gonna close after like a year of launch, but it's a lot sooner. There's also that. Wait, so if I go to the same room... Yeah, it's another Concord. But it's technically not another Concord because a Kickstarter. More of a Kickstart thing, which is not unheard of. Kickstart games abandoning their... Oh! Okay. Okay, so now this allows me to go down. Intriguing. Oh, yeah, so now we're on the bottom floor. So basically these maps, this map is overlaying floors. All of these are overlaying floors. Because it's playing on the idea that these maps don't show height. Or like, it's not showing multiple floors. Okay. Fair enough. Or it could be showing the actual floor and the mechanic is that they're in a different dimension or something and the dimension keeps changing. Don't know for sure yet. I need a brainwashing guy at some point. Oh, no, we have brainwashing station here. Alright, time to convince these guys. What's your problem, mister? This shadow doesn't have an inkling as to what's going on outside. We should make him understand. Okay, so we're basically asking him to touch grass. So let's go have him touch grass. Kashi-sama, why do I want that? Escape route is uncertain, maybe. No. Uncertain. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe like there's a need to get definite escape routes. So he wants to go outside. Maybe Akashi is still in danger. No, that won't get him. Psych experiment non-existent. Outside is dangerous. No, outside is safe. Go touch grass, my friend. And then there's no psych experiment, so they don't have to worry. Okay. Nice. Touch grass it is. All right. What about you? What's your deal? Have to work, must do my job, can't leave. Okay, this shadow's still immersed in work. If I knew what was going on outside, we would realize there's no... Yeah. If they... Alright, so outside is good. Let's see. Work is meaningless. Maybe... The palace is... No, okay. Near collapse. Maybe the palace is near collapse and they want to wonder where outside. And then maybe the power plant is locked. The power plant. Something is locked. Where are we at? We're at the intake tower, right? Meaningful, safe. Maybe the intake tower is in danger. Okay. Get him to leave and go into the intake tower. Okay. Alright. Gotta turn off some stuff here. Okay. Alright. Oh.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。
よかったね。
Alright. There's still a chest on top of that. How many floors are we talking about? Okay. Is this the right level? It's the right
この
level.
辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
Interesting.
ほう、これは悪くない。
Okay. Can't get in here? Yep. That's on a different floor. Okay. But was this door aligned? Oh, no, it's not. On a different floor. Okay. We came from that direction. Maybe this is still aligned. Okay. Okie doke. Alright. So we can still go down and to the west. Oh no, we could go down. No. This is probably locked. Oh, or wrong floor. Right, this is where we came from. But we didn't go this direction. That's still there. Okay, so that's still this room. Imagine taking away your map to be deceptive. Let's go down this way. So this is the way we came in to the other floor. Is there another access point? Okay. Right, this brings us over here. But we can't. Okay, okay. Unless there's another... Oh, there's one over there, actually. Huh. Hold up. Hmm. Oh boy. Now I'm confused. Oh no. Oh, oh boy. Okay, now I'm confused. I don't remember from yesterday. Well, we can't go down that way.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
Listen, I don't know where that is. Okay, so... Why do I have children following me? Because they're... Wait, did you play P5R at all? They're characters, P5R. Okay, so this leads us out to the place. And then this doesn't line up, right? The heck? Okay. But this... Yeah, this doesn't line up either. Oh, I need to go upstairs. You saw them... You saw them for a bit? Oh, okay. Right. Oh! Oh, this leads to here. Oh. Interesting. That isn't confusing at all. Okay, so that means doors don't lead to where they go. So I should try. Okay. So, yeah, I do want to go down there. What's this place? So we've been here. This backtracks to... Oh, hold up. Wow. Okay. So I'm down here. If I grapple up there, that takes me back to that place. What about... Can I grapple... Is that an elevator? Okay. Yeah, so that takes me back up. Why would I want to go back up? And I can't go back down. No grappling point? Okay. Interesting. I totally missed something. Alright, let's go over here. Did go down here. Did enter that. This does take us where I think it takes us. Right. Wait.
Did it? Yes, it does. That's there. And it takes us there. That's fine. Other stuff, no worries here. And then actual safe room. Alright, so we did this. Now we're on this floor. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. That door is locked too. So we want to go... That door is locked. Need to find an upper door. Wait. Have those things always been there? Oh yeah, they have. Okay. Okay. This would lead back to the beginning. Right. Yeah, this was where we first come in. Oh, is this the door? Oh yeah, this is the door. Right. Because then we can grapple from here. Oh, no, no, no. This would be the entrance. Oh wait, did we get the key? No, we didn't get the key yet. Alright, so... Alright. And that's the entrance to the place. Alright. He is in Persona? What are you... Oh. I think this door is forked, right? Heck! Send help! Alright. So let's go back upstairs. Not this way. Wait, what happens if I just...
ここのようです。
We go this way.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
Oh, that leads to... Oh wait, hang on. Can I actually... Yeah, I remember this part. Wait. Or not? Is it over here? Yeah. Okay.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。確認してみない？
And then there should be a vent here, right? Yeah. Okay. That's it. Okay.
All right.
やるではないか新人。チャンス、一気にやっちゃって。私の思いに応えて強め。
準備はいい？誰も傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。追い風を今ここに。制裁の時間だ。ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
ペルソナディオニソス。
Wait, how are you going? Wait. Whoa. Why did your turn change? What's going on here?
凍りつけ。
Hold up.
強め。
I changed to something.
受けてみなさい。みんなお疲れ様。必殺いけるぞ。華麗にやっちゃって。
I must have changed something because of the Astro.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。いいものが手に入ったわね。
Oh. Yeah, I did.
我らを侮れば未知の力ですね。
I should save some presets. We need to save some presets here at some point. Okay. All right. Now that we unfubarred ourselves. Okay. That leads to that. Ooh. Bathroom time. Hi. What are you doing? Why are you staring at the wall? I can slack off a little as long as no one sees. This is probably how coffers slack off. He just stares at the wall. In the... Is this the female side?
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。ほう、これは悪くない。
Right. Hi. What do you do? Nuke? That's fine. Almighty damage for the win.
状態は
戦いを始めましょう。敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。私の思いに応えて強め。
余る。誰も傷つけさせない。
強め。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナディオニソスいただいていく。
制裁の時間だ。
Okay.
お仕置きの時間。
Should have swapped a single.
すぐに排除します。
Oh, that's a... Okay. There are...
やるな。おお、ナイス回避。
There are mobs. Okay.
パスワード解除。
準備はいい？アマルテア凍りつけ。
咲き誇りなさい。受けてみなさい。チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。随分と抗ってはいたようだが。
ペルソナ
I don't know what that actually does.
ペルソナ
Taking them out.
行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
必ず守るからね。
オッケー。ミッシッシン。私のでバトルデータ解析。どれどれ。
アマルテア誰も傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。強め追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナドミニオンいただいていく。
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。 狙いが甘いわね。
That's awkward.
準備はいい？氷つけ。
舞い踊れ、受けてみなさい。
ペルソナ、サンダルフォン、ディオニュソス、これでどうだ。
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
お疲れさんだ。
Hey. Suboptimal. That's okay. Okay. Alright. I doubt this will open. No, no, no. Okay. Alright, alright. What's up with this room? All these red lighting. Yeah, we'll just take care of the red lighting. It's fine. Yep. We're gonna hit buttons for days. Alright. We can't enter the lighting, but that's... they can. Alright. Thank you, little buddy. Hi, hi. Okay. Oop. They're not supposed to be there. Oop. Okay. Alright. Yeah, they're not supposed to be following me. That's kind of weird. Okay. That looks good. Got this. Okay. Oh, we still have one missing. That's fine. Right. Right. Yeah, okay. Ooh, this is a little involved. Okay. Still. So there's one back there. Okay. Oops. One of these. They're permanent though. That's good. There's a little thing. Totally forgot about that one. Intriguing. Am I see anything over here? Okay, there's the other guy. But I need that. And this is where the fan thing is. Okay. Then go through here. Yeah, there it is.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。確認してみない？
Okay. You know, I kind of want to get. Is it here? Yes. Oink. So we want to climb up.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
All right. So when we go up here, huh? I'm somehow missing. Okay. All right, I see it. What? There's not a button here? No button. Intriguing. I really thought there was going to be a button there. Okay, I guess now we're going to look for screens. Or no. Is there another way up? Right, this goes through there. And that's fine. Yeah, so we have everything. That's one way up. I guess not. So I guess we'll just go through. You don't need to go through that. We can just go through this door. Like this door is already open. Yeah. I guess that's it.
ここ宝箱取ってないの。
何が入ってるのかな。
I thought there might be something else, like in a
これは
corner or something.
悪くない。
No breakables, you say? Alright. So wait. That doesn't help. Oh, yeah. Wait, does that? Yep, okay. Alright.
セーフルームを見つけたよ。
Things are getting
よか
a
ったね。
a little bit more elaborate. Okay. Alright. That door is a dead end. Alright. Oh, okay, now we're exiting out here, alright. What the heck? Thought there might be a grappling point down here. What is this nonsense? Was it up here, the grappling point? Okay, maybe it's not a dead end. Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh, okay, that takes us to the upper level. Okay. Here we are again. Third time's the charm, I suppose. Okay, we gotta get to the balcony. Alright, my guy. All your treasures are us. Mascots, I want to support. I would talk this misunderstanding, but there's no time. We should change this understanding. Okay. Thief leader, right, is trustworthy, of course. Phantom thieves are righteous, obviously, and new manager is greedy. Okay, we don't. Or distrust. Okay, fair enough. Oh, he's wicked though. No longer with us. There's one guy there. What are you thinking, my bro? All I have to do is sit back and watch it. This job is so easy. The darn permanent managed. Okay, fluctuations are being constantly. All right. Wow. All right. Gotta cut down on the pride. Okay. Surveillance room, drink coffee. Office is about game data or save data. Could get trips. Save data. Just parameters. Find treasure. Maybe like server. Get chips and then game data in office. Okay. It's all about that gaming life now. Game responsibly. All right. Yoink. How do I get to the balcony? Rip. Interesting. That does lead upstairs, right? Okay, that helps us get to the balcony. What else we have here? Anything else? Can I only hop off in the other over here? Why can't I hop off? Really? You're gonna make me go around? Alright, fine. I could have sworn there's like a descending point somewhere. Probably missed it. Oh, I'm such a pip.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
中身は何かしら。
はいはいはい。Alright.
よかったね。
Okay. Anywhere? Oh. Now where do we go? I thought this would lead. Oh, wait. No. The top one was locked off, right? Oh no, it wasn't. Okay.
セーフルームだな。休んでいってもいいぞ。
Down or up? Interesting. So, alright.
チャンス、一気にやっちゃって。私の思いに応えて。
アマルテや。誰も傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。千代目、追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナ、ディオニュソス、受けてみろ。
I have some bad news about Astrolab in the coming weeks,
お仕
so
置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーナ。すぐに排除します。
yeah, Astrolab has a unfortunate development.
凍りつけ。
But I don't think I have a way around it.
受けてみなさい。チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。
Slightly disappointing.
これでどうだ。
ペルソナ。行くぞ、ジュスティーナ。すぐに排除します。
One of the elements reflect. Pretty sure this probably doesn't align. Oh, it does. Surprising. Okay. Sure.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。確認してみない？
Where? Oh, where is the Aton? There it is. I don't know how I missed it.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
Did I also miss the other one? Or did they deactivate both? Oh. Do I need to change anybody's mind? I didn't see any. Okay. Yeah, you can follow me anyways. I need to activate that. Okay. I don't see any. Oh, just kidding. I can open it. I don't see any beam guy. beam things. Well, when we challenge, I just change up the thing and it'd be temporary, right? Yeah. That's not the... Oh, okay. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, no, wait. But then he'll prioritize... whatever. He'll be good enough. I was gonna change him into an assassin. Change JC. Change the duties into an assassin. Oh no, that's bad. That's not gonna work. Heck.
行くぞ。今日もしっかり仕事しないとな。命の輝きを解き放ちましょう。敵発見。
アマルテや誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ。血を追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナーリオニソス受けてみろ。
How much stronger is the assassin?
制裁の時間だ。
It's really not that great.
私の思いに応えて。強め。
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。やるな。
I'll probably have to get rid of the... Oh no.
私の出番。コードアップロード中。スタンバイ完了。
して効率け。
咲き誇りなさい。受けてみなさい。
ペルソナーこれでどうだ。
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
Give me a crit. It's okay damage.
必ず守るからね。
What was that? 400? It's okay.
私のバトルデータ解析。
アマルテや誰も傷つけさせない。
チャージ完了。ぶっ放せ。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナドミニオン受けてみろ。
ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Oh, I thought that was enough. Awkward.
ずいぶんと抗ってはいたようだが。さすがだ。人間よ。
Okay. Alright, so where's the pew pew? Oh no, I'm a butthead. Just kidding. No pew pew necessary.
ほう、これは悪くない。
Okie dokie. Now we go upstairs. Okay.
目的地到着。
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
Nice.
この高揚感、いいものに違いあり。
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Oh, there's the ID. Baphomet.
準備はいい？
断は禁
誰
物だぞ。
も傷つけさせない。
千代ね、追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナディオニュソスいただいていく。
制裁の時間だ。
Hey. 大丈夫。There it is. We found it. Identification chip. Go back immediately. Yeah, sure. Here you go. All right, let's see what do we got here. All right, now we're going to the sub-level. Door.
何が入ってるのかな。
Golden tickets. Every 10 golden tickets might as well be.
よかったね。
Might as well might as well be 10 gems, right? Or 100 gems. 150, I guess, technically 150 gems. What's going on here? Okay. Oh, really? Whoa! That's dangerous.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
はいはい。
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Alright. I'm gonna go again. Whoa! Okay. Oh, that's a different glow.
さて、これからどうする？
Oh, interesting. So it's going through the different themes. Alright. Wait.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
Okay. Alright. Oh, so these are like recollection stuff.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
They're going through like the different palaces. At least it seems that way so far. Alright, so we got fire. Come with me for a sec. Okay. Okay. Oh, a shut door with the dude? Can you go through here? You can. Okay, that's awkward. Can I just take this back? Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. You can't. Okay. I forgot about that. That's... Okay. That's right. Do we have a beam? Something? Oh, we have to come back down. Okay. Wait. Wait. That doesn't bode well. Okay, I'm overthinking this, no? It can't go upstairs. Huh. Oh wait, that's a ramp, not upstairs. Wait, that's a ramp. thought it was stairs. None of that shenanigans so far.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
There's a little chute. Okay. Intriguing. Alright, so there are obstruction. What's up here? It's a room. You and me, bro? You and me? Alright. Ain't dealy.
出番のようだな。ジュスティーヌ、行きますよ。カロリーヌ。新規な格好だな。油断は禁物だぞ。
私の思いに応えて強め。
アマルタあれも傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナー、ディオニュソス、これでどうだ。
Hit him for 800,000. Oh, that does nothing.
ペルソナ。行くぞ、ジュス
That's
ティ
like
ーヌ。
around 500.
排除します。
Don't summon ads. Nice. I didn't read the description. I'm just assuming he doesn't summon ads.
アップロード中。スタンバイ完了。
アマルテや、
Mhm.
凍りつけ。
Oh no, he does. Dang it.
咲き誇りなさい。強め。受けてみなさい。
随分と抗ってはいたようだが。
Does have an AoE in the form of a highlight though.
ペルソナー、これでどうだ。
ペルソナ。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Let's see that 800,000.
時間だ。一斉撃破確認。やるな。
776. It's pretty good. Okay. Alright. So now we go into the chute. Oh, hey! The thing is back. These little, like, sliding moments. In the later palace, they got rid of these things. It just TPs you to and
この辺りに
it
宝箱があ
removes
る。
this segment.
確認してみない？
Okay.
よかったね。
Any breakables? Hi. No hard feelings.
セーフルームだな。休んでいってもいいぞ。
Okay.
ここ宝箱取ってないの？
Hi, hi. Okay. Oh, that is electricity. Okay, you just chill as I leap over this for a moment. Right. And still missing that chest in the first room. Must have been something else. I might have missed something there. Oh yeah.
ここ宝箱取って中身は何かしら
Hang on. Oh. Wait. The heck? Okay. Where's that control thing? Put on your sneakers. Oh, I guess it would be faster if I ran with it as opposed to using this guy. Okay. That's fine, it's good enough. Friendly?
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
いいものが手に入ったわね。この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。いいものが手に入ったわね。
Can I jump down? Oh, I feel like that's a not missed opportunity, but that's okay. We're gonna go back up here.
ここのようです。
Okay. Through the door. Yeah, none of that leveling. Level confusion. Okay.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
Okay. Boop. Whoa. Honestly, that's just not how that works. Ooh. Second ID chip. Can I jump up here? Oh, we need to deactivate that first, though. That's not what we're looking for. No. Whoa.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
ほう、これは。
Hold up. Oh, it did turn the thing off. Okay. Oh, you butthead. Hold up. Wait, I don't know if I could grapple back down, but this will be quicker. No. Okay. Want those chests, man. Where is it? Give me this. And we're gonna gamble it all away again. Where are we at? We crossed the threshold into Gambo territory. Maybe we'll get lucky with a weapon. I don't know. It's stacked against me. 50-15. Try to 50-50. Okay.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
ほう、これは悪く
Time
ない
is it? 3 a.m. Oh, there's there. Very interesting.
セーフルームを見つけたよ。
Okay. Where are you going to? Ah. I see. Okay. Glug, glug, glug. Do we keep going? Hi. What happens if we plug this up a little bit more? Oh wait, this is attached to that chamber? Oh no, it's not. Let's, oh, we'll come back.
そこ、セーフルームあるな。ちょっと休憩しない？
Right. Okay. Sure. Sure. Okay. Mm-hmm.
ここ、宝箱取ってないのある。いいものが手に入ったわね。
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. Okay. All right. My pet, or did I miss the control? Anyways, let's go grab whatever. What's this? Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Time to chug this Sunny D. Okay. Interesting. Boop. Okay. There not a booper here? Okay. Let's just chug. Okay. Oh, it's here. What do we got? Oh, wait. Hold. Okay. Alright, where are we now? Alright. This what I think it is.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。確認してみない？
Okay. Alright. Yep, okay. Hold, you know, hold there. Hold there. Most elaborate use of the little robo guy. Alright, we're good. Okay, so... Eh?
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
よかったね。
Yeah, we'll just run backwards, back around.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。ほう、これは悪くない。
No hard feelings.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
よかったね。
wonder. Oh. I'm like, I wonder what that's for. Where's the switch for you? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Then it would flips them from one path to the other path. Fair enough.
ほう、これは悪くない。
セーフルームを発見。少し休んでいかない？
I thought I could just hop over that. What? That was weird.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Don't see any other spaces. Yeah, that's definitely one way to backtrack. Nice. It's pretty nice idea actually. Going forward and backwards
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
in a
確
circle.
認してみない？
セーフルームだな。
Not
休ん
forget
で
the
いって
safe
もいいぞ。
rooms. I just got turned around. Okay. Here's our little guy.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
ほう、これは悪くない。
チャンスよ。この木を逃さないで。
アマルテや。
一気にやっちゃって。
誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ。追い風を。今ここに。
ペルソナ。ディオニュソス、受けてみろ。
必殺いけるぞ。華麗にやっちゃって。制裁の時間だ。みんなお疲れ様だ。ここ宝箱取ってないのある。ほう、これは悪くない。
Okay. And then that takes us back. That's a really nice loop right there. Now I'm still. There's still that little thing over there
ここのようです。
for now. So I must have missed a control panel somewhere. Or did I? Oh, I forgot. I can probably turn these. Can I? No, I can't. There's something up here. Say what? Let's take a look at this again. Oh, wait. There is a source. If it actually goes up there. Oh no, they're empty. Just kidding. So I need to bring that guy over here. All right. Okay. Do I bring that guy over here? Yes. Okay. Which way is it? Heck. I lost track of where I was. Nope. This way. Okay. Wait. This only helps me open the one door. Right? Unless... Okay. Oh, no. Okay. I did miss something then. This is just to access the... Wait. This is open the door though. I think I need both of them. Yeah, I need both of them. So, no. That does not. So I must have missed something here. Hmm. The pep? No, these aren't functional unless I have a power source. Where the heck? I don't have a controller anywhere. Let me double check. Alright, we have all the empties. Oh wait, am I a butthead? Or I didn't click? Oh no, just kidding.
I don't see anything. The sign? It's the sign. I'm like, don't tell me the sign. Okay, fair enough. Go up there. Oh, do I even need? What happens? Okay. Oops, wrong button. Is there a droid controller in here somewhere? Okay, sure. Or my robot controller.
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Or no. It's probably double backing so I can open up the other place. Makes sense.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。ほう、これは悪くない。
Okay. Well, oh, that's interesting. Or not. Okay. All right. See what else we can find here.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
Okay.
よかったね。
We'll come back to the other thing. Okay.
セーフルームを発見。少し休んでいかない？
Oh. Okay. Oop. Okay.
いいものが手に入ったわね。
See what's behind here first.
賊の侵入を許すとはね。
敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。私の思いに応えて。強め。
準備はいい？アマルテア。誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ。血を追い風を。今ここに。
ペルソナー。ディオニュソス。いただいていく。
制裁の時間だ。見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。どうですか。どうです。苦痛です。やるな。
準備はいい？凍りつけ。
All right. All right. There's our final source. Hey, buddy. Are you still... Oh. I mean... It's kind of irrelevant because of almighty damage. Or, huh? Unless they're immune. That is a little bit irrelevant. Like some of the stuff.
ペルソナディオニソスこれでどうだ
What a matchup. JC and Wind Tempest.
行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します行くぞそこおーナイス回避ムッシッシパスワード排除
してアマルテア凍りつけ
強め受けてみなさいチャージ完了だぶっ放せ
随分と抗ってはいたようだが
ペルソナこれでどうだ
ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します制裁の時間だ一斉撃破確認やるな
Alright. So we have our source. Okay. Leads us back here. We have our little Papa duty. Open up. Okay, so that other guy. Oh, okay, okay. Where are you? Come on. Time to juice up with some Powerade. So we got Sunny D and Powerade, right? And then the red is obviously Mountain Dew Code Red. Okay. Can you chill here? Chill. Hey, chill. Okay. Am I doing that the hard way? Could he have just walked over? Probably not, right? I put it too far. Okay. Wait. I didn't even check if you could just walk past that. I figured the other thing was there because it's in the way. Oh, no. There's a... Chill here. This is a better spot. Oh, no, wait. You could just use the... Oh, no. Probably not. Excuse me. Man, this stuff is great. Alright, let's get you home. Alright, in you go.
この高揚感、いいものに違いありません。
Hey. Alright. Do we have a third theme?
目的地到着。
Feel like there's gonna be a third theme here. Honestly, I don't want this to end. Oh, we got the other ID card, right? Oh, hi. You auto. Okay.
さっさと片付けましょう。
Two of them.
準備はいい？誰も傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナ、ディオニュソス。
Now we just almighty damage into the thing, you know? That's how you deal with... That's how you deal with resistance. Just almighty it. Okay.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
Alright, we got the chip.
確認してみ
Let's
な。
go. Throw me 10 of these, you know? At least give 150 gems. Always nice. Alright. Next one, next one. Whoa! Okay, alright.
目的地ですね。
Yep. Next theme. Intriguing. What did that actually do? Oh. I see it. Oh. Wait. No. Okay. Right. So this feels like the third theme, right? The electricity stuff.
これは悪くない。
Okay. Got the D. Chip D. Okay. Okay, it feels like the other one is just extra. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're good. Alright. Kinda...
セーフルームだな。休んでいってもいいぞ。
Yep, now we're at the water plant.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
The dam. Wow, look at that smiley face. Was that intentional? Look at that smiley face. Okay. Huh. This robot, I wonder what happened to it. No threats? Okay. Intriguing. Do we got any juice? Need to open a window. Wait. Can I not like bamboozle you? What's going on here? Okay. Is there another control? No. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Alright, my friend. Come along with me. And I feel like you can just chill here. Oh, no, that's fine. Actually, this opens the sliding door, probably. Sunny D injected. Slurpy slurpy. Some Powerade. Alright, let's get you home. Okady dokady. Hi, hi. Can you come along with me in here? Okay. Yes. Yes. Do you know? Direct energy to it. Ah, if you transfer into a find that already has energy. Oh. Okay. Cute. Very cute. Can you chill here for a sec? You gotta love like taking existing concepts and then just doing one step above. Constantly one step above. That's great. Fast forward another 5 years and this just be like, hey, there's 40 different steps to this. Kidding. Alright, can you get in? Code red, inject it. Alright. Okay. Sure. This type of thing. Alright. So. Okay, I don't want to. I thought I could enter like a... Is there not a window I can hop in? Oh, wait, I broke it. I didn't even enter it. Okay. Open these doors.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
All doors must be
いいもの
open
が手に入ったわね。
immediately. I can only imagine, like, one day I'm just gonna walk in a room and the first thing I do is go to every door and open the door. Like, in actuality. Just walk and leave all the doors open. Why are you opening all the doors? Easy access. In case there's like a IRL puzzle, you know?
アマルタにも傷つけさせ
Who
ない
knows when you'll have like robots and
強め
energy gimmicks and stuff, right?
今ここに
Gotta leave all doors open at all times.
私の思いに応えて強め
そらリオニュソスこれでどうだ
制裁の時間だ一斉撃破確認ペルソナ
Ooh,
行くぞジュスティーヌ
lack of 2 crits.
ぬるいぬるい
してアマルテや凍りつけ
舞い踊
ハック完了
れ受けてみなさい。
いつでも行ける支援準備完了だ私に任せ
い
ろ
ただいていく
お仕置きの時間です行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します制裁の時間だオッケー先を急ごう
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
ここ宝箱取ってないのあるほうこれは悪くない
Okay. Okay. Now we're back up here. Open all the doors. We liberate one of our robo friends. Might actually have to go down. Who knows? How am I gonna get you an energy source? Whoops. Did I miss the energy source? Oh, it was in the previous room. Alright, fuel up. Get that code red. Okay, and then somehow, where's a beam in this room? Is there a beam here anywhere? Oh, I see it. Okay. Where's the doohickey? I don't remember where it was. Was it in here? Oh, it was in here, wasn't it? Boop. Enjoy. Alright, plug up. Dang.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。確認してみない？
よかったね
Okay. That's some brain shenanigans. You gonna summon anyone?
一気にやっちゃって。
No
私
one.
の思いに応えて。強め。
準備はいい？誰も傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナディオニュソス、これでどうだ。
I see the crit anyways. Nice.
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Da-da-da-da-da. Okie dokie. Can't open that door. The heck? Can I still climb this stuff? Yeah, I can.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。いく。ほう、これは悪くない。
I see the little dude. Can I not drop down here? Just to shortcut this. Okay, okay. Okay. Let's look first. All the other stuff.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
Alright.
確認してみない？
Oh, it was that simple. Alright, so... Okay. Let's glug up. What's purple? Fanta? That's totally grape soda, right? Fanta. Fanta purple. Ah, orange is overrated. Oh. Yes, yes, yes. Wait. Where'd you take my little dude? Wait, where did my little dude go? Did you send them into the corner? Okay. Okay. Where's the ray thing at? I imagine it's in here. Oh, it's not that close. No! Okay. Oh, wait. Can I beam from here? Oh, I can. That's certainly a long way to go back around. Get out of my face. Nah, we're not continuing yet. There's also glass I want to break. I'm a menace. Hold. Ugh. Okay. Come here. Wait. Are you telling me Can you chill for a moment? Is there a control terminal? I didn't see a control terminal. Wait, can I actually hit that? No, I can't. What? How come I can't get you to power this? Am I... wait. Where's the beam at? No, wait, is there another beam here? Security camera. Oh, I can reach it, can I? Yeah, I can. Wait. I can't reach that. Yeah, this thing's in the way. I can certainly... Oh, there is a right one. Oh, there is one. I completely missed it. Is that the end of the doorway? Wait, where is it? Oh, it's right up there. Dang. Can you stay still, please? My friend. Alright. Alright. One last pass. Stir up some issues. Insignificant. What? Maybe guard the... Just put trouble elsewhere, I suppose. Okay. I figure it'd just make the problem guarding insignificant. That's not the case here.
セーフルームを見つけたよ。
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Okie dokie. Come in here, bop him a bit, bop these guys a little bit. Bit rough housing.
してアマルテや誰も傷つけさせない。
千代目。私の思いに応えて。千代舞い踊れ。 血を行かせよ今ここに
ペルソナディオニュソスいただいていく
See those crits.
制裁の時間だ。ペルソ
Only
ナ
one crit.
行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
アマルテ
ハック完
ア凍りつけ
いつでも行ける血をね受けてみなさい
準備完了だ。
これでどうだ
任せろ必殺いけるぞ
ペルソナ
華麗にやっちゃって
お
行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
敵ダウンだ
終わらせてやる。
Alright.
これが我らの力です。
Alright.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい確認してみない
Hmm? Anything? Hmm. Okay. Okay. All right. Charge it up, Scotty. Got our Fanta loaded here. Is there anything else? I see. I'll let you follow around. It's fine. That's weird. Okay. Go into your cubby. Okay. Got some Sunny D. Oh, that's kind of cute, actually. Wait. Wait, no, that's silly. I was just... If I have to turn everything back the other direction, that would be kind of funny. Cannot continue, proceed ahead. In the air with siphon. Oh, wait. Is there something actually siphoning the... Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay, it's fine. I didn't even notice there was a siphon guy up there. Okay, we do need to turn everything on. Alright, pump the Sunny D, my friend. Stop saying Persona, you little pep. What's wrong with you, coffers? You okay? You run out of things to do. Has school started? And stuff? Are you a John persona? Yeah, you're 3 weeks into school. Oh, okay. That's not going. Get in there, Sunny D.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。ほう、これは悪くない。セーフルームだな。休んでいってもいいぞ。
Alright. This is a proper dungeon, man. Alright, hello. What are you? Interesting, Thorin gang.
見ておこ
You only got one class and it's a night class on
う。守りは
Fridays.
任せて。
Alright, that sounds pretty reasonable.
油断は禁物だぞ
How's that one class on Friday?
強め
準備はいい？
What is it on?
誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ血を生かせよ
More time to do
今ここに
things, you know? More time on working on your own projects or
リ
something
オ
like
ニソス
that.
受けてみろ。
Hands-on lab with server racks again? Ah.
制裁の時間だ
Well, now you have so much time to do other things.
お仕置きの時間です行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
Shield.
ハッキングミッシッシパスワード解除
来て。アマルテ凍りつけ。
強め受けてみなさい
ペルソナ
チャンス
やめよう。ペルソナいただいていく。
ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します似合ってないよ制裁の時間だ
急ごう
Are you working on anything? What are your projects? Are you working on life? You know, winning life? Access point. Okay. Okay. Is there grappling? Okay. Oh. Okay. Alright.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい確認してみない
よかったね。
Alright. Door. Where am I? Alright, where's my control center at? I guess we can overload these guys. If there's a source. Oh, cute! Look at that power raid. That glacial blue power raid. Get out of here. Oh wait, I think I need to fill those guys up. Yeah, we have to go back around. Okay. Come here. Let's get you home. Oh. Alright. I wonder what's at the end of this water tower. It just keeps going. I love this. Don't... Oh, what did they say? Don't stop, won't stop? Alright. Okay. Oop. Let's drain the water. Mm-hmm.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
よかったね。
Oop. Oh wait, that takes me back. That's awkward. Can I go lower? Oh no, it doesn't. Huh. Oh. Right. Elevator. It's designed so cyclically. Why do I think I need to backtrack?
ほう、これは悪くない。
Okay. There's so much to this place. My word.
So, セーフルームあるな。ちょっと休憩しない？
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
よかったね。
Interesting. Random power source, huh? Alright, we'll keep in. We'll remember that. Does look like I can bring the bot with me. Alright, let's get some Sunny D here. Interesting. Okay. Sure. What's behind gigantic door number 121?
Chance だね。一気に行こう。
チャンス！一気にやっちゃって。私の思いに応えて。強め。
アマルテや。
Honestly, I have no idea what I was expecting. How long this is going to be. I'm actually incredibly impressed.
リオニソス、これでどうだ。
制裁の時間だ。お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
アマルテや、凍りつけ。
みんなお疲れ様。ここ宝箱取ってないのある。いいものが手に
I
入った。
legitimately thought I was going to be able to accomplish this pretty quickly. But no, I was really mistaken. Okay. Just in case, because you can't necessarily control the path. Alright. Come on, my little guy. In you go. Okay, so we do still have. Okay. What's up with that one room though? Oh, it's in this thing. Go red. All right.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
よかったね。
Intriguing. Oh, just kidding. It's not as exciting as it looked. I thought it was gonna do like a multi-level thing. Oops. I'm changing the look.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
はいはい。
この高揚感、いいものに違いあり。ほう、これは悪くない。
So it's the best thing we can hope for. Golden tickets. Starting to read comics again after years. What comic are you reading right now? What type of comics are you reading? You potato?
僕が何をしとったんだよ。チャンス、一気にやっちゃって。私の
Marvel?
思いに応え
That,
て。
listen,
強め。
you gotta be a little bit more specific than Marvel. Marvel is kind of big.
今ここに。
ペルソナディオニュソス受けてみろ。
制裁の時間だ。
Scarlet Witch and the Avengers. Intriguing.
行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
I don't know anything about comics actually.
準備はいい？効率系。
Tell me something that a comic book reader, yeah, only a comic book reader would know that differentiates itself from the MCU, right? Because I haven't read any comics in a very long time.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。いいものが手に入ったわね。
Where's the little body at? You don't know? Hello there, mister. Going pretty well. We're on our way to completing the watchtower. Hoppers, listen. What do you mean by you don't know? You watch the MCU and you read comics. What more do you want? Compare and contrast. We're heading over there. Why do I need you? Okay. Is there any chance I can control you from this panel?
少し休んでいかない？
Or is that the other thing? It's the other thing. What can I do with you? I did see a oh, okay. Where do I have a ray? I do have a ray. Now where's the rays control panel? You only read 2 comics so far? Oh, okay, that's fair. I'll take it. You're excused, I guess. Okay. I can deactivate this. Alright. What are you doing here? Generator device, okay. That guy's not friendly. You're not friendly either. I do need that ray device though.
和解する道があるはずだ。チャンス、一気にやっちゃって。私の思いに応えて。強め。
アマルタあれも傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナディオニソスいただいていく。
制裁の時間だ。お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Come on, that 1%.
ゆるいゆるい。
支援準備完了だ。
アマルコを折りつけ。
任せろ。
Alright. Oh, hey, the generator thing.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
Oh, we're gonna be watching some reflections soon enough. Soon enough. Interesting. Right. Okay. Suck up some Sunny D. Pump some Sunny D. This is what happens when you drink too much Sunny D. Alright. Alright. Yeah, sort of. Sunny D is kind of like OJ. Like, not really. It's not orange juice. It's like a flavoring. It's a flavoring drink. Where is this guy? Oh. I guess and no. It's a flavored drink. It's as much orange juice as Fanta is. Maybe a little bit of an exaggeration. All right. All right, Sunny D, inject it. Let's get in here. Not friendly. Okay. And we got our power raid. Where's our power raid going? Going in here. Start the power raid. Friendly? Alright, so we got the beam. Get rid of this. Transfer the grape Fanta, right? What's the standard Fanta taste in the US? It's okay. I mean, I don't drink Fanta too often, so sort of. I mean, okay. Hey, I'm not a representative of standards of Fanta. Oh no. I totally was not paying attention. Let's teach this shadow with a kind of power. Okay. Pole and wind rotation. Okay. Good luck. Godspeed, my friend. Okay. Turn out the brave waves. There we go. All clear again. There are ways to generate electricity, thermal, wind, to name a few, of course. And here's hydroelectricity. Yes. Thank you. Oh, I needed to get in here. Oh, no, I can just break it because the illusion is broken now. And then now let's go and brainwash some guys. Not recommended at home. Alright, if this shadow can't remember the information about those parts, it won't be able to move anytime soon. Okay. One. Oh gosh. Oh, stop. I guess one is the water pipe. Oh, we just... huh. 3 is the casing. 2, turbine. 5 is the motor. Okay. Go in here. Grab our loot. Hi, hi.
これは悪くない。
I guessed by process elimination, but I'm guessing you had to count. You had to count how many turbines and how many like pipes there were, or maybe because there's like pipes, turbine, and maybe not. I don't actually know. It was just by process, like looking at how things were laid out. It could only be that way, but huh? Wait, how do I transfer? What? No, okay, we're good. All right.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。何が入ってるのかな。
All right. This was a heck of a level, man. Spin our camera around just to see if there's anything we're missing. There's so much camera spinning. Can I pop you? No. Not friendly. Hi, hi. What happens if I press this? Okay. Give me a sec. What? Hi, hi. Is it up above us? In your Scarlet Witch comic, she gains the Eye of Agamotto and the Magic Cape, so that's interesting. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that definitely didn't happen in the MCU universe. The MC universe. The cinematic universe. Game a new Sorcerer Supreme. Intriguing. But you did know something. What the heck, Coffers? How can such a big plot point be like, nah, nothing happened? That's such a big plot point.
敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。私の思いに応えて。強め。
アマルテア誰も傷つけさせない。
強め。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソラーディオニュソスいただいていく。
制裁の時間だ。
Wait, what
見せて
happened?
やろう。我らの力を。
Wait, why is only one
行くぞ
targetable?
ジスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Oh, is he immune until Cert is defeated? I see.
支援準備。私のでコードアップロード中。スタンバイ完了。
準備はいい？効率け。
Why do you have so much
咲
HP?
き誇りなさい。
The heck?
受けてみなさい。
Wait,
必殺いけるぞ。
what's going
や
on?
っちゃって。
Why are you so heckin' sturdy?
随分と抗ってはいたようだが。
Good for me, please.
ペルソナ
Okay, that's a little better.
これでどうだ。
見せてやろう。我らの力を。すぐに排除します。
I got bamboozled. Oh! Well, that's awkward. Alright. I'm not reading the special conditions. I'm just seeing if I get bopped for not reading. So far, I did not get bopped. I did get bopped once.
そこセーフルームあるな。ちょっと休憩しない？
Yesterday. Alright. Alright.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
Hi, hi.
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Alright. Oh, does this just... Oh, okay. I collect all the loot. Elevator room.
チャンスだね。一気に行こう。準備はいい？
一気にやって
アマル誰も傷つけさせない。
咲き誇りなさい。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソラーディオニュソスいただいていく。
大技発動チャンス。
See the
制裁の
crits.
時間だ。
みんなお疲れ様。
Nice. So the crit is definitely below 100%. I could definitely modify that. Elevator? What does the elevator do? I know how that sounds, but we have this level is elevators are weird on this level. I'll take it.
中身は何かしら。
Oh, does that take me back to the entrance?
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Is that how this works? Usually their designs are circular.
よかったね。
Does that take me back down to the first floor? Sort of. I missed something here. Look at that smiley face. Yeah, it takes me down back to the beginning.
着いたわね。
But I missed something here. Why was this room not highlighted? Okay. Anyways, let's go back. Wait, is that it?
周囲を探索してみようか。
No, no, that's not it. There was another pathway.
着いたな。で、こっからどうするんだ？
Wow. Wait, that is it. Is this 100? Are we 191%? Give me these. Dopamine overload. Okay, 91%. Alright, let's look. The blockade area is not complete. So that was it. It like so. Oh, what? What? What is this thing? How did I miss? Oh, okay. Is this the area they're talking about? Memory shard. Oh no, there's still more stuff too. How did I miss some of the blockade area? Okay, okay. Alright, yeah. We have to go here, but you probably have to read through the Avengers Online though. The OG comics are very expensive, and yeah, I can imagine. Wow, this level was huge. Above and beyond. I like skipped right to the final boss battle, but I'm guessing that's what they did. That was their intent. You didn't have to do any of this to get to the final boss battle, but we did that on day 1. Alright. Okie dokie. Right. Yeah, so we have enough to gotcha all our remaining resources for a 50-50 on a weapon. Not the greatest. Here's the 5th, last one. Yeah, I guess we can head back now. But there is, we didn't complete the, wait, but what, why do we need the, wait, so why do we need the chip? Oh, because of this guy. 5 identifications can, right? We got him. Right? Wait. Did we talk to this guy then? Wait. What? What? Huh? Okay, hold up. I'm guessing the rest is... Okay, lower blockade area is missing. Okay, okay, is it... Oh, this one. Oh, no! Okay, it's fine. No, we can do this. There should be like a major control room to get the rest of the rewards. Hold. Okay. Alright, here we go. I think this level was the most confusing. Okay. It was cute. It was a gimmick on the map. Oop. I didn't see any other path. Okay. Random trash can. Alright.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
はい
確
は
認して
い。
みない？
What did I miss? So, if that lowers, okay.
宝箱取ってないのある。
I did hear a depress. Yeah. So that sound, usually buttons either depress or not. Like not all buttons come back up. So I heard the sound effect. Okay. Well, okay. Oh, that didn't show anything.
あれは
え
貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。
Oh, that's probably when I go up. There's a chest here. Oh, I see. Can't see that. There's also one where
これは悪くない。
the bot is. I think I can just follow that. Oh no, I can't. Oh no, wait, that would lead to a dead end anyway.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
はいはい。
確認してみない？
Oops. That might actually matter. And then what's here? Gold ticket? Gold ticket.
宝箱取ってない。
何が入ってるのかな。
Alright.
よかったね。
Alright. Why do I need to hit that button?
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
Oh, there's one more down here. Oh. Alright. So, did we get this cinched up? Yes, and then now we have one last area. How did I miss the lower... I must have missed to exit some...
着いたな。で、こっからどうするんだ？
I missed something in here. Oh no, that's mid-level. Oh, is it because I need to enter this Place and insert the chips here? No. Hmm. Lower blockade. I legitimately don't see. Yeah. Oops, I don't know where this takes me.
着いたわね。
Huh. Right, that's okay. Right. That's fine. That goes through there. Opens the door. Let's go through there. Yeah. We go through here. Uh-huh. This goes there, opens back around. And we go through here. There's that guy that talks in a corner, but let's talk to this guy again. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Let's talk to this guy again. So yeah, it just tells us about the different energies. It goes through here. Right. Oh, I see.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。
Uh,
確認してみない？
there is more here.
宝箱があるみたいだよ。
いいものが手に入ったわね。
Oh, okay. Now we have this one room. How does one... What is this unknown room? Let's get back here.
周囲を探索してみようか。
We were told that we found... Okay, I can't thank you. Now I can get into the last water tower. Okay. Is there no other way into the last tower? Oh, that last tower is practically falling apart. There's really only one working entrance, but the identification chip that you guys found gets you in. Alright. Let's go now. And then it's just rewards, right? Nice.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。 確認してみない？
The rewards. It's like 75 gems. Or 70 or 60 gems. That's fine. I'll take it. Oh, actually we got a ticket. Okay. And then that gives us our completion, which gives us the rest of the rewards. What time is it?
いいものが手に入った。
It is 4:37 a.m. That should gives us completion. Yeah, there's the 100. Let me get this. All right. Nice. Okay. Let's roll. Taking gems these days. Leveling stuff isn't all it's cracked out to be. All right. So we got one last thing to do. That level was fantastic. There's just so much there. It's fun doing stuff. So let's so we got the 5,000 actually. So we don't even need to open any of our gold tickets. And then we're gonna gamble on a 50-50 on the weapon and hope we get the weapon, because that's what we did it. Right? It's 7,000. It's 7,000 to draw 70. So maybe we'll get lucky one time in the last like forever. What happens if it doesn't land on it? I guess these two will be fine. We're just collecting 5 stars across the board, so these two seem okay. This one is because there's a resonance trial that I may or may not need to figure out how to do. Honestly, this one's probably not a big deal compared to this. Okay. Alright. What's another great way to end a 3.2 than try to win a 50-50, right? This is a 50-50. Without a doubt, this is gonna suck. I've already talked about how the gacha system works and like how I feel about the gacha system. So minority opinion aside, I'm gonna try the 50-50. With the 28 and the 5,350, we have enough for 70 draws. And this is a 50-50 guarantee, not a guarantee on this, which I obviously strongly disagree with. Anyways, let's go for it. If it fails, then the next one, the next weapon we'll ever get, like the next characters, will guarantee that weapon instead. So that'll just be what we have to take. So let's go. Might as well end with a bang. End with a bang. Unless I get it right off the first draw. Here we go. Okay. Alright, that's our dupe. We get 4 gems for that. We're not really a dupe, but every 4-star we draw, we get 4 gems. That's average. This is your average experience. Until the 50-50. Okay. We want as many dupes as possible on the way to the 50-50 to get more crystals. I'll take all the dupes. Just give me all the dupes. Yes. Just keep flooding me with dupes. That's a triple dupe. That's above. Or a triple 4-star. That's above average. Getting 3 4-stars in gems. I'll take it. I mean, we don't use any of these things, but... Okay. Oh, we did get a copy of that, huh? So we didn't need to use those geckos. That's fine. I don't ever expect to draw 5-star ahead It only happened twice or 3 times. It only happened a total of 3 times across 6 months of draws. So don't expect it.
武器もまたヒーローの相棒だ。
Okay. Give me another one. Just throw me as many dupes as possible, please. Or 4 stars. Just throw me 4 stars. I'll settle for excess of 4 stars. That's really the most I can hope for. Alright, so we got 30 more until the 50-50. Fair enough. We're basically spending everything we have and not pulling for like 3 releases. As we're keeping the free-to-play model alive. Okay. You get 1 guaranteed in like a 4-star guarantee in 10, so that's the bare minimum. Alright, here's the 50-50. Good luck, good luck!
裁きを受ける覚悟はできましたか？
道具の手入れは大事だよ。
And I think this is it. One more. I think this is the next one. Alright. I think that's 9. Here it is.
どれが手に馴染みそうかしら。
We got the 50-50! It was worth it. Alright. So we got exactly what we want, but we didn't get lucky. So it's like, basically I spent all my resources and it capped out all of them. So it's like the most average experience. It's like bottom line, but we still want a 50-50. So that's slightly above everything else. We still spend all our resources because we never got lucky. Never got lucky. And I don't think 50-50 is considered lucky. I think that's just a hazard that they put in. So if you lose a 50-50, you actually go below average. It's even worse than average. We hit average. So this time around, we hit average. Basically, I have no more resources. We're basically not pulling anything except for specific characters that are like in May or in June. But we did get everything, so that's nice. I invested everything into this character largely because we're going to build around these characters. So let's go and equip this. And I'm so confident in this that we're going to use our... I think we're going to use our mod to forge this. Because we have an artisan's mod for this. And then we also can do these now because we got some currency. That's nice. We need to boost these first. Oh, I don't actually... I am actually short one of the everlasting things. Yeah! Won the 50-50. Okay. Alright, that's a great way to end, you know? That is a great way... What a patch. What a roller coaster ride. Next week, right? Next week will be the week 2 of Astrolab. We're gonna cover it in 5 days. 5 days time. And I already tested some stuff just to talk about the first week of Astrolab a little bit. This is... I think it's mathematically outside of free-to-play range. If you skipped a resonance character. If you don't skip a resonance character, it's possible. So I take back what I said about Astrolab from the first week. The first week, you could compensate by having a very strong, specific... Like, we skipped the Rin, right? Joker. So the first hardest thing was Joker. It was the Joker round, and only Joker had the one more action. For Resonance, the only offensive Resonance that we have are both the Monts. So I could build the 4-star Mont, but I don't think the 4-star Mont does enough damage to overcome this. They're so spongy, and that's a problem. And the alternative is like you have Mont, Yusuke. Yusuke possible? I don't think so. I think you need both Wind Tempest, and Mont Frostgale. Frostgale Mont to Mont Frostgale to get this cleared. You can probably combine all three. Maybe if you picked up Yui, Yusuke, and something else. I don't think this counts, or at least it didn't feel like Tomo. Tomo, like Seaside Tomo doesn't do enough. And her Resonance can't crit. I think it's only Mont Frostgale. It's kind of hard to tell, but you need Mont Frostgale probably for clear. I got like within 10%. 10% is not good enough. And I have invested a lot. So what ended up trying to do is I used JC into Seaside Tomoko and Haru, and I greatly already invested in them already to clear like the last Astrolab thing, except for her. But I don't know if her Sparkling Memories, her Sparks thing, counts as Resonance. Oh, it does. It activates a Resonance, but it does way too little to close the gap. So yeah, it's fairly clear that Astrolabs require you to have very specific characters, so you're kind of like fingers crossed. The nice thing, I guess the one thing is, while you can't get the badge, you can get most of the rewards regardless. Like, the rewards, you'll get one less reward for the over reward, so that's what it's starting to look like, unless I can think of something. The alternative for Resonance is maybe like my thought is, so you have a 4-star Mont. You have a 4-star Mont. Her Resonance guarantees a crit, right? Her Resonance, whenever she exceeds 10 crystals, guarantee a crit, but it's single targeting. Mont's thing is also single targeting, like Frostgale Mont. So it is possible if you stack enough crit damage, and I've already invested in Tempest, so there is a chance I will make an attempt to try to gear Otone, but I can't invest in these things, right? Like this Mont, and see how much she crits vanilla without doing Mindscape, and then because since she's guaranteed crits, then Tempest can technically boost her, and then on top of JC, oh, but then I won't have any support. So what I would probably have to do is I would have to JC medic, but combine her medic skills, or JC's medic skills, right? I would use their half medic and half, so these things. I would use this setup, and use Massive Mischief and Innocence to power a little bit during Tempest, when Tempest is on the mark on Mont, and then see how much Mont can do in a critical strike with her Resonance, because her Revelation, her default Revelation setup would involve doing critical damage with her resonance. And this astrolab is built. This astrolab is built on someone who has a resonance, and it increases their final damage. So they have to activate a resonance, and then their final damage gets modified. So if she triggers her resonance, she has 100% crit rate on Mont. So you don't need to build Mont's critical rate. Whenever she resonates, she'll have a critical damage. So if you can keep the crit damage up, which you can with Tempest, like you can, Tempest cycles perfectly in A1, and with A1 and her Blossom with my current stats that we have. And since she's A1, her single target ability can help Mont chip these guys down. Now the question is, does that deal enough damage to take them out? The answer is kind of no most of the time, because she can only do 1 damage at a time. So she would have to insta-gib in 2 turns. She have to defeat each one of these in 2 turns, because we have 6 turns. So with 1 rotation of Tempest, the 4-star Mont, which has poor scaling, have to take down one of these guys. I think you can barely make it with Mont, like, and she has an AoE, so like she can do AoE attacks in between that deals additional damage. So I have no idea how this is gonna go. We'll see. It's gonna be another 2 weeks before I decide if I'm gonna all in. So right now we cleared everything. I started working towards this to test it, and it's a problem. So now we have this guy next week, and all these other things are fine because they don't have modifiers that basically gimp you on needing a specific thing. In the future, it might become less and less of a problem because it's the mechanic, but I feel like this is the astrolab that's happening, right? Like in the future, there are going to be unique mechanics again, and those are the conditions that you have to meet. The first astrolab week, we got lucky because the one more mechanic was not strong enough. Like they weren't girthy enough to stop me from powering through, and it was a 1% roll, 1 plus or minus 1%. So I barely got by, and it's already recorded. Like I had to run it like 3 or 4 times, even despite having the overhead. So these things are tough. And what I'm doing is I'm primarily building to maybe the possibility of jerry-rigging past astrolabs. So like in the future, if there's a mechanic that requires, like, if this, for example, only had 1 boss, right? Then Tempest JC into a primary damage dealer can actually overpower it. So that's kind of the goal now. We're trying to draw in the future. This is the last all-in investment. It's Tempest. It's going to be for a while. So fingers crossed, maybe I can get enough resources for Violet. Violet would be great to add to the collection of all-ins. JC Tempest Cord. So JC Tempest Cord are the all-ins. And that means any damage dealer that can complement JC Tempest and Cord in any combination can be very helpful. I don't have a Bless source. And Barry is going to be the Mudo source, so like it would be Violet, Barry, Akihiko for lightning, because I don't have a lightning source either. And then the rest are supports, like elucidators and strategists. And I'm basically skipping all of the saboteurs because it's free to play is not sufficient to do those things. Especially when you're trying to think of Astrolab possibly requiring you to accumulate them. I still really enjoy Astrolab though. Astrolab is fantastic because the fun part is to see if you can jerry-rig your way past these. It doesn't stop you from completing the Astrolab. You can complete the Astrolab at any time. Specifically, we're just talking about clearing the highest badge. It's okay if it's like you're gonna be able to clear lower than that all the time. So far I basically have completed most of the top, like nearly all of the top rank challenges, right? There was like 1 or 2 exceptions which dealt with a specific character needing to be pulled on a specific time frame and requiring that you get both the weapon and the scaling the proper scaling. But outside of that, we're looking at like 99% of everything, which is good. Like I still stand by all the fun things. You really can kind of hang, so to speak, hang with the peeps. So now also, and we have to pick out all our... Wait, we're still not done? Okay, we finished the water tower. Okay, that's done. Alright, we got that. All these extra stuff, right? We're looking at our tasks. So here's all the other gems. The city stuff will complete on its own because I can do the city stuff myself over time. Obtain 5 capsules. We already did all that. Okay. So then we get our free Siegfried, right? Collect all these. We do need a lot of these, right? So now we have Siegfried. How much points Siegfried is worth? 500? 500. Siegfried. Let's go level Siegfried. Just level him up. We have so many resources. Oh yeah, we should level this guy up too. Now that I think about it. Okay. And there's so many resources for personas. I'm not sure if they'll ever come up with this thing to like repurpose leveling material, but let's at least level up the highest tier ones. Okay, and then let's awaken the dude. Nanji wa ware. Alright, so Siegfried is good. I don't know if I'll ever use Siegfried, but... And then we have 500 points. So let's just level these guys up. And then our Abyssal... Right, our Abyssal Fang is going to be maxed out too. In the Forge. Which can help. I use Wanda as a DPS as much as possible in Astrolab. Why are you yelling at me? Yeah. Let's look at it now. Yep. So these are the tasks done, right? And that's it. It was nice. We got the weapon. Right. Whoops. Here it is. All good. Alright. We did it. That was a lot of fun. And so much I'm looking for. By the way, in 6 days, I don't know what they're gonna do to do it, but they're gonna release Matoi or Mio, what's her name, as a banner. I don't know if they're gonna do something special for her. We can't pull her because we have no resources. So Mio Natsukawa is the next character, and her persona is Matoi. Matoi, gotta skip her. I think she's a saboteur. She looks pretty cool. Her character, she's a firefighter. So she's not a high school student. So firefighter. Yeah, so to this date, I still stand by skipping Yusuke and Yui because they scale, but it's humorous because Yui and Yusuke and Mont are the 3 resonance characters outside of my current roster that would make that one Astrolab challenge fine. Even Howler that I skipped as well has resonance. So the 4, I basically skipped nearly all the resonance characters, all for JC, which is Justine and Caroline. They have A1s and their weapons, and then Tempest Win has A1 and their weapons. That's where all the resources. And then Mesa hasn't come up too much. And then Rin, we jerry-rigged over season 1, over the 1 more. There's gonna be another character down the road that has 1 more, and that's what I am going to invest in. It might have been Turbo, but and then this was the only other blessed source, and Violet coming up in 26 days or something is a blessed source, but she's an assassin. This one was a skip. So these are the characters that I skipped, right? But now I'm gonna have to skip like the next 2 or 3 or even 4, unless I decide to spend some money, which I have thought about, like on an anniversary of this game, obviously, but not outside of the anniversary. I think a great time to do some of those things possibly are during the holidays, if you're thinking about like business models and otherwise we're pretty much still 100% free to play, right? Everything is still possible. You still can hang with the dudes. Hey, that is there's still one more thing. We still have to do one more thing. There's still one more thing. Oh, hang on, I gotta do some audio things. So we're gonna test out some audio things to do this. We still got memories for the setup of the next castle arc. Hang on, but I want to test audio. See, there's something wrong with P5X's audio toggles. So let's see how quiet this is first. We're gonna use a scene we've already watched first. I don't think he actually says anything. Alright, no, he doesn't actually say anything in the scene. Hold on. We need... Yeah, so it's super quiet, right? But I have a theory. Cutscenes are on a different audio than the in-game audio. So let's say it's definitely not background music, but let's turn up... Just for a record. Don't worry about it. Hang on. I want to know... Okay, so it's not the volume rocker for environments, right? I want to know if they actually screwed up or not. Okay. And then now let's put sound effects. Oh, that's startling. It's sound effects. The sliders on sound effects. I knew it. I was like, dude, something is not right. Like, it's not, for the record, it's not tied to voice. So this is the in-game voice slider. And this is the recorded cutscene slider volume. Now, here's a big problem with this. The sound effects are also the yelling part in the combat. So when you hear the sound effects layer on each other, it gets really, really loud. So usually my sound effects is at 1/2 of the current voice. I thought it was tied to master volume. So master volume is at max. but instead it's actually tied to sound effects. And this is the way I set it up so that I can easily just change one slider for streaming purposes, right? So now that means whenever we have to watch the memory playback, we have to turn up the sound effects. Now the problem with this is whenever a cutscene plays during the main story, it gets really quiet. And then when you're battling something, it's really loud. So what happens is during the battle, it's going to be intensely loud, which plays into a cutscene that's intensely quiet if you want to balance them. So that's the problem I have with how they're doing video mixing. Like, and this happens a lot in general in video games. Like RPG games also, which is Sega, right? Like a Dragon games, certain scenes are linked to specific audio balancing. So the in-game audio and the pre-rendered audio have different, they're bound to different control sets. So then you get this like in and out. And it, one of the things that I feel ATLUS, a lot of Japanese games actually, quite a lot of Japanese games, maybe it's not solely because of the designer standpoint or the developer standpoint. It could be the way Windows interact or like Steam interacts. But what happens is whenever you have sound effects, right, and it triggers the sound effect multiple times, as in you do an AoE and you have a sound effect attached to every mob. So you hit 5, the 5 stack on each other. They don't compress, they stack on each other. So if one mob is a specific decibel, the other mob adds on top of that decibel. So in this game, that's what's happening. When you use an AoE effect and you hit like 5 mobs, or you trigger 5 like hit sounds, right? They all magnify on each other. And it becomes extraordinarily loud. It's like 4 times louder than it's intended. Now, not all games do this. Wonderful game, like other games, they might like coincidentally don't do this because their audio don't overlap too much. I haven't seen a game where it's like a turn-based game where when something simultaneously happens, so all the sounds play at once and have one trigger, that the stacking effect doesn't happen. It has happened so much because I've played so many JRPG games, right? JRPG games are notorious, in my opinion, for this specific reason. It's not a deal breaker. I like, to me, it's not a deal breaker. However, you do get into combat a lot. So the first thing most people will do is they will turn down the sound effects at the cost of any pre-rendering audio. The silver lining here is lots of games like a Dragon now, their production values are quite high, so they don't actually use pre-rendered audio that often for the majority of the game. They use in-game models, and the in-game models use the audio setting attached to the in-game audio, so it kind of just solves itself. This game though has an incredibly problematic sound effect problem, which occurred in the early Like a Dragon games too. Whenever like they introduced the squad mode, you know, where there's a lot of NPCs and controllable characters that are on your screen at once, it's especially Like a Dragon 6. There's a clan mode, and when you spawn in or you spawn out of like a RTS map, like their RTS map, you hear all of their sounds stacked together, and it could possibly blow out your eardrums. But since I already noticed it, I deliberately turned down the sound effects. And this is the case for here. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to momentarily, right? Let me demonstrate why this is a problem. So say I do 0.5. So now sound effects are really loud. And I can demonstrate what that stacking sound is like. And the greatest example is all the Persona callouts, right? Sorry, prepare your ears. So, and anyone who's on headphones, be worn. So, hang on. Oh, you probably heard it before, like Nanji, when they say like, hang on. So, that's way above the current level of the voice sounds, like way above. So that distortion. So then when you go into combat, all of that voice distortion and getting hit, they all lap on each other. So like you're fighting personas and it triggers these voice samples, and these voice samples are substantially higher than the others. And hear me out, there is going to be a character later down the road that is apparently one of the cons of the character. I accidentally came over this when I was looking at audio things. She's really loud. Like, she's excessively loud. So one of the cons of using the character is she's loud. We'll get to her soon. Like, she's in the start of the new, in the chapter 4. So I'm kind of curious what will happen. But anyways, that's besides the point. Right now, I have the sound effects turned up because my suspicions were correct. It is attached to memory. I didn't bother looking at this until we get new memory. So now let's go and watch. So it's a fair warning to everyone. All right. Now we're going to watch the setup for the next Crossroads of Fate, which is basically the next chapter in Persona 5 Royale. Or Royal, or Royale? Royal Edition. No, Persona 5 Royal Edition. They basically, what they do is they play each chapter of the previous game, the Persona 5 game, the canonical Persona 5 game, and they kind of like introduce, like tease Persona 5 basically. And then every time a new castle arc comes out, like a Crossfate comes out, it draws parallelisms between the game. I think that's what they're going to do with Persona 3, right? It's going to be similar with Persona 3, which is already released in China. In fact, the newest character that's coming down the line is the dog. What's his name? It's something like oh no. Is it Koromaru? Koromaru is the next like character. But anyways, they're probably going to do the same with Persona 3, where they will play cutscenes from the game, is my thought, because Persona 5X is going to continue to be a platform to release. So whenever Persona 4, you know, Revival is coming around, they're probably going to release a Persona 4, a collab of sorts. And that's kind of why we're going to play the Persona games as they're released. Anyways, enough talk. Let's see, let's test the audio thing so I can write a note to myself. Okay. So, 0.5 is good enough. 0.5 is good enough. So we're gonna go with this. And let's go watch these all at once. This is like the dodgiest way to watch cutscenes and spoil a 10-year-old plus game. Has it been 10 years? It's been 10 years, right? Without like as part of the game, honestly. When did it's almost it's getting close to 10 years. It's getting close to 10 years, but not quite there yet. By the way, this is the 30th year of Persona this year. Like from the original. All right, so let's go look at these scenes. How many scenes do we have? 17 scenes. All right. This will introduce we're basically looking for the next character. The next character is in the Crossfade is Violet. I don't remember Violet's name, so maybe we'll hear Violet's name here. Okay.
怪盗団マジやばくね。警察が手出しできなかった相手をあげるなんてよ。 明智の事件もすごかったけどよ。
俺は断然怪盗団派だね。
来てるぜ今、ビッグウェーブが。
お前もかよ。
あ？
浮かれてんじゃねえっての。
でも今マジすごいよ。どれ見ても怪盗団一色って感じ。
もう俺ら完璧有名人じゃね？
注目を集めてるのは確かね。お姉ちゃんから直接聞いたわけじゃないけど、検察も相当力入れ始めてるみたい。
つまりそれだけ危険が増えるってことだ。
だから気ぃつけろって言うんだろ。合ってる合ってる。
リュウジが言うといまいち信用できねえんだよな。
だと？
それに黒い仮面の男のこともあるし。
だな。用心に越したことはない。了解。
ね、これからどうするよリーダー。メメントス行っちゃう？今の勢いに乗って。
言ってるそばからお前は。
いや、今日は用事が。あ、そっか。しゃあね。じゃあ久々にゲーセンでも行くかな。
ね、あそこ行かない？キャットアベニューのお店ね。
なんだその魅惑的な響きは。
モルガナも行く？
あ、いやでも若い猫じゃねえけどな。あんたなんかそこまで言うんじゃな。
ユウスケはどうするよ。
いや、俺も用事が。
じゃあ行こっか。
今週のキングいいか
な。Wait, how old is this scene? This scene is 7 years old. This is a scene from Persona 5. The original Persona 5. So what they did was they uploaded cutscenes, the cutscenes that were animated from Persona 5. This is literally in that game that we're going to play later on this year as well. These are directly from that game. So my Persona 3 also got reloaded or remastered recently. So I'm guessing when Persona 3's collab comes out, which is very soon, we're getting to the end of Persona 5. What these, my guess is what they're doing here is they're basically teasing the game, right? I obviously don't, the cutscenes look really nice. Yeah, so this is Persona 5 for 7 years ago. That's how they presented most of their games. And Persona 3 also had cutscenes like this, using like this aspect. And Persona 3 Reloaded is an updated version. It got reworked from the ground up in terms of visuals. So when we get to Persona 3's collab, I imagine the cutscenes from that game will also show up in this game. And I kind of like this format because it gets, some people might say like, well, you're just spoiling Persona 5's game. Like, why don't you just go play that game? I don't think the cutscenes are the reason why Persona games are incredibly influential and great. I think trying to fill in the blanks and be excited because of these cutscenes, I think they deliberately understand what they're doing. So like I get excited by watching these disjointed scenes. So basically, it does tell enough. You can fill in the blank, but the thing is you're doing everything else in between. Like the cutscenes, the main storyline is a fraction of what a Persona game is. And that's kind of why I enjoy watching this. And I still watch them over and over again, besides the point. So this year, we're going to be playing this game with these exact cutscenes. And then if I don't get to Persona 3 Reloaded in time, which I won't, because we're going to play Persona 3 PSP version, and then the Persona 4 Gold version, and then Persona 5's Royal version, and then we're going to go back to Persona 3 Reloaded. So by that time, Persona 3's collab will be already off the ground in the global servers. Because all of this stuff is already planned. They have already done all this on the Chinese servers. So this is cool. And I like watching these and trying to fill in the blanks like who's. So this is right after they took down the 3rd/4th palace. Koichi is one of the related personnels. And every time they introduce a new character, like a new character in the mythos of Persona 5, then a somewhat analogous thing happens in Persona P5X. It's kind of like a multiverse spin on things. So we're basically just watching them tease Persona 5 and get me interested in Persona 5.
どうかなこのまま僕の助手にならないちょうど優秀なパートナーが欲しかったんだ
俺は怪盗団派だ
じゃあ敵
確かに人は欲望で犯罪を犯すだけどそれだけじゃない
彼らの手口は恋に人の心を操ってるとしか思えないもし彼らが暴走したら己の欲望のままに他人を操り始めたらこの世界は終わりだよ
そうはならない
なぜ
彼らの行動が言っている世間の大人たちにとっては犯罪者かもしれないが
見解の相違だね
彼らが信念を曲げず、
That's a good
何かを
phrase.
成し遂げられたなそれはきっと紛れもなく正義だ
Yeah, so one of the dilemmas about the Phantom Thieves is that they are technically vigilantes, and that's why they're called Phantom Thieves. And the storyline of Persona 5, which is what I'm gathering, is that there is an entity that keeps stealing desire from people, right? That's also the same storyline that P5X runs. And these individuals, these characters, are chosen because they still have the ability to manifest desire, like passion and emotion and individuality and all that stuff that keeps them moving. So they've taken it upon themselves to try to liberate the desire from the corruption of those who take desire. It's not to say that people in the world are completely void of desire. There are those who steal and consume desire, and that's in my opinion, is a very PG way of talking about all the cynicism that's growing in the human condition, right? People are cynical. Like passion might as well be nihilism, right? So these games are still relevant today. In fact, it's amazing that Persona, like you can kind of say the Japanese culture already felt this, the loss of passion and desire, and the more of the cultural, it's long existed in Japan. However, 7 years ago, that was kind of becoming topical. Now, 7 years now, right? Phantom X exists, and it's a little over a year and a half old, right? Now it's even more topical. So every time they talk about like vigilantism, divine justice, menaces, and whatnot, those are all euphemisms for the current status problems. Like a phantom thief is someone who wants to change people's hearts and reintroduce their desires and spark their passion and redemption. That's basically just someone who has time to help other people, who believe that they have enough goodness in their hearts to share the burden. And that's what divine justice is. Menace is a source of grifters who would want to grift other people of their desire and passion. That's basically a financial grifter or a motivational grifter, right? So all of this stuff is so fantastic, and I can't wait to play a Persona game. And Like a Dragon is a whole different branch of it. Like a Dragon is talking about the cruelty at a large scale. Politicians, organized crime, corruption, bigotry. Like a Dragon also takes all these spins, but they have a less of a euphemism spin. Euphemism spin in the sense that the way Persona is presented, they use like a metaphysical way of representing all the stuff, while Like a Dragon takes a literal way of representing stuff, right? So they have a lot of things to juggle, like representation of actual places, while in Persona you can represent it surrealistically, and I really enjoy these games so much for that. Like a lot of times people say things like, oh well, this game is Persona P5X is not as good as something else, but we're comparing it to other gacha games, right? Other mobile games and live like service games. All the other games, they're great for dopamine, they're great for lore building, right? Like you collect your waifus and you collect your most prettiest character or the most lavish character. That's great. That's mechanically addictive and rewarding in its own right. But for me, for Persona games, that last chapter, that the finale of Palace, I guess 3-4 Palace, it was fantastic. Like the villain became a villain because of a misfortune, like a trauma early in life, and it's one of those crossroads, right? It's literally, this game is about crossroads, like forking paths where because that person decided life sucks because someone betrayed him early on in life, he chose the road of least resistance. He chose to be a menace as opposed to coming out to double down against menace, right? And I say this a lot because I say the same thing about my own life. Like, I have a high school friend, or like I have people I'm acquainted with, they chose the other path, but it's not like zeros and ones. It's more like they are more negative, and they would believe in karma and like wishful thinking of negative things as a right to justice, right? Vengeance and reparations. And for myself, it's like that last chapter literally meant a lot to me because it's talking about unconditional love. You can still hate things as well without wishing misfortune on them. Like, you would still want people to live and do something with their lives despite creating hatred for what they have done. So that last chapter was fantastic because Riko still hated Akeshi? I think Akeshi was also his name. Are they both named Akeshi? It's close. And of course, we saw the really dark ending to his life. He was stabbed, right? He was unalived by someone he hurt. But it was orchestrated by one of the grifters. It's orchestrated by one of the big guys, or the guy that we're about to encounter. And that's why this type of thing, this like chess playing, I kind of like this scene quite a lot. I'll probably say the same thing when we watch in Persona 5. It's fantastic that they're playing chess while also talking about the duality of vigilantism, right? The resolve that Rin, which is Rin Akiyama? I forgot his last name, but Ren, the resolve that he has is also palpable. Meanwhile, that other character, you can already tell that the other character is playing the human condition card. I've been watching a show called Kingdomu, right? Kingdomu. And it does the same thing. Like, it parallels like Chinese philosophy and the warring things, where kings and advisors challenge each other for like power. Like, does money pacify the world? Can you unify by creating one people versus separate people under one rule? Like, how you create unity? Like, this type of conversation is absolutely fantastic. I think it's missing quite a lot nowadays in games because it's not that trendy. It's not great. Like, what I mean is, people don't talk, they don't like games like this. Like, for example, one hot take that I heard was Meta Boar, like the other game, Studio Zero released Metaphor. And Metaphor is the Persona thing, but applied to Western fantasy. And when I was reading some of the topics they discussed, it was about politics, philosophy, and like the greater good, vigilantism, order, and chaos, and stuff. And you know, when you look at Persona fans, and some of the Persona fans had hot takes. They play it and it's like, oh well, it's not as edgy, and it's very boring because it talks about geopolitics and like facsimiles of geopolitics. It's why I like shows like Free Ren and what you call it, Delicious in Dungeon, like their spin on it, like Wolf and Spice. We already talked about 86 before, like Gundam, the Gundam series that focuses on not spectacular spectacles but more about genocide, you know, weapons of mass destruction, and serialized hate and the enabling of wartime politics, right? And this is like a really more intimate approach. I mean, I rant about this. We're gonna rant about this all day long when we play Like a Dragon and Persona over and over again. So anyways, let's watch the next scene. Oh, is that supposed to be...
囚人の制服？
私と同じ学年で見覚えある。
放課後サロン？
Is that Violet? That might be Violet.
どうぞ、そこに座って。
放課後サロン？別に普通のカフェだよ。制服着てお客の相手するだけ。
けど、あのギラギラした看板。
学校にチクる気。
てかそっちも二人であんなとこいたってことはどういう意味？意外とやるじゃん会長。それってぶちまるくんだよね。知ってるの？子供の頃めっちゃ好きで超グッズ集めてた。懐かしい。てかボロ。まあ小学生の頃からずっと使ってるし。
物持ち良すぎ。てかお堅い生徒会長がキャラクターの筆箱ってウケる。血の通ってないロボットみたいでさ、今まで近寄りがたいって思ってたけど、今度私のぶちまるくんグッズ画像送るから ID 交換しよ
う。嵐みたいだった。
Yeah, that's anime for you. You've actually never seen Gundam? Yeah, some of the early Gundam, like it's pretty brutal. I think I mean there's still your anime scene, you know, anime scenes where like the hero cries and yells and a lot, but it's pretty brutal. It's a wartime thing, one of the classics. This one, for the record, there has been attempts to make Persona anime. Persona 4 had an anime, and it's kind of a hit or miss because despite having the story and whatnot, parts of the identity of all the other things are not written. So a lot of times the anime is missing the rest of Persona, which is all the side stories, all the sub stories, and every other character that's involved. Like the world is built consistently as part of their main game mechanic, social links, right? I joke about it all. I used to say it jokingly, but now I actually use the term social links, which was built way back in Persona 3, like over 10 years ago, right? The whole idea is that the tapestry is like Persona 5X, P5X is more, it's gonna be the thing that I earnestly believe will amass all of it, where basically that accomplice list is just going to keep growing, the social links, it's just going to keep growing, because the idea is that there's never shortage of stories, never shortage of vignettes of life, right? And Gundam tries to capture that in a way as well, where they constantly talk about the consequences the few make on the many. And that's kind of what I really enjoy about these games, where despite you're following heroes and you're trying to be vigilantes, like effectively both Like a Dragon and Persona features vigilantes. And those vigilantes come with increasingly consequential odds of like wearing down, talking about suffering and whatnot, because that's, I know I don't particularly resonate with inconsequential things, and oftentimes I think that's more of the social thing. Like who want, like if I ask people like, do you want to play a game where the main character reminds you of a human being that suffers from all the decisions they make? Probably no. The answer is no, because they're playing video games to want to have fun, right? And oftentimes fun means there's no room for all of these things. And for myself, I actually play video games not necessarily for fun. It's fun is actually kind of optional for me. Like the whole mechanical thing, like drama said, like, oh, mechanics come first. Like it's optional if it has, but ideally you would want both, but mechanics come first. And I'm like, mechanics are optional to me. Like I don't want to spend, like, personally, I don't want to spend my time consuming something that doesn't have a greater meaning than its own mechanical thing that is built in there. Like once it's gone, I can't repurpose it, I can't redo anything, it doesn't impact me. Like unless you're making a game, perhaps maybe that mechanic that you like, you can build it into a game. That's great, right? And one of the things that are thankless about stories is their one-time use, right? That's however, like, it's not one-time use for me. A story is forever. Like it's continue to the day I die, because the stories are what I remember, not how it not necessarily how it feels to mechanically land a headshot. Alternatively, that's the counter argument as well for people against me, which is the idea like, oh, but you remember the mechanics the most because you do it most of the time, and then you want video games to continue to, you know, build on that mechanic so that you can keep remembering it. It's like, well, that's fine, that's fair, but the things that I remember are not the mechanics, because mechanics, if it's gonna be done all the time, you have no shortage of it. What you do have a shortage of is making value on the memories you have with stories. Like I can definitely tell you more about Persona games and Like a Dragon games than I can about how it felt when I first beat a boss in, I don't know, pick your game, or the 10,000th time you land a headshot for the battle royale victory. Like those things are mechanically null. They are so repetitious. It's kind of like I don't remember what my error rate was today during my review session on WaniKani, for example. Don't know. Like you have a tracker for that, right? Whenever you think about your KDA, you're not remembering each K and each D and each A. You're remembering a whole number that basically, you know, just flattens your entire experience into a single number. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of my personal bias, right? And I love these. Bias. Let's see what else. So that must be, I don't know if that character was supposed to be Violet. I can't, I don't know what the character looks like, not in her fandom thief costume, so let's find out.
もうサオくんだ。やっべえ毛玉ウケる。
もうつかさ、誠に悪いじゃん。せっかくダブルデートなんだしさ。ごめん、エイコ、あなたを私の彼氏だと思い込んでるみたいで。ごめん、ちょっとトイレ。
Eiko. I don't think that's her name.
真剣にお付き合いされてるんですよね。
友達思いなんだね。じゃあ友達の恋人は友達ってことで ID 教えてくれる？
それはちょっと。
俺のなら。あ、モサメガネ君のはいいです。まあ実は姫から聞いても知ってんだけどね。
姫って彼女のこと？
そうそうそう。俺にとって
they're not
大事な人
together.
っしょ。だから姫的な愛してます君が一番よん的な。
大丈夫かしらあの二人。
I have no idea who that guy is either. So right now we have, like, this is Joker, right? And then this is Queen, or her name is Makoto and Ren. And that feisty girl, I don't know. I don't know if she's involved in the villain, or they usually, whenever they introduce a character, it's either involved in the villain development or they are part of the greater cast of sub characters or they are a Phantom Thief. So I have no idea who those two are actually.
Ah. でたらめ言わないでよ。てか学校でも言ったよね。
Yeah, so she's involved in the villain arc.
チース待った連絡通り少し遅
So
めに
he's
来た
the
んだけ
villain.
どあれ
Probably.
お友達も一緒
Possibly.
こいつら司の悪口言うの私を騙してるって。
はあ何それ俺は姫には嘘つかないよ俺の目見て
姫って彼女の名前ぐらいちゃんと呼びなさいよ。
あ
それとも呼べない？姫が多すぎて。
司？
やだな誠だろさっき連絡くれたばっかじゃん。
やっぱりね。さっきあなたに連絡したのは私。待ち合わせ5分遅れるってそこの彼女英子っぽく絵文字たっぷりでね。自分に貢ぐ女はみんな姫。もう顔と名前が一致しないのね。分かったでしょ英子。これがこの男の正体よ。
余計なことしないでよ。
え？
あんたに何がわかるの？さっきからほんとうざいんだけど。
目を覚ましなさいよ。本当はとっくに気づいてるでしょ。認めたくなくて自分に嘘ついてるだけでしょ。
だって私には司しか他の誰も私を見てくれない。私が誰と付き合ってどこでバイトしたって親もクラスのみんなも誰も私のことなんか。
Yep.
何してくれてんだよてめえ痛い目見せてやんぞ俺にはでけえバッグがついてんだなんだてめえ
相手なら俺がする
わけわかんねえ相手にしてられっか
Dang, that sucked. Yeah, Makoto doesn't quite have any tact. She's so far, like based on these cutscenes alone, right? She's very straight. Like she's an incredible straight arrow, and yeah, that's tough. That stuff could really throw someone over an edge. What's comical, I found a little bit comical, is that guy, I've already forgotten his name, but they mentioned it a couple of times. But like Kasuke or something like that. That guy, he's wearing the traditional like the stereotypical white suit with red shirt. That's like a thing about Like a Dragon games. Yakuza peeps kind of like Kiryu from Like a Dragon wears a white suit and red shirt. So it was kind of interesting. They're in the red light district, right? This is obviously probably somewhere part of the red light district, and it's Tokyo's red light district. So oftentimes you have depictions of Yakuza, especially off like as a foreigner who plays like a Dragon games. You see that kind of appeal a lot of times, and that person's a grifter, obviously. He's more like a abusive grifter, and that kind of sucks. And that's most of the characters you have in Persona games. They have every version of this. Like they've wrote so many sub stories and characters over the years in their Persona games. Quite many of the permutations are pretty much this rough, where you have like the depiction of incredibly abusive relationships, and then like she would be depicting that behavior where I forgot what it's called, like the hang on, where I forgot what it's called, but it has something to do with the Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. It's kind of like there are many depictions of various versions of the Stockholm syndrome, which is where when you are in an abusive relationship for so long, you might actually become, this is not exactly the Stockholm syndrome, but it's related to it, where you get into an abusive relationship for long enough that it becomes the only thing you have. And because of the only thing you have, you continue to hold on to it, despite it like pretty much tearing you apart, right? And there are subtle versions. The Stockholm syndrome is like really quite literal. It often is applied to like kidnapping and whatnot. But the worst, in my opinion, the scariest versions are the ones where they slowly fade in because of a grifter taking advantage of someone who's vulnerable. And yeah, I'm gonna be obviously talking about most of these things when we play Persona games. P3 is no different, and P4 and P4 cast no different, and P5 they really hit hard apparently on P5, which I have no knowledge of. I do actually have knowledge of P4, and I have played P3 back in the day. So these stuff, I like that. This is my cup of tea in games that can provide profound awareness while also being incredibly topical. Like, this is 7 years old, and I think it's far more topical now. If you could imagine that guy just being like some online dude, like it doesn't have to be a guy, or like these things can be like they're gender independent, but it can be an online relationship. An online relationship is very similar to this. You don't know the awareness of the other person, and you can take advantage of another person where that other person has a very curated view of someone taking advantage of them. And then they become heavily dependent on them, where that person can be abusive to the person, and then that person will forgive. And then the cycle continues. And that's kind of, this is depicted as IRL because I still feel like 7 years ago, it's less about the online thing. But I can only imagine what Persona 6 is going to be like, right? All of these Persona games are written for the time they were released. Like a Dragon games are very similar. They write topically for the time that they exist. Like a Dragon is written for the year that it is released. So what happens is they have to like kind of peer a year or 2 or 3 years ahead, and they write the content that may or may not be relevant on the mark 3 years from then, because all the Like a Dragon games take place on the year that they are released. And I imagine that's what ATLUS is doing at the moment too, despite it being 7 years ago since Persona 5 has been released. The stories that they're writing now, like the accomplices and stuff for P5X, it's largely all the commentary. Like yesterday's commentary was Shirai. And Shirai is an editor for a newspaper, and she struggled with expressing her opinion without collapsing under the weight of social media. That's her thing. That was literally a commentary on being a vlogger versus being a journalist. She was a journalist, and then she became a vlogger, because that was the balance she needs to strike between being agreeable and being like politically objective in some sense versus her need or desire to express her opinions. And then she fell under the criticism of that, which is like the statement about making commentary online all the time. In fact, I can most definitely relate to her, because the thing is, whenever I speak about other games like Neverwinter, people express it invisibly. They do passive aggressive things like easily click on the dislike button and whatnot. In fact, the whole menace thing is about clicking likes and dislikes to raise awareness of something that is either inherently bad or inherently good based on popularity, which is what we do now for the most part. Crazy. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens next. Let's see it. I don't know who Alibaba. I don't know what this, like, I don't know how this relates to how the P5 casts do things. Like, decide. This might be their version of like tracking menaces. I don't know specifically. From P5X, they get their like villain sources from something. It says something about a thief band before, and then the next message about Alibaba. Yeah, it's probably a reference. So, we will then know when we play the game. Have you ever played a Persona game, Mister? Like, it's a childhood thing that I have. Like, Persona games take me back to my teenage years. Okay. Alright. Of course they made Makoto the most straight-laced girl be the most afraid. You love how it just stands there not moving at all. Yeah. Then your main protagonist of all the protagonists, by the way, Persona 4's Persona P3, P4, and P5, the main character you play, they're like stoicism times 300%. Like, they are the most stoic, solid rock, sometimes largely generic, but they're like they don't lose their, like, it's rarely, they're like solid as a rock. So it's all your other characters that tries to push like the solidness, but Ren and like I think Makoto is Makoto, yeah, Makoto is the first name of the P3 character. I forgot what it's like something close to Yusuke or something in the Yosuke maybe in the second game. And they're like solid as a rock, which is funny because whenever like all the animated characters around, they rarely like they say things like, good grief. And you're always like, the characters, the way they tell the story, your character basically just stands there and like nods and be encouraging, but they don't like do anything. But this is by the way, there's gonna be another story down the line because this is Futaba's arc. So Futaba, that girl, that glass, and she's a shut-in. So she's like, 7 years ago they wrote a character, and this is pretty much all the characters now. Like, Futaba is probably the most topical character of the main cast in Persona 5. Even though I haven't played Persona 5, Futaba is most definitely. She's the shut-in, the video game nerd, right? The person that talks memes and then talks about coding all the time, but she has social anxiety. She suffers a lot from social anxiety. She has a somewhat like an abusive relationship with, it's usually abusive relationship in some way. So and obviously it's funny to see Makoto is probably the straight-laced character that has no weaknesses until now, and that's hilarious because that's anime trope 101, where the most put together, like Riko in P5X is the straight-laced girl. She's the one that is like valedictorian. She has, and then you find out in her most recent arc. The most recent arc. So the way P5X works is the current subject matter of the character you have, which is Riko in this game, the P5X game. She dealt with insecurities and stuff, and unconditional love and grievances of being like really polite, maladjusted in a sense of being social. So she has characteristics of the same things that are happening to Futaba and Makoto, but in a different flavor, in a different context. Like, technically Riko is a shut-in in a different way. She's like a student body president, like she's like a council president. She does everything, but she's a shut-in because she's sheltered from normal social interactions. So your character is involved in getting her to discover herself. Actually, your character is basically involved in everyone's coming of age. So in Persona games, your main character literally sits at the center of like 30 plus characters who all have a coming of age event. And it could be someone like who's in their 30s who finally realized that they are a great parent. It could be someone in their 60s as well, like coming to terms with their grandchild coming of age. So pretty much every single character that you come into contact outside of your main character, every character is written as though they're coming of age. They are, because your character stands around like a stone and say like yes, and you get to choose dialogue options, and then dialogue options, it's kind of like a visual novel game in that sense. You get to choose dialogue options, and based on the dialogue options, you basically imagine your character saying pretty much always the right thing. There are lesser right things and there are perfect right things, but you always say the right thing. And the right thing is all the forms of encouragement that you can have. So between the three games, like the P3 is when the modern social life format happened. Between P3 and P5, pretty much every version of encouragement that you can possibly think of has probably already happened in Persona games from your main character's choices. It's like one side JRPG, and then one side storytelling game, and then another side, I know there are a lot of sides, but the three main sides are like, it's a visual novel game, quote unquote, the visual novel-esque thing built into a JRPG system, which then is built on top of a whimsical commentary on social life. And that's what I loved about Persona games. I watched people play Persona games when I no longer had a console. By the way, the only reason I'm playing now, like, why now? Why play Persona now? ATLUS used to only publish games on the PlayStation. So, PS2 was the last console I had, and it had Persona 4 and Persona 3. Then P5 continued, and then now recently, not that long ago, all of them are available on PC now. So that's kind of where we sit. All right, let's see what the next scene is.
勝手に忍び込んだことは謝ります。でも私たちどうしても気になって。
さっきのは娘さんなんですか？
Oh, Futaba is his daughter. Oh, okay. Old friend.
それでも母親一人で双葉を頑張って育てていた。けどあいつは突然いなくなっちまった。
いなくなった？
Oh, she was abandoned. Oh, there it is.
数ヶ月前からだ。何もねえのに
abandoned
急に
in
怯えた
different
り
ways.
するようになった。声が聞こえる。母親が見ているってな。それからいわゆる引きこもりだ。部屋から一歩も出ねえし、誰とも顔を合わせねえ。俺との会話もほとんどが扉越しだ。俺にはやっぱり親代わりなんて無理なのかもな。だから今そっとしといてやってくんねえか。
Okay, so Futaba, they snuck into the cafe, probably Cafe LeBlanc, and like at night or something, and encounter Futaba, which probably like lives upstairs or something. And then now the store owner came by, and they're like trying to talk it out, and turns out it's Futaba. So yeah, this is kind of like your standard storyline for stuff. It's usually like really tough. So yeah, getting abandoned once and then getting abandoned again. That's double whammies for the abandonment. Yeah, and then this is her arc, the pyramid arc. That explains the pyramid theme, actually. Metaverse.
でっけー。美しい。あれ？そういや俺ら服いつものまんま？
双葉本人が盗めっつってんだ。族として認知されてないから服装は変わらん。そういうことだ。
墓場か。
我が墓を荒らす者、何しに来た？
何言ってんだ。盗んで欲しいっつったから来たんだろ。
取れるものなら取ってみるがいい。
Does Futaba have a split personality? Huh. Wonder.
この声は。
疫病神。
なんだその目は。
これまた
人殺し。
服が警戒されたのか。
どうやらパレスの主に賊とみなされちまったようだな。
Yeah, so this is recapturing the recent arc. So in P5X, the recent arc is Miss Matayama. I think that's her name, Matayama or something like that. She's the homeroom teacher, and she was taken advantage of by a imposing like superintendent, kind of like a reform expert. And because of that, you were challenging her, who happens to be a menace, but she wasn't a menace. She was being manipulated. So to parallel Persona 5 game, Futaba was technically willing to have them help her change her heart, basically. But she then also got taken advantage of by the other person. So that's how like the game is being produced. Like P5X storyline is supposed to mirror sort of all the mechanics, like the main plot twists sort of relational things underlying all of the ATLUSes, all the villains, but they changed the context of it. So in this case, it is Futaba and possibly an abusive relationship with taking advantage of her loss, like an online thing. Well, I don't really actually know because I didn't play Persona 5. But in P5X, it is a person who, what they do is they create a problem and they solve it. They create the problem they solve in order to leverage their position. So I'm pretty sure his name was Akeshi, or Akashi, or something like that. And the homeroom teacher of the cast, the current cast of Phantom X, like love her. Like she would do anything to protect her students, and she cares too much, is to a fault. So that guy took advantage of her, and then you end up going into the metaverse, and you actually fought her, but she wasn't like evil. She invited them to try to help her, but that then gets into the other side of things. So this is exactly what's happening in P5, like Persona 5, which I guess I'll find clarity in the future. But it's supposed to deliberately run along the same course. There was criticism about this game, like Persona 5X, that it's basically rehashing Persona 5, but with a different flavor. And a lot of times people say like, well, that's just lazy writing. That's like, they're not trying. And my first thought is, how could they try so obviously? Like what I mean is, you could argue, oh, it's an easy way to write stories and they save a lot of money by rehashing. But this is like not rehashing because they don't care, because it's gotten to a point where it's so deliberate, it's intentional. Like, and if you don't like it, that's fair. But I really enjoy the idea that they're spinning the same relationship, because it's not just that relationship. People can still have this abusive relationship in many shapes and forms. So it's kind of neat that it's really obvious that they're doing the same thing. In like, they're tweaking the context in which the same like relationship can happen. I don't know if this is gonna get to Noir actually.
見るからに開けるなって感じだな。
誰も立ち入れないという認知か。よくここまでたどり着いたな。その先は王の間だ。ここまで来たお前らならできるかもしれないな。数々の扉を開け放ってきたお前らなら。双葉！ ちまで自分のせいにして引きこもっているのだ。
私のせい？
お前は引きこもっているだけで何もしないのか。見て見ぬふりをして待っているだけか。ならば私はお前の世界であいつらを殺す。
Yeah, don't know if she has a split personality or not. Interesting. There is another character that still hasn't been introduced in these cutscenes. Is Nuard. Nuard is like a socially awkward one too, and it was she was a banner. All these characters are banners in P5X, but Nuard came after her. Like right after the pyramid arc is the spaceship arc. So I don't know if they're gonna cover Nuard. So they're not jumping ahead to get to Violet. So I'm guessing we'll learn about Violet later down the road, after Violet is introduced. Wait. Yeah, no Nuard. Nuard is not in these sets.
Yoshi. 双葉ちゃんが部屋のドア自分で開けてくれたからね。何今の声。
Yeah, the sound effects are always so much louder than the audio, like the vocals.
違う認知だ。双葉の認知が作り出した化け物だ。王の墓に近づくな。噂は隠れるぞ。これがナビ。名前と場所と歪みの3つが必要だっけ。そうだ。あの時チャットで墓場って送った。ナビゲーションを開始します。ここが私の心の中。
Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean. The sound effects and the vocals are always they need to be decoupled. And I think since these are pre-rendered scenes and whatnot, they're baked into each other now, and like in the coding, so you can't decouple them and attach them to voice as opposed to attach them to sound effects. The sound effects are often overpowering, and it's the same for this current game as well. I'm a bit nitpicky about audio. I'm not saying it's a deal breaker or anything like that. It's something to pick off because of excellent everything else, really. But that's what the original Sphinx looked like. This is where she awakens.
何が起こるか予想もつかねえぞ。双葉、お前が私を殺したんだ。
Oh, that's her caretaker.
邪魔をする鬼ごめ。お前さえいなければ時間を削られることなく研究の成長を発表できたのに。双葉ちゃん、しっかり見て。あれはあなたが生み出した幻。そうよ、本当は虐待なんて。
Oh, her mom. That's a depiction of her mom, actually. Okay.
真実はそうなんじゃないのか。
けど、それが本当の記憶なの。
おい、どうしまったんだよ。
This is probably her awakening here. Yep. Futaba awakens.
双葉ちゃん？
お前を否定する者は幻影。心なき者どもが施した呪い。元よりお前は知っていた。知っていながら怯えてきた。
そう、知ってた。でも私。
双葉、お前のせいで私は今度はお前が死ね
ー。お前なんてお母さんのわけない。腐った大人が作った偽物だ。絶対に許すもんか。
は割れ。
禁断のエッジは開かれた。いかなる謎の幻もお前を惑わせない。
双葉、大丈夫？お願い、手伝って。あいつやっつける。
あ
Yep, that's about right. Which also, for the record, like Persona games, especially P5, they keep pushing the level of edginess. So like the cast of characters, they pose a lot. Like there's always posing around. Everything is incredibly edgy. And I mean, even the situations are very edgy, but yeah, lots of posing. Okay, so this is after the boss fight, right?
双葉、本当の私のこと思い出してくれてありがとう。
No.
私、お母さん大好き。
私もよ、双葉。ほら、行きなさい。
I can't wait to play this game. And obviously the other two as well.
やばいな。本人がパレスに乗り込んだ挙句、ペルソナまで覚醒したんだ。いつ崩壊してもおかしくないぞ、これ。
確かに納得してる場合かよ。脱出すんぞ。
Morgana is a truck, just for the record. Morgana is a big, like Optimus Prime truck. Alright, so we basically... I wonder if they're gonna ever cover Noir. Because they have to cover all of Noir if they wanted to, and then all of... But there's still 3 more P5 characters. Like, they introduced every one of them. Like, if you look back here, right? They do introduce every one of those characters. So this is Ren, and then I think they do Anne here. And then this is Yusuke and Makoto. Or technically it's like Yusuke, like this is Yusuke, this is Makoto. And then now this is Futaba. And I honestly don't remember a new artist's name. Kind of tough until we play the game itself. For the record, that's literally what I did too, multiple times in my life. How do you help someone like get acclimated, right? Like try to reintegrate them into trying to be around social places and whatnot. You do it with them. Like you bring as much trust system as they built in their small bubble and bring that bubble to the new location so they can feel when they're at their most secure, they can also be exposed to the thing. So it's kind of cute. I'm kind of curious how that all plays out in the game, right? I'm so excited about Persona 6 whenever you hear all these things. Like, what is going to be the scope of Persona 6? I mean, I'm still like brainstorming and calling like fun little bets on Like a Dragon 9, but this Like a Dragon 9 is going in this direction too. Like since Like a Dragon 7, it's gone in the JRPG direction where your characters are vignettes. So all your characters, it's no longer singular focused characters, which is why Nagoshi Nagoshi ends up writing his other form, which was one of the earlier Yakuza games where they focused character centric. But these games, like Persona games, and then now the modern Like a Dragon games, they are very band of character-esque stuff. And I believe in a group. Like for me, I'm a bit biased towards the group versus the individual, because there's plenty of representation for an individual, like a superstar, MC, right? MC has been in the limelight for maybe 10 years reinforced now. Most things make you feel like the MC, and we forget that a group is what makes humans, especially the human condition, dictates that a group is far more powerful. And that's very cute. Like, these situations are quite cute despite it being 7 years ago, honestly. Okay, and then we have the summer vacation stuff. Right, Natsu Yasumi. That's probably like the 10% of lines the main character says. Although it's kind of nice to hear that Ren like say things, because oftentimes you get the feeling like your character rarely ever have lines. The original Persona game, I don't know if he had any spoken lines. Like, he had sound effect lines, like call out lines, but I'm not entirely sure how often he actually talked. Usually they didn't talk very much. Alright, and then is this the foreshadowing of the next thing? I don't has the same thing going on, which is true. So just to draw some parallelisms, right? Let me reduce this sound effect down to like bearable. So, Morgana don't know. I wonder if Morgana has amnesia too. Like, they don't know what. Like, Morgana has no idea what they are either, and they're searching for their memory. Because in this game, which is the parallel game to P5, Luferu is an owl, and he is unsure what he is either. His memory is hazy, and only recently, it's not like completely one-to-one, but Luferu is starting to remember things, and he doesn't know what he really is, but it's kind of like a shrouded darkness, and it's kind of unraveling now, where this guy suggested that his memories are coming back, and he thinks that he's failed many times before. Like, he doesn't, these guys, the one person is an entity beyond humanity. So it seems like Morgana, they had a spin on Morgana as well, about whether Morgana is a human or cursed, or however you're going, like whatever is happening. That's interesting. So there was a higher narrative for that as well. It wasn't as grounded. So this is the character that hasn't been introduced, which is Haru. Yeah, Haru is her name. Which is Noir is her persona name. She's supposed to come sometime after Utawa. So I don't know when they're going to cover that, if they're going to cover that. And then after that, there's one more guy, is Goro something. And yeah, so this is Yusuke. So all the characters get released as they're going along, right? And eventually there are 3 characters left, 3 Persona 5 characters left. And then we're going through all the Persona 3 characters, starting with your lead. And recently I did saw the teaser, or like the announcement, that the dog is finally being added, Moromaru, which I don't know if Persona 5 is going to have a pet companion, which would be cool. Every Persona game has a mascot though. So Luferu is Persona 5X, like P5X's. Morgana is P5's. It's hard to describe Persona 4's. He kind of looks like Humpty Dumpty. He kind of looks like Humpty Dumpty. And then P3, you know what? Technically P3's mascot is probably the doggo, because there isn't any other like mascot. I don't recall any like really mascot like outside of the doggo. So they usually only have like one. That was neat. That was fun to watch. I enjoy watching these things quite a lot, and to see like what to look forward to, basically. I imagine there's a 6 and a 7. There's at least a 6 and a 7 yet to come. And then I imagine memories are gonna expand to Persona 3. So more on that then later. All right, now we're way over time, but it was fantastic. Really, really fun. Free game, by the way. Like, free game with your own choice of monetary investment, I suppose. Right? We're still on the free-to-play train right now, so that's kind of where we are. All right, folks, that's a wrap for patch 3.2. The boss was amazing. It was really great. Until next time, guys. Right? If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Feel free to follow along. If you want to pick up P5X, it's free to play. Of course, gacha responsibly. I like starting live service games when they're first released. So I've been playing this game since its release, its global release. And I hope to pick up maybe one other game in the future because I'm basically honeymooning or twilighting, I guess, twilighting Neverwinter and PSO2 NGS. PSO2 NGS said that they're going to stop the drought and in April they're going to release new story content. So more on that later. I do have to cover another side story in the meantime. Tomorrow, probably. These side chapters in chapter 7 is like, that's the gap they're trying to fill. It's been over a year since the continuation of the major story of PSO2 NGS. So I'm looking forward to that. And then Neverwinter, I think it's in their twilight hours. We'll see. And then that's my treat. This P5X is my treat like every week or so. One time of the week, one time out of every 2 weeks, or maybe every month, we cover something P5X related. So when I'm studying and doing all that other stuff and, you know, trying to take life as constructive as possible, this is our break. I absolutely love it. And of course, during this time, we're language learning and doing all that. My 400-day WaniKani review thing is in 2 days, actually. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll probably try to do a PSO2 NGS thing, and right after, the following day, we'll do a 400 wrap-up. And then the next thing immediately, like in 2 days, is Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides. So we're gonna have to negotiate some time here. Yeah. Alright, folks. That's a wrap. Take care, stay safe, right? Gacha responsibly if you're into gacha games. Minasan, mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.